Greetings, New Eden, and welcome to CCP's official stream of Alliance Tournament XIV. You're tuned into Eve TV, home of the ATX IV. Let the inside you go out and pew. Let your drones fly free. It is most assuredly to sit at this desk again and present the premier EVE Online structured play event, an annual contest to see who can squeeze the most successful jams out of our random number generator. I am CCP Antiquarian, and I'll be your host here for the next 2 weekends of this double elimination tournament, in which the participating alliances will conduct combat according to the rules set forth by the CCP tournament team, one of whom we're lucky to have with us here in the booth today. It's a pleasure to introduce the supremely talented observational berserker, CCP Larrikin. Larrikin?
G'day, mates.
And with him in the booth, along with some Australian wildlife there, is one of our Capsuleer commentators, Zarvox Tural. Zarvox, how you doing?
I'm great, mate, and you?
Very well. Of course, Zarvox not the only Capsuleer commentator with us. Here at the desk with me are Chesser.
How's it going, guys? Oh, a little bit late. What's up?
There we go. And Garayan Wasanar, gentlemen.
How's it going?
Zarvox, Garayan, Chesser, along with moderator, who will be with us later this afternoon, have been handpicked by CCP Logibro and flown to Reykjavik, Iceland to provide entertainment, enlightenment, and critical insights into the tactics, the tech, the temerity of the 24 tenacious teams testing their top-tier talents in the truly taxing tiers of this Tartarian tournament.
That is spicy.
Whoa.
Damn, that's pretty good.
Liked two
Good.
words
That was
today.
good.
24 teams only, as the initial elimination stages of the tournament have completed. Last weekend, 40 teams eliminated. 40 teams dropped from the tournament, summarily defenestrated from their windows of opportunity, cast down into the pit of so long, and thanks for all the plex. They're to be slowly digested over 1,000 years. Those 40 teams, if we could have them in order of their elimination, the Fallen 40 are Seed Nullus, Badfellas Inc., Nano Black, Scary Wormhole People, official winners of Takeshi's Castle, Affirmative, Shadow Cartel, Quebec United Legions, Polar Bears, the Brotherhood of Spacers, Spaceship Samurai, Psychotic Tendencies, Waffles, Brothers in Arms Alliance, Samurai Sold Out, End of Life, Rabble Alliance, Test Alliance Please Ignore, Tactical Narcotics Team, the Explicit Alliance, the Methodical Alliance, Requiem Eternal, Out of Sight, Feigned Disorder, Galaxy Spiritus, Losichnaya Sholopin, Triumvirate, COF Alliance, Freegates Coalition, It's Only Pixels, Red vs. Blue, Teblis, Cal SF, Iron Armada, White Legion, Snuffed Out, Solar Fleet, Circle of Two, Curatoris, Veritatis Alliance, Castabouts, and Rote Capel. Sorry, Garayan. Those 40 teams will not be joining us this weekend or next. They have been knocked out. Capsuleers, we salute you. Of course, those matches, eliminating those teams, brought to you by our good friends at EVE-NT, along with help from ISD, the volunteer corps here at EVE Online. We have to give them supreme thanks. If you didn't catch that stream, it was tremendous. A stream babbling with ripples of advancement, and yet satisfyingly awash with the salty tears of the defeated. The group that brought us that, I feel like I've got to give them a shout out. Rain Chocolate, Reload, Rocket X, former Amar Championship commentator Sutonia, Amar Championship and Alliance Tournament commentator Elise Randolph, Alliance Tournament commentator Sir Squeebles, current CSM member Jinton, Disc Read Error. Hold on, I'm not done. Elinari Rodan, Terendian Biohazard, the mononymous Jake, the equally mononymous Ryan, Director Bay Art J, Executive Producer and also CSM member Nash Cadaver, and former Alliance Tournament commentator, Amar Championships commentator, Crossing Zebras contributor, and Littlest Hobo Apophany, who at this very moment is texting his mother, promising to get a haircut. Really, really great stream. Those guys did wonderful work. And of course, special thanks to all of the ISD volunteers who helped out with making that happen. CCP can only do so much in in the time we have allotted, and we really rely on those guys. So great work from them. Obviously, some amazing matches in that first weekend.
Definitely.
Chesser, any highlights from you?
Highlights for me, I really enjoyed watching Spectre Fleet kill PL's Zatanna. And now I hear that PL has a new Logi pilot. That was great for me. Brian, anything strike you?
Well, a lot of the stuff I was following was my own team, and obviously the bitter, horrible, frothy tears of impotent rage, watching them get bounced. But that happens. I mean, if you play the game, you're just going to come up with some bad cards.
Sorry. Practice harder next time.
I know. I will.
Well, whether or not your team was eliminated, you have certainly stuck with us, and that's good. We're glad to have you here. How was the flight over?
It was actually pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, flew over the pole. Not much to say. Fell asleep most of it. Watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
That's wonderful. Plug for Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Chesser?
Small baby screaming in my ear, and a very nice, lovely woman, older, talking about her grandchild to me for about 3 hours. It was great.
Not going to be too tremendously different here on stream, where an old man talks to you and then you go over there and a baby screams in your ear. We have a few special announcements before the matches set off for today. One, we'll go over the schedule briefly. We'll be starting off the first part of the day with Fraternity versus Hard Knock Citizens, followed by Complaints Department versus the 404 Alliance Not Found, followed by A Band Apart versus Spectre Fleet Alliance, then Phoebe Freeport Republic versus the League of Unaligned Master Pilots. After that, the Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork and the Mercenary Coalition, and then the last match of the first part of today, VYDRA Relolded versus Agony Empire. A lot of hard-hitting matches coming up there. Anything you're looking forward to?
I really, really want to see Lumpy versus Phoebe. Lumpy, close place to my heart. I'm really hoping that they do well, but I'm most excited. I think the most sparks are going to fly with VYDRA versus Agony.
Yeah, I'd say that's definitely going to be one of the ones I'm really looking forward to. But at the same time, since I'm an old guard kind of guy, I want to see the Mercenary Coalition versus Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork, just because I like to see how much they can pull themselves back up into the tournament brackets. I mean, it's good to see an old name come back like that. Let's see where they can go.
Should be good. Our teams are taking the field now, but we're not quite ready to start the match. So a few... Or perhaps we are. We've heard your requests, and we're ready to go to the booth, where Larrikin and Zarvox are going to take over, commenting on this first match, match 97 of Alliance Tournament 14, Fraternity versus the Hard Knock Citizens.
Thank you, Antiquarian. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first match of this weekend. Joined here by CCP Larrikin. How you going, man?
Very good, thank you, my friend, and yourself?
I am dandy.
Look, we've got two amazing teams here, starting up with Fraternity, flying a Vindicator, Balgon, double Astarte, double Deacon, double Hound, Kruros Sveepel setup versus Hard Knocks.
With the Baal, the double Astarte, Aniros, double Sveepel, Confessor, and double Kruor.
Fraternity's come in fairly close to the beacon. The match is about to start in about 10 seconds or so, while Hard Knock Citizens have come out around about 30 kilometers off the beacon there. So there's only about 30 kilometers separating the core of these two teams. Hard Knock brought in their Aniros at a little bit of range, while the Deacons of Fraternity are fairly close, and the match just started.
Here we go.
So we're seeing damage immediately applied by Hard Knocks onto that Hound, but they've got reps on them already, and a whole bunch of webs spread out from probably those Astartes and the Balgon, most likely there.
Webs, newts, and paints on the Astarte of Hard Knocks.
So do you think the Vindicator is going to be able to apply decent damage? So I was expecting those newts on the Balgon to go immediately onto the Vindicator, shut down all that damage. I mean...
None so far. Quick switch to the Svipple, and it's almost down. The Svipple of Hard Knocks is down. Damage was initially on the Astarte, but straight off with the Svipple.
Yeah, first blood to Fraternity there. Good work.
Jams being seen on the Aniros now. Will it be successful?
I am not sure. We've seen some the Vindicators in there blasting away at the... I'm sorry, I'm just lost it. Here we go.
Damage now onto the second Svipple seems to be going down. The second Svipple of Hard Knock Citizens. So 2 Svipples down for Hard Knock Citizens and 0 losses so far from Fraternity. We're seeing that Astarte is still tackled, painted, neutered, but seems to be taking fine.
Yeah, those Deacons seem to be able to keep those Astarte up just fine.
switch onto the
Meanwhile,
Confessor. The
yeah,
Confessor is getting reps, so that Aneros has not been jammed.
The Astarte's taking a whole bunch of damage as well. It's in that furball in the middle with the Vindicator and the two Balgons there.
Still not a single loss from Fraternity. It looks like this Confessor is tanking okay for the moment.
I mean, if you were Hard Knock Citizens, what would you be putting your damage on right now? Where would you choose to place it?
I'd be trying to blap that Confessor probably right now, but he seems to be tanking. So are they going to switch? Are they going to decide to try and break through the Aneros and hope for it, the Aneros' reps and hope for a successful jam? Or are they going to switch, the Confessor, or just
so
coming back
close,
there?
almost in structure there. It's like it's a red hole there. It's like less than 10%, but it keeps bouncing back and forward as that Aneros is just trying to keep it alive, doing a pretty good job.
Lysis tanking like a boss down there. Can he keep it up? The Aneros still doesn't seem to be getting jammed out, and he is right on the edge. So you can see that they're still focusing that Confessor. They haven't decided to switch yet. They're hoping that they can break through it, but...
And there goes that Confessor.
There it goes.
Gone.
Okay, so 3 losses now for Hard Knock Citizens, not a single loss for Fraternity.
Fraternity doing incredibly well, but there was a bunch of EC 600s sitting on that Aneros trying to get those jams off, but the Balgorn flown by Frankie Sacken has come up and is smart bombing off all those EC 600s there, so the the Hard Knock Citizens and Aneros is going to be in a considerably better spot. All of those drones gone now.
Crew of Hard Knock seems to be down.
Wow.
Okay, so we've got 4 losses now. There's most of the support now for Hard Knock Citizens, except for that Confessor and Crew is down. Still not a single loss from Fraternity. Pretty epic performance so far for a team in their first year of the AT Fraternity.
Yeah, I am incredibly impressed with these guys. They've put together a solid comp and just executed extremely well here. Looks like Yakuro's holding under the damage so far, but he's a hard-tackled unit and he's not going anywhere.
If it's anything like that last Crew, it's probably going, well, we'll see. Can he tank? But he's receiving reps from the Aneros. Okay, the reps have just gone down on that Crew, but they've just switched to the Astarte of Aldemir.
Meanwhile, the Hard Knock Citizens team is switching DPS all over the place. They're switching to a Freeport right now, but the dual Deacon setup, even with newts on them, is managed to keep up that Freeport just fine.
They're doing just fine.
And an Astarte goes down. Did we miss what happened there?
That was very, very quick. Well, I I saw the reps get dropped off that Astarte, so maybe the Aneros was jammed, and now not. And then the second Crew has just fallen. Almost the entire support wing of Hard Knock Citizens is down. Just one Confessor left. One of their Astartes is also down. Still, again, not a single loss. It looks pretty good for Fraternity at this point. They have got to be cheering. They've only lost 1 match so far this entire tournament. They've won against Badfellas, Test, Iron Armada, only lost 1 against Spectre. Pretty solid performance for the debut year for Fraternity in the Alliance Tournament.
And Hard Knock Citizens did incredibly well last year, not really showing that up against a first year, like a rookie team this year with Fraternity. I'm incredibly impressed.
Hard Knock's second year in the AT, I believe. Hard Knock Citizens second year, yep. So, unless something goes fairly different, spectacularly for Hard Knocks, they're relying on 4 pilots. This second Astarte is receiving reps from the Aneros, but, it looks like a pretty
done deal.
Yeah, pretty done deal for Fraternity. They've got to be cheering at this point.
Now, Fraternity...
Cheering. There we go. The second Astarte is down.
Fraternity
links.
doesn't have a flagship for this round at all, do they?
That is correct, yeah. They did not submit one. So, pretty solid performance, especially when you consider not a flagship in the entire team.
What did Hard Knocks? Is their flagship a Balgorn like pretty much everyone else's?
It is in fact a Balgorn.
I don't think this is their flagship Balgorn though.
It is.
It is.
It is. The flagship Balgorn we're being told is about to go down.
Okay.
Well, maybe that single Balgorn will turn it around. And,
Hero Balgorn.
There's going to be some man balls. All right.
Look, I hope that's the case, but I just don't think that's going to happen in 4 minutes, 30 seconds. I don't think that Balgorn can bring this back.
The entire team. It's looking like they're focusing now onto the Aneros.
Yeah, take that out and then finish off the Balgorn
webbed,
for last.
Painted, neutered, jammed. Well, we don't know if it's jammed or not, but he's definitely going down rather quickly, leaving the flagship bile of Frankie Sacken on the field, the last remaining pilot of the Hard Knock Citizens. What a performance!
It's very impressive. If you were Frankie, what's your game plan at this stage? Pray to Bob.
I'd probably warp out.
Yeah, you can't warp.
Well, you can. You just get blown up, right?
I'm not sure. I don't actually think we're able to warp. I don't know, but you could definitely MJD out if he's got an MJD.
Yeah, that's what I do actually, just to finish it off. No, I'd clearly be. I'd be going man to man with that Vindy. That's what I'd be doing.
I mean, that Balgon looks like
Rolling
he's
him out.
approaching the center MJD unit there, so giving it a crack, but
I mean, it's pretty clear cut here. Not a single loss. A perfect victory for Fraternity. So this is their fifth match. Fifth? Yeah, their fifth match.
ever in the Alliance Tournament.
Yeah, correct. And they've won 4 of the 5 without a flagship. Pretty good performance.
I am incredibly impressed. Shout out to Fraternity. Congratulations on your win, and we are going to hand it back to the desk boys, the CCB Antiquarian and Friends.
Brotherhood trumps Hard Knocks. That's Fraternity moving ahead in the tournament. Hard Knocks eliminated. That's their second loss, unless I've read this bracket incorrectly. Chesser, tell us about what happened.
I was actually kind of interested to see what Fraternity did. They brought Frigology, which haven't really had a great success in the tournament so far, but I have to say, Join and Joyon, sorry, you just literally changed 2 words in your name. They actually did a great job keeping up the entire enemy fleet, friendly fleet of Fraternity, and completely destroyed Hard Knocks, picked them apart. Hard Knocks lost their Flag Balgorn at the end too, which I'd say the only misplay that Fraternity did, I think, which is the biggest misplay, is they didn't kill the Balgorn first, leaving the Onieros alive, allowing you more time to loot it. I will have to check Z-Kill to see how delicious the drops were. But all in all, I think Fraternity did a great job, especially with Frigology. Really strong showing.
Absolutely. I mean, the way that they were able to keep themselves up, the support wing up during that first initial engagement, where they were able to counter the other side's wing coming in to engage their bombers, the way they kept that bomber up long enough so that it could apply its DPS and make that difference in the match. Huge upset. I'm total hell death. Wow. Good for them.
I'm also a little disappointed with Lysis. He's a good pilot, known for Hard Knocks, and when he was taking a lot of damages in his Confessor, I literally saw him at like 3 or 2 meters a second. And while yes, you were webbed, you should at least be slow boating, trying to negate some of the damage. I realize that it's Vindy webs, but every little MS counts when you're in a really small signature ship like a Confessor in defense mode. So I don't know if he was DC'd or what, but I don't know if it was nerves, but I know that Lysis is generally better than that. So unfortunate to see him go down like that.
A lot of webs, but yeah, 2 meters a second is awfully slow.
He's generally flying in a Mara Industrial, though, so maybe he's just really unaccustomed to the format.
Shocked at the small cargo bay.
A reminder there from Chesser, looting, something that goes on in these matches. As you get towards the end there, the team that's in dominant control is going in there. They're taking those assets, and while this is occurring in Jove's space, I mean, that's their stuff now.
And I mean, a Flag Balgorn should have like Tobias webs. It can have officer heat sinks, officer high slots, officer rep, officer, those types of things, which are a lot of money, which you can use to fund your AT, type of campaign, or you can even put it on your own flagship, because sometimes getting officer mods near the end of the AT, when everyone's scrambling for officer Balgorn.
20 bill loss.
Oh, it was a 20 bill loss, I'm being informed, so a little painful. I wonder if anything purple dropped or anything really, really nice, but we'll have to see on Z-Kill. Otherwise, Twitch chat, please hook me up with some links.
Yeah,
I would appreciate it.
If you're going to sell Tobias webs, now's the time.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So,
what do we got coming up next, Antiquarian?
The next matchup is Complaints Department versus 404 Alliance Not Found.
Well, Garayan, talk to me. What do you think of these two?
I normally am not really a big fan of this group, but they've been doing pretty well this year. I think 404 has been definitely up their game this year. I'm really looking forward to seeing how they're going to do this one. I think that they have a chance.
I see. I think 404 is interesting. They've been copying the 2015 meta with like the double Typhoon background. So when you're getting like this deep into the tournament, you're weekend 2, you need to start showing something a little bit more than just the typical old, used, stale metas. Bring out something fresh, something new. That's where I really enjoy watching VYDRA. They came out first weekend, did something completely different than everyone else with a double curse concept. And I'm kind of hoping that 404 can bring us something more interesting. Complaints Department, they had a really interesting match versus PL where they brought double Macarials, lost, but no shame in losing to PL. PL is a strong, consistent, first, second place tournament team. It's shown us that for years on end. And then of course they picked up a win versus TNT and White Legion. So I'm kind of interested between these two of who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, it's going to be good. But I mean, this is the weekend to do it. This is where you start playing your real cards, and got to give them props for that new stuff. But we'll see how it goes.
You've got a lot of pressure on these teams that are in the elimination bracket to bring their best, to have your best comp, your most effective ships. You see teams bringing their flagships much more often in the elimination bracket just because they know if they don't survive, there's no chance for them to move forward. There's no way for them to redeem any of the investment that has gone into this. And teams are investing just tremendous amounts of Plex, tremendous amounts of ISK going into fitting their ships, buying, I mean, in some cases, procuring, limited edition ships from PL or whoever is selling them in order to move forward. Really, really looking forward to seeing something. Who do you think takes this match?
Well, if 404 keeps making surprises, I think I got them for it.
I'm kind of with complaints department. I like the double Macarial. I don't like Macarials that much, but just the fact that you bring it up against PL, you're either really, really ballsy or you really just don't know what you're doing, but I'm going to hope that it's the former, and my ticket's in for you guys.
I'm going to hold off on making a call just now. We've got the kill mail up for that Balgorn. If you would like
anything
to
purple?
Take a look.
Yes, there is.
Vision's modified Mega Pulse Laser for undropped.
And Mizuro's modified webs, awesome.
Thon's Graviton Smart Bomb.
Also,
what else do we have here?
Did it drop though? The web didn't. That's unfortunate.
Nope.
2 webs lost to the gods.
I mean, just gone.
At least the heat sinks dropped.
The heat sinks are there.
So sweet. A
Racier's
cool
modified.
like 4 billion off of heat sinks. Not bad.
And Chum's armor rep.
RMG is
And the armor rep. Nice. Overall, not bad.
A big hit. 20 bill. 20.
Well, the real question is, did they have enough time to grab it?
Yeah. Speaking of Balgorns, why, Gorion, do we see so many flag Balgorns? We see a spattering of Typhoon Fleet issues, Scorpion Navies, stuff like that in the turn, but why is it that there are so many Balgorns? Why is that?
Well, that hull just gives you so much options when you can officer fit it because it's such a strong, large control area. With the officer webs, with the bonus, you can just have this huge area of control on the field. And a lot of teams find that attractive. We've used it a couple of times. It gives you this like almost a 40-kilometer sphere of at least dictating at least somewhat of what's going on on the field.
The Ballot, certainly an excellent ship, and in this Alliance tournament, all the better because of the point reduction given to all Blood Raider ships in Alliance Tournament 14. So we have seen a lot of Crewers taking the field, a lot of Balgorns, a few Ashimus, I think, last weekend.
I wonder what the percentages of Crewers fitted from last year to this year.
I mean,
it's probably at least 3 digits.
It's a significant increase, no doubt.
Definitely a lot more. The one thing with the Alliance tournament that makes it so much different than playing on TQ, you have an entire different meta to think about when you look at point cost efficiency. So how much does a ship cost? So a Crewer costing only 2 points with the current Blood Raider bonuses means that for just a measly 2 points, you get a ship that has potentially 25-ish kilometer webs. It can be kind of brickish, especially with an AB. It can be difficult to kill sometimes, and it's a steal. You can look at a lot of different compositions, but when you're looking to get links, Logi, DPS, and support all for only 100 points and 10 players, sometimes ships can look, more valuable than others based, on their points, and then of course, what kind of utility they're actually bringing to the fight.
We are going to have CCP Fozzie at the desk later on today. He'll be hopefully answering a few questions about the rule changes for Alliance Tournament 14 and the new meta that has emerged as a result. Of course, the Blood Raider influence, not the only change. 10 pilots this year instead of 12. A few modifications to the point valuation for some ship classes. And again, Fozzie will be here to talk about that. Gorion, have you ever flown a Blood Raider ship?
Me personally, I don't think so. Most of the ships that I've flown in the tournament have been either faction support or cruisers. But Blood Raiders specifically, no, not really, which is why this point cost difference is such a huge change in the setup on how we build the fleets for these matches. By giving it that bonus, you've basically completely incentivized putting it in there, and sometimes it's just going to make the right cost, and we're seeing the benefits right here.
Actually, we have an infographic detailing the point values for the ships. We can take a look at that right now, if someone would be so kind as to bring it up on the stream. There we have it. You can see that generally a pirate faction battleship will be valued at 21 points. But in this particular tournament, it drops down to 19 points for the Balgorn. And you can see further down that Crewer coming in at 2, whereas otherwise it would be much higher. I mean, double that for the other pirate faction frigates at 4 points. And of course, the Ashimu down at 9, as opposed to the 11 points for a cruiser.
Yeah, that's a huge difference, especially with the benefits they bring, especially with the predicate bonuses that are built into the hull, especially with webs and the range bonuses, because a lot of it, because we're on a static playing field, range control is such a critical thing. So
yeah, definitely. I kind of wonder the decision that Captain or people that are doing theory crafting for the AT teams would have to make when they're discussing an Armageddon versus a Balgorn. Do you think that it's not even a close comparison, Gorion, between choosing a flagship between the two? Because both of them are heavy neuting-based ships, but what would you think would be more beneficial? Because there is, one or two teams in the tournament that do actually have a Geddon. I know a Band Apart has a Geddon. And don't get me wrong, Balgorn, without question, tops the scales of most picked flagship, but why do you think you'd choose a Geddon over a Balgorn?
The only thing I can think of is the ability to reach out and touch someone, especially if you're using cruises. It lets you have that ability to apply DPS to the whole battlefield for the most part, and that's really the only thing that it brings to the table compared.
So you would think that the Geddon would be you would use its missiles more than you would its neuting ability on the flagship version?
No, you could do a little bit of both. Just fill in the other slots so you can't fill anything. It gives you something to do.
Gotcha.
I mean, also just different setups, different builds. Me personally, I don't see a reason to take it over the Balgorn.
Gotcha. I just was curious because Band Apart, we're going to be seeing them in just a few matches, and I kind of want to see if they're going to bring out the Geddon and if it's going to have a really good effect with the new fall-off bonuses that have been in the game. And I'm not sure. We'll see. What's up, Antiquarian? Do we have a match coming up, or do we get to spitball a little bit more?
We do have a match. A few technical difficulties getting the teams onto the field, so we're waiting for them to move into position. While we wait, a couple announcements from the team here at CCP and EVE Development. There are a number of major player meetups coming up over the next couple months. Evesterdam, one of the largest player meetups, certainly in Europe, other than FanFest. That will be occurring on the 12th and 13th of November. And just a few weeks later in Sydney, Australia, hey Booth. Hey guys, good day. Sydney, Australia, November 25th, 26th, and 27th, EVE Down Under. There will be a significant CCP contingent there, namely CCP Falcon, CCP Karkur, and CCP Antiquarian, who is charming.
That's you, right?
That is.
Just want to double check.
Thank
I
you.
know Falcon was saying he was looking forward to going down there.
We were going to play that mellow, and you ruined it.
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry.
Chesser killing it on stream. And of course, before either of those two events occurs at the end of this month, the 28th, 29th, and 30th of October in Las Vegas, Nevada, EVE Vegas. And if you think that the star component of EVE Down Under was impressive, and certainly it was, you should see the list of CCP devs that will be making their way towards Clark County. CCP Rise, CCP Cognac, CCP Mimic, CCP Fozzie, CCP what's his name? Looking right at him. Larrikin, CCP Larrikin, there we go.
Thanks,
big news, actually, a fresh batch of hotel rooms has just opened up with the EVE Online discount. So if you're interested in attending EVE Vegas, certainly go to vegas.eveonline.com, use the room code to get in on that. There are new hotel rooms, there are tickets available. It's a chance of a lifetime. And if you can't make it, of course, the 07 show will be streaming live from the event all weekend on EVE TV here on Twitch, home of the ATX IV.
Awesome.
Are you guys going to be available? Going to be attending?
I'm going to be there participating in the EVE Valkyrie tournament. Go US Valkyrie players.
He's practicing all this week. It's disgusting watching what he does to people.
I mean, I guess I'm not the best, but whatever.
You're practicing somewhere. I'm not going, unfortunately. So, but I gotta go back to work. It sucks.
That's unfortunate.
I know, it's so terrible.
It's a shame when your real life work gets in the way of your online work.
Oh, it's terrible, brutal.
But it will be a tremendous event. A lot of preparation has gone into it, and certainly there's going to be a number of presentations that I would love to see. I won't be in attendance, but I will be tuning into EVE TV here on Twitch as it occurs. We have a few other attendees coming in here. Of course, CCP Siegel, the executive producer of EVE Online, CCP Rue, the EVE Valkyrie lead developer, CCP Affinity, CCP Ghost, CCP Blue Screen, CCP Falcon, CCP Guard, CCP Logibro, CCP Manifest, CCP Hunter, and CCP Spitfire will all be there. I cannot stress how amazing it will be for players in terms of in-person, face-to-face interaction with developers. It's second only to FanFest in the amount of face time that you can get up close and personal with people making decisions and contributing to the development of EVE Online. So if you can make it, make it. Chesser.
Yes, that is my name.
You were broadcasting for the first weekend of Alliance Tournament 14.
I was.
Caught you on the Twitch stream of EVNT, helped out by ISD.
Yes.
Tell me about the matches that you sat in on there. Were you picking up on changes to the meta from last year's tournament?
Yes and no. So obviously the big changes to the meta are things that you've already talked about, are things that we've seen. There's a lot more Balgorns, there's a lot more Crew Wars. We even saw a few Ashimus thrown in there, but the only reason that's there is because they look really attractive based on their points. I think the teams to watch out for, which are PL, NC, Exodus, and then Tuskers, of course, are kind of hiding their really, really good setups. And you see weaker teams come in with last year's meta, or they're copying like things that they have seen from before that they think is really good. So example, like the double TFI backbones, you see a lot of that in the first weekend. I think that the interesting shakeups are going to start happening later in the tournament, especially next week, when you're going to see teams that are going to start utilizing ships like the Fiend and really powerful AT ships to make compositions that are going to be completely destructive.
We have seen AT ships already.
We've seen them, yes, but I think Fiend compositions, as well as some other wacky things that you haven't really seen yet, are going to be coming out. The meta in general, compared to 2015, is completely different, just because there is no more turtle setups. You can't have cap transfers, so there's no way to make those, Atana or Tengus in the center where they're basically feeding in a ball shields or armor to their entire team. That just doesn't happen anymore. You can't do it. So that's going to kind of blow things wide open a little bit as far as what's going to be possible and what isn't going to be possible. I still think you're going to see a heavy battleship background. Definitely a lot of Balgorn uses for sure, just because, like you said, 19 points, it's a steal to have. And like Orion said, the officer stuff that you can slap on a Balgorn gets pretty powerful.
Now, Gorion, here's the question. Do you think that PL was hiding behind their Raven State and their bait Atana, trying to secret away their good comps for later in the tournament? They
might have just been rolling with a little bit of bravado. That might have been that too. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. PL's been pretty wily in the past. Fought against them, lost against them. They know what they're doing. So normally I'd be like, if it was some other person, I'm like, yeah, it's just, whatever, who cares? But there might be a reason why they're doing it, but who knows? Maybe they got it. Who knows? I've seen some weirder stuff happen.
What do you think we're going to see later on in terms of compositions? Do you think it's just going to be Balgorns peppering the field, or do you think we're going to
I think we're definitely going to see a lot of weird stuff come up here in the last couple of weeks. I mean, like you were saying, like the Fiend, that's a completely different animal of ship that we're going to see coming up here. It's brutal. It will really just rip things to shreds when it gets introduced, and we're going to see it. It's just only a matter of time.
The big question is, when you have this really what you want to say is an armor set meta, where you have Balgorns, and you can't ban out a flag Balgorn, right? Because you can ban the Balgorn, but they'll bring their flag anyway. So the question is do you ban out the armor logistics ships? And at that point, is a Tech 1 armor ship or a Friglogy armor better than a shield setup? So you're going to get this dichotomy between our team's going to be asking themselves, well, are we going to try and bring something shield, or are we going to bring something armor? Do we try and ban out their Balgorn indirectly, or do we let them take the Balgorn and take shield anyway? So you're going to have this entire chess match that's going to go on behind the scenes just in banning. And when you're getting to teams that really understand the meta, and I mean teams that truly understand it, so those top 4 that I was talking about earlier, those bans that they're going to be leveling against other very competitive teams are going to be a really good telltale of not only their understanding of the meta, but of course what they're going to try to bring in. Like for example, Fiends are going to obviously, for the most part, be a shield composition team, and then leveraging that versus flag Balgorns or not. I think that's going to keep the audience and the people participating in the tournament on their toes. I think it's going to be fun to watch.
Now, audience, you can pay attention to the bands at home. If we neglect to mention them before the match starts, they are located on either side of the screen, and those will show you the bands that each team put forward. Interesting to note, the Oneros, of course, the most banned ship of the first weekend of the Alliance Tournament. Clearly people wanting to get those armor comps off of the field, wanting to push people into shields. Is there a reason specifically that armor is so prevalent in this format as opposed to shield comps?
You got to have those mid slots.
It's the Balgorns. Like the Balgorn being 19 points and the flag Balgorn being what it is, the potential of a heated Toby web with links being 67 kilometers. If you land a Balgorn at 0, it's a flag Balgorn with links, it can web anything it wants with 2 webs at the start of the match, because the furthest you can warp away from the point is 50 kilometers. So it can easily double web your Logi, and now you have a very big problem because your Logi is double webbed and a Balgorn sitting on, or is going to be like creeping up towards it, and not to mention the entire enemy team rushing at you. So that's why people like armor a lot.
Damn mids.
Of course, that push to armor also kind of pushing certain classes of ships, certain types of ships. We saw a lot of Galente rush in the first weekend as well. Maybe not as effective as people wanted it to be.
No, it wasn't.
Isn't that how it is every year?
I don't know every year.
Good to look at.
Last year, the Hecate did very well, and given T3D in general does very well.
The Zipple.
But she's a lovely hull, and I think I saw something on Reddit suggesting that we bump it up a bit. Maybe
It is underpowered. Truly.
Let's get that under consideration.
The poor thing needs help. Send help. Larry, are you okay over there?
There is a problem with
CPR.
one of our designers. There's also a problem with a single ship currently taking the field. Our refs are working to get it to work. There seems to be a problem with the tournament tool, which is causing the present delay and giving us a little bit of time to talk about absolutely anything at all. I'm drifting over to the Twitch chat, taking a look.
Drifting over to the Twitch.
Oh dear. This will be good.
It looks like everyone wants us to engage everything. Stay on target.
That's awesome.
We've done great.
All right, cool. I'm overheating my modules and tapping F1. Ready to go.
I'm just
That's
hiding.
how we do.
I'll drink the legendary water.
I am
Cheers.
broadcasting for reps.
Should we joke about that?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
No. we
Actually,
shouldn't.
wonderful work this year from Broadcast for Reps. Those guys have been doing a tremendous job, and we gave them a shout out last year at the Alliance Tournament, and we also gave them a little heads up during the MR Championships. But if you're not involved with Broadcast for Reps, look them up online. Check out their site. They do good work for the EVE community, and we're happy to have them with us. Certainly not the only website that we can send people to right now. If you're looking for other players in your area that may be meeting up and can't make it to either EVE Vegas or EVE Down Under or Amsterdam, there is a website available, EVE Meet, evemeet.com, I think. Is that coming through correctly?
Well, we're also mentioning charities. There's a lot of other charities that are going to be happening probably. I mean,
Do that?
So, just saying. I mentioned that here. The Alliance Mate of Mine is doing a blow up an Aeon event, something in December. So that's something to look forward to.
Oh, what are the proceeds going towards?
It's a Child's Play, or is it Extra Life? I don't remember. I think it's Extra Life.
Both
For
of
the
them
kids.
excellent.
Yeah,
For the kids.
for the kids.
Chesser is for the kids. You heard it here first.
Hey. Wow.
So you're saying EVE meetups?
Yeah.
It's treading into. I'm just gonna color.
We're just going to be like, I'm out.
We are moving the ships in now. 2 minutes until the match starts. We might throw to the booth where Larrikin and Zarvox are prepared to offer a little pre-match commentary on what we expect to see in this, the second match of the second weekend of Alliance Tournament 14, Complaints Department versus 404 Alliance Not Found.
Welcome back to the booth. Thank you very much, CCP Antiquarian. I guess I'm here with Zarvox, and we have Complaints Department versus. Great, we have Complaint Department with versus 404 Alliance Not Found. I would love to tell all of you lovely people at home exactly what they have. However, that would be spoiling the surprise.
Not yet. So 404, second year in the Alliance Tournament. Last year they got eliminated the first weekend, a little bit unlucky. This year they're doing pretty well with 2 wins, once against Freeport. It's hard to say. Okay?
It is hard
that
to
name.
say.
It's really hard to say. And
I probably should have thought about that when they were making their alliance name.
they should have. Yeah, it's outrageous. And a win against Snuffed Out. They lost their last match against Villore. And Complaints Department are apparently a high-sec mercenary alliance. They've done pretty well. They've actually won 3 of the 4. They've only lost against PL. So they've won a match against Seed Nullis, one against TNT, Tactical Narcotics, and White Legion. So should be an interesting match.
So what are the flagships of both of these teams? Like, we don't know if they've brought them yet, and we're not saying they've brought them, but what are the flagships?
Both, I think you can guess.
Balgons.
I think that they're Balgons. Okay, look at the list. Balgon, Geddon, Balgon. Someone forgot to nominate a flagship. But yes, lots of Balgons.
TFI there.
TFI in there.
Wait,
Yeah.
Tempest or Typhoon?
That's Typhoon.
Excellent.
I'm pretty sure. I may. Yeah.
I'm a little bit sad it's not a Tempest, but that's more about my obsession with sailing. So let's move on.
It's a ridiculous percentage, to be honest, of Balgons as flagships this year. Obviously, the point reduction and that control, as discussed before with Gorion,
but you miss
and
out.
the utility.
You miss out on all of that potential damage from your drones, and you don't have the same neutralization range. I mean, don't get me wrong, the 67-kilometer webs are OP, but.
And the utility of the notes.
Yeah, that's true.
Being able to decide, all right, do I want to just go full notes? Do I want to bring damage? Not amazing damage out of a ball, but still
But
pretty
fairly
good.
Fairly all right.
And
it's hanging in there.
as Chester was talking about, the ability to point to web and double web. I mean, many of them are going to be double web fitted. Was that last one double web fitted on that kill?
It was double
web.
Mozon's web or
Yeah,
something
double
like that?
officer
Double
web.
officer feb.
So they've got ridiculous amounts of control pretty much everywhere that they want to be. Anything that they want to web, they are going to be able to web, and the utility from the newts is just huge. Being able to screen, being able to cap out Logi, being able to cap out incoming tacklers, you can do so much with it.
Being able to cap out incoming DPS, putting all those newts under Vindicator is just going to turn it off. Basically.
That's exactly right, yep.
Yeah.
And with the no cap transfer, that's going to be a little bit more difficult to deal with.
So our teams look like they are going to be warping onto the field very soon. We'll be able to push on with the second match of the first commentating day of the 14th Alliance Tournament. I think I just got a nod of approval from CCP Antiquarian. I can never be this happy again. I'm sorry. Let's move on a little bit inappropriate.
These are both fairly new teams.
Yeah.
I mean, Complaints, I'm not actually 100% on this, but I think this is Complaints' first year in the Alliance Tournament.
404 was around last year.
It's 404, it's the second year, yep. But they were a little bit unlucky and weren't able to proceed. Here we go. Warping onto the field is...
I don't think we can spoil a surprise.
No, we won't.
With what they've got.
No, we won't. We'll wait for the cameras to show you guys, but it's looking interesting. No, and so yeah, both of these teams about to get it on. Fairly new, but both doing fairly well with, again, Complaints only losing 1 out of the 4, and that was against PL, so you can't be too mad. Winning the other 3 matches, TNT, White Legion, and Seed Nullis, is pretty good for their first year.
Yeah, absolutely. So both teams now coming onto the field. I'm going to spoil a little bit of everyone just by giving you a little bit of information here. It looks like we have Complaints Department coming in at 0, almost all at 0. While 404 came in at 50 kilometers, so there's going to be a little bit of jicking and jagging at the start of this fight here.
I can't wait to talk about these compositions. They are looking interesting.
And guess what sort of flagship we have on the field?
Oh my lord! Are both sides field?
No, only one.
Okay, we're going to have that up for you guys at home in a moment, but it does seem as though. Let's just wait until it comes up on the screen. Don't want to spoil it. It's looking interesting.
Actually, stuff it. Complaints Department have brought their flagship Balgon. I'm incredibly excited to see how this goes. I'm hoping we see another 20 billion-isk kill mail. That said, I'm not hoping that Complaints Department lose. I just think that's unfair for me to put that sort of expectation on either side like that.
I mean, just because Hard Knocks, who are fairly rich, have fairly vast reserves of cash, do 20 bill. I don't know how often we're going to be seeing 20 bill Balgons, but you never know.
You do never know.
You never know.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see.
So can we talk about the ships here? Because we are seeing some... just the number, I believe they have brought...
I'm just locking all these guys up.
be able to show you guys at home in just a moment. I believe.
Yeah, anyway, let's just talk about the ship. So we've got Complaints Department, I believe, bringing a double Megathron Navy issue, Balgorn, their flagship Balgorn, Mauler, 2 Brutix Navy issues, and 2 Jackdaws. And again, they were the team that came in at 0.
Interesting, because they only have 8 pilots in this team.
Yes.
Unless your overview is going correct. No, I don't think it is. So we've got 8 pilots here. We also have no Logi. So you can probably guess, I mean, are these going to be Blaster, the Brutix Navies and the Mega Navies?
They have to. I mean, this is a rush setup, right? Like, this is...
They're at 0.
Yeah.
You would expect that. So we've got a big tracking bonus on the Brutix Navies. We're going to get...
they are blasters, yeah.
Shove it over so we can see their velocity as well. They are blaster fit.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so... Balgorns, do you see any there? Are they going to go for a full newt setup on the Bals, or do you see any turrets?
Let's have a bit of a squiz here. I believe that I
don't see
have
any guns,
turrets.
mate.
No, we have turrets. No, this is a full newt setup.
It looks like a full newt setup Balgorn for the flag of our Complaints Department. Mauler's an interesting choice. To finish it off with 2 Jackdaws. Now, we haven't talked about 404's fleet comp. So they brought a somewhat more typical setup with 2 TFIs, a Hurricane fleet as their core. And I guess you would lump they have a Cerberus. What just happened?
That's all right. I was just...
That's okay. I lumped a Cerberus in there with part of their core setup. Sorry, 2 Cerberuses with their core setup, along with 2 Purifiers and a Hound, a Rapier. Don't see that too often.
Double TFI setup is
double
like
TFI,
last year's meta.
really
Do you think
common.
it's still competitive this year, though?
I mean, it really is going to... Like the guys on the desk were talking about, it's really not going to become apparent that what happens in the next, maybe tomorrow and later today, and then next weekend is going to be vastly different most likely going to be vastly different to what we see here. So it's pretty hard to say, I think.
It's a little bit early to make those sort of
It's
calls.
too early because
I agree, yeah.
What's coming out at the moment is, we've seen a few Blaster Rush setups, but what's coming out is, pretty standard comps like from the last few years. So, Artie Sleps or Typhoon Fleet cores,
Yep.
Astartes, the occasional EOS. But
I'm kind of impressed at the double Megathron Navy issue, though. I'm a little bit dubious it's worth the points over a regular Megathron. I mean, don't get me wrong, they can do a little bit more damage. They get that utility high, I believe, as well, which is quite nice. So that is quite a lot. Assuming they fit a heavy neutralizer, that is an awful lot of neuting power on the side of... I'm sorry, I'm going to start this up. Complaints Department.
Yeah.
That is an absolute... enormous amount of neuting power there.
And if in fact, like you said, they're all the 404, complaints
Department coming in at 0.
A blaster fit. Are they going to be? What's the separation?
It's 50 kilometers.
50 Ks. So they're going to obviously have a fairly big job ahead of them, trying to get on top of the opposing team to be able to apply. And can that Baal make it happen? Because that's going to be a key in closing range.
It is
being able to apply.
But 404 have brought a Rapier. They have a fast team. They can definitely try and keep range here.
They do.
They have a lot of damage they can put down on top of those battleships. They have 4 bombers, which is something like there's like 2,000 DPS, probably a little bit more.
There is. Sorry, I thought there was 3. Yep. Okay.
Okay, so the match is going to be starting very, very soon, guys. About 4 forward bombers. That's like 2,000 plus DPS they can put down on top of all those battleships
And
here.
applying very nicely. Even to the Brutix Navies, they're going to.
Oh yeah, they're going to put
most
all that
of
damage.
Team is, apart from the 2 Jackdaws, most of that team is going to be. I mean, there's no reason. I don't feel there's any reason that these bombers, except if they are primaried immediately by the Baal, they should be able to stay out of range of the blasters. I mean, if you're that Baal, what are you going to go after first?
I mean,
bombers, right? I mean,
I don't know.
You're going to get webs onto those bombers and just whelp them. That's
how
what
are you
you're
going to apply damage to those bombs? I mean, I guess you can drop drones, a bunch of light drones, and hope those light drones can just like blap out those bombers nice and quick.
But I mean, if you can hold them down for that, I mean, they're going to have to be MWD fit. Most of the cores. Here we go. The match has in fact begun, and we're seeing a lot of damage being dropped onto the Balgorn of Complaints. And the Jackdaw is already down. 1 Jackdaw down from Complaints Department. No damage at all yet on 404. A little bit of damage.
With all that blaster power, they have to get into range.
They have to get on top. So they're not going to be able to apply anything for the first little while. With that 50k separation, we're starting to see them burning directly, and the side of 404 burning away as quickly as possible to try and get out of range of these blasters, and you'll be able to tell if Complaints are doing their are being successful, because there will be a lot of damage applied if these guys can get damage onto 404. Stuff will die, but again, it's a second Jackdaw down, so pretty much the entire support wing.
So Complaints Department have dropped a bunch of rep drones to try and keep that Balgorn up, but this is basically game over. The Balgorn is close to death right now. The Rapier is keeping everything that can possibly tackle anything out.
It's important to note, if you didn't realize from the start, there's actually no logi on either team. I didn't realize that, of course. So yeah, there's no logi on the side of Complaints Department. So this Baal is now in low armor, and he is, if they keep focusing him down, he is there. But he is moving rather quick.
I mean, he's going to have a bunch of reps there. He just jumped. He just MJD'd. Not out of the arena. He's got a little bit left there.
So
he just MJD'd, and that...
one serve down.
And they've not managed to drop a serve from Alliance 404 Alliance Not Found. Unfortunately, Complaints Department has completely lost their support wing. All they have left is a Mauler to try and take down those 4 bombers. I wish them all the best. Balgorn is gone.
No control now. So they've lost the Baal, which is going to be key in applying damage and getting into range for these blaster boats on the side of Complaints. They've lost the 2 Jackdaws, which you would probably think are going to be tackle fit, are going to have scram web, most likely.
Yep.
Because you can't just rely on the Baal for enough control for everything else to get into range. The Rapier is taking some damage.
I mean, I think the Rapier is going to die here. He's got a whole bunch of drones on him.
Moving very quick. He might get out of range.
I think the drone swarm sitting on him, he's probably... There he goes.
Good call.
But I don't think it matters at this stage. Rapier did his job. He screened off that tackle. They managed to drop down the tackle, and then they managed to drop the Balgorn. Complaints Department doesn't have any more control at all. Look at their bar. It's basically empty.
Yep.
It's just a matter of mopping up right now. 404 can apply their damage. Complaints Department certainly cannot. They can't get in range to apply any of that damage.
That Navy Brutix of Victor, or Vic-1er, is starting to go down, but it really doesn't look like any way for Complaints to come back from this. But can they get a few more kills in the process?
We can only hope.
I mean, the problem with this is that, as you can see, they're scattered around a lot, all over the field. So, and there's damage on. They're not able to focus all of their damage onto one because they just don't have any control left. The Fleet Typhoon of Eliana Eros is taking a little bit of damage.
I'm actually really impressed. I don't know how Eliana got caught.
Is that a grappler that he's?
Yeah, that's a grappler.
That is a grappler. So he's. You can see there that grappler must be. I mean, even without looking at the range,
he's still doing.
The grappler is not. Although he seems to have just capped out or have forgotten to turn his micro warp on because his velocity has just started going right down. But not really going to make a difference. Navy Mega of Kip.
I was so hoping for web drones then, but unfortunately I was disappointed.
I mean, how often do you see them really in the A-team?
It's probably more than... Yeah, you've seen them every now and again.
Every now and then.
A Navy issue is sitting on top of the Typhoon. Of course, the Navy issue just died, so that Typhoon is free to live and play and fire barrages of heavy missiles on top of the 2 Navy Brutix's Mauler, which I assume they'll leave to last, because why not?
Really doesn't seem... Well, sorry, we've completely missed the Fleet Hurricane of Queet-Zar go down. Completely missed it. What's going on,
mate? I'm sorry, Queet-Zavo. I'm very sorry about this.
Outrageous. Australia, not doing it. So it really looks like it's just mopping up now for 404 Alliance. Mopping up the final dregs of Complaints Department, but no way they can come back from it.
But yeah, I think this entire story was told in just sort of the lack of diversity and control that Complaints Department had. All of their control was really sitting on top of that Balgorn and the 2 Jackdaws, and 404 just neutralized that immediately.
Just got a Hound kill. So they have got a couple more pickoffs. The Hound of...
wait, so Queet-Zar was killed due to a boundary violation, so Team Australia is fine. Team Australia's fine.
Team Australia's fine. Nice work, mate.
Didn't make a mistake there. However, I don't know why. I can't say that name.
One thing that's interesting about Complaints Department is that about the setup that they have is that even with the Baal and the Jackdaw, the two Jackdaws, if you assume that these are going to be providing most of the control for the team, if they focus, even if they focus their fire onto 2 targets, everything else is just going to be burning away. So if 404 is doing their job well, it's going to be really difficult because you might get control on 1 or 2 targets from Complaints Department side. So Complaints might get some tackle onto 1 or 2 targets, focus them down.
Yeah.
But by the time that's done, the rest of the team's probably bailed because there's just not enough control, and they're going to have to repeat the whole process whilst taking an enormous amount of damage in the process.
Yeah, and they've got no logistics. They have no sustain on this at all.
Purifier just went down.
Oh,
They are actually...
yeah, they're picking people off. I think this is too little too late. Too little too late.
I wasn't expecting them to get... I mean, since they've with only the 3 guys left on the complaints department side, they've managed to pop the Fleet Hurricane, 2 bombers.
I mean, that Mauler is actually just racing around.
It's doing work.
He's just racing around trying to pop bombers with his 3 hobgoblins, and I wish I could say disco lasers. Unfortunately, not.
No disco lasers.
No disco lasers. But that Mauler's just running around trying to take off damage, and that's really what they need to do at the
That's
start of the
exactly
match.
what he's doing. Another Purifier down. So, it started off looking as though a pretty
Elena
clear victory for
Sweet
404.
yeah.
But it's definitely being brought back.
I mean, I don't think it's going to come back.
No, it's getting, a little
Hero
bit...
Mauler. Hero Mauler can take this. 2 Fleet Typhoons, a Cerberus, and a Hound. I believe in you, Alina Sweet.
Come on, Alina! Do it!
Really?
Just brawl them down, those 2 floons. They got nothing on you, son. Just do it. Do it.
No,
Get in there.
No, not believing. Unfortunately, the wrath of all those Fleet Typhoons has been focused, and I don't think Alina Sui is long for this world.
Oh, maybe though. Just feather it, bro. All right, just do it. You can do it. All right, you can do it.
I don't think he can do it. I think he's
He's going down now. He still has not been tackled. He's got a nude onto him and a paint, but not that these guys have much control left. It's pretty amazing. I was not expecting, after the quick losses in the first minute or so, there goes the Mauler finally. Wasn't expecting them to get a total of 6 kills when most of Complaints Department's side was killed off in the first 30 seconds of the match.
absolutely great showing from both teams, but 404 is moving through, and we're going to pass it back to the CCP Antiquarian and friends.
Complaints department there making an attempt at a comeback, but ultimately just unable to take anything from 404. They just couldn't bring it around. No Logi. Who flies a fleet with no Logi?
People who want DPS and tried to...
People who don't know the meta.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you could tell that Mauler was getting exhausted by the end, just running in circles. I mean, Alina Sewi, like, my hat's off to you, sir, for trying to pull hard with the bomber kills, but it just was not enough. That entire match was, God.
It was an interesting match from start to finish, for sure. Interestingly enough, part of the problem with the teams taking the field is that one of the players had hide passive modules activated on their HUD and was under the impression that they did not have the fit that they thought they had when they took the field. Took a number of people and several CCPs to figure it out. And it just goes to show, make sure that you know which options you have enabled and what you have fit to your ship.
Just, actually make sure you know what your modules do on your ship. A tall order.
They're a complaints department. They're supposed to complain or walk in front of the camera. Either way, it's all good.
Fozzie, everybody.
CCP Fozzie. That's, I mean, you could have just pressed Control F, by the way, for those of you that don't know, bring up your fitting screen and you can actually just mouse over your modules. But that level of incompetence is kind of something that you would expect from a team that brought that composition, as Complaints did, to that matchup, which was just painful to watch. All in all, I think that 404 had an interesting composition with the double RHML Typhoons. I can definitely see what they're doing with the Rapier, long webs, and then with the 2 Cerberus for RLML damage and bombers, with the bonus target painter off the Rapier, they just want to like headshot something right away. Maybe a Logi. There was no Logi to shoot there, so they ended up killing a few of the light things and immediately killed the Balagorn, which was an excellent
they
play.
went straight for the whatever was going to let the Navy megas or whatever blaster ships that they had to get close. So they just literally went, no, we're just going to leave you here and just walk away.
It was perfect. The Rapier at the beginning was getting neutered out by the Balagorn, so there was an initial fight of can the Rapier get webs on to peel everything else off, but Unfortunately, blaster boats are generally not the fastest things in the world. Balgorn had to MJD away fairly early because of the damage, and after that, they just got kited out by 404. 404 just killed them with impunity, and with no Logi, I don't think Complaints ever had a chance.
Now, some ships are quite quick in the tournament. That Hurricane, apparently a boundary violation, and I think we have a arena layout video that we can bring up here to show you exactly the realm where these ships are participating. The fighting arena in which each of these matches takes place has a center beacon to which both teams will warp at their own selected ranges. And we can see here, they warp in from their staging beacons towards that arena. There the fleets select however they want to go, according to the doctrine of their comp, whatever it may be. And you have a number of micro-jump drive beacons positioned around the arena that will enable you to quickly move from one location to another. Have you flown in this sort of format before, Gorion?
Yeah, we did a lot of trying to use MJDs in the last tournament, and it didn't work out too well most of the time, so we mostly kept to our own fleet, trying to just make sure that we were the ones moving around, because getting everything to work on the same impulse while that unit's active was really difficult, and kind of also left some of our support ships sometimes when we tried to use it in practice, leave them hanging, so...
A bit rough there. Obviously, you have to physically align in the direction you want to go. That unit is
there's
just
a lot of
gonna
edge
spit
of
you out
glory
into space.
issues with practice and that. So it can be useful, but for the most part, from what we experience in our own practices, which obviously we're not high tier, didn't really work out too well.
The interesting thing is during the spool up of an MJD, what actually happens is you initially have to point your ship to where you want it to jump to, and once you have it, once you click the MJD timer, you're actually locked into that align basically, and you can't change the align. So if you screw up and you're charging for an MJD and you jump, there's nothing you can do. But what can happen is another ship can actually bump you out of your align. So if you're charging for an MJD and a ship bumps you out of your align, you can actually just jump right out of the arena. Even
Yeah, that was what we found,
direction.
is that if people were on the ball, they could just be like, we're just going to push you out into space.
Exactly, and then you
into
instant
yeah.
die. The one usage of the MJDs that we actually saw was the Culture versus Exodus, and Culture used MJDs in a very interesting way where they jumped and then re-jumped, and I think they even used it a third time to jump back again to try and confuse Exodus and have them kind of disperse and not have a general lines of battle or the Alagi ship behind screening ships behind DPS, all of that. And it it almost worked, but they unfortunately lost that matchup. But in general, Gorion's right, you don't see a lot of MJD setups all that much. Sometimes you might see really tanky battleships MJD into the backline if they can catch a Logi or a link boat.
Yeah, you'll see
that and kill
pouncing.
it.
That'll definitely happen.
I mean, for most cases, that's what it is. The other micro jump field generator, which are generally on command destroyers, are not allowed in the tournament because otherwise it'd be pretty ridiculous. But those, I guess, are the only way to really move your entire fleet there. If you did have that, that maybe could make these types of blaster compositions more viable, because you could literally just cover 50 to 60 plus kilometers that you normally would need to get right on their backline with your blaster boats, which might actually make these blaster comps doable, but I don't like it.
The real threat there is bringing the command destroyer into the enemy fleet and then micro jumping all of them beyond the boundary for a violation.
Right, yes, that would be the slam dunk fun way to do it, but
right.
And that's what the Alliance Tournament is all about. It's all about fun.
There's
from
no other fun. The way your blood pulse races when you get into these fights, I still to this day still get the shivers thinking about some of the fights I've been in. It's the best. You're sitting there, you're coming in on grid, you see the overview start to populate of what you're fighting, the FC shouting orders, trying to get everyone on the same page of what we're going to do. It's the best.
Now, we do have some viewers who might not be familiar with the Alliance Tournament format and the UI that's coming up on their screen when we stream the actual matches. We have a brief video for that. The tournament UI will display several bars at the bottom of the screen, displaying the damage potential, the effective hit points, more or less, and the control of the fleets that are participating in the match. And you can see those in the 3 different colored bars. We'll bring that up. There they are. Defense, attack, and control. You've also got the timer for the match, the applied effects, and the status of each ship that's flying, so you can track individual ones. And that's why you'll see occasionally the health of a ship entirely drop off. They've boundary violated, their shield, armor, and structure are completely gone all at once. Those colored bars indicate not only what you're able to repair, but also what you have sitting, your effective hit points. The defense bar, general indication of the health of the team. The attack bar, how much they could apply if all of their modules were landing the way they should, and how much they're actually applying. You see a discrepancy there, it probably means that someone's landing some serious jams. And then here in control, the potential effects versus the applied effects, this showing not all of the E-War effects that are available to a team, but a lot of them. So the control bar being fairly high, you're going to see a ship landing a lot of webs, a lot of scrams, or a lot of energy neutralization or nosing. And you're going to see a little bit more of a technical take on dismantling their opponents. Now, that's what the people at home see, but the pilots flying in these fleets see the standard EVE Online HUD. They're just looking at the gameplay interface that any player sees when they log into EVE Online. And it's important to note, like, that can be a little disorienting to pilots who aren't experienced. Chesser, as a experienced pilot, can you tell us a little bit about your own tournament experience and dealing with the complications of communication with your fellow fleet members and the stresses of combat?
Yeah, I think that a lot of practice is what goes into having a cool, calm, and collected team versus madness, like complete madness and stupidity on the comms. And I've flown with Team Liquid. I've been a practice partner for VYDRA and some other successful tournament teams as well. And in general, it's just rote practice again and again and again and again of the same composition to get to the point where everyone knows their jobs very well, everyone knows what's going on, and generally the person who's calling it or the captain who's calling the match is, generally speaking, what the plan is when you land onto the grid. We're looking to see, is that a start a rail fit or blaster fit? How many newts or how many guns does the Balgorn have? You know, looking at all of these things, like scrambling when you get on the grid to figure out as much as possible what their composition is. And then when you do figure that out, you kind of go into your practice set and everyone's just calling out what's going on. So if you're taking damage, you could say, Chesser Purifier taking damage, I need reps. And that just helps the Logi pilot get on you faster so they know what's going on. And when you die, you say, Chesser down, Purifier down. So that way the person who's running and calling the captain knows, okay, I'm down a Purifier, I'm down this player. And so you can kind of keep track of things so they can focus on other things. But at the end of the day, it is an entire cluster. It can turn into it really, really fast.
Oh yeah, things can get very pear-shaped very quickly. It's very, very bad when things get out of control and then you don't know where your reps are landing and then all your support's dying and you wonder what's going on, you wonder why suddenly your Logi's tackled. It can get very bad.
Yeah. Now, hopefully it won't be getting very bad. For the next match, a Band Apart versus Spectre Fleet Alliance, the third match of the second weekend of Alliance Tournament 14. Both of these, or all of these matches so far today in the elimination bracket. So one of these teams will be going home at the end of this conflict. What do we think about Spectre Fleet Alliance and a Band Apart? Gorion?
I've flown with Spectre Fleet a couple of times recently. Good guys, but I'm going to have to go with a Band Apart in this one.
Did you watch any of their earlier matches last weekend?
A couple. I've been really busy. I mean, I had to do a whole bunch of stuff just to be able to get out here, so not a lot. But from what I've gathered from just flying with Spectre and from what I've been reading and seeing about Band Apart, I think they're probably one of the ones going to pull it out here.
Chesser?
So Spectre Fleet's kind of interesting. They don't have a flagship. I don't like that. On the other hand, they did dunk a PL Atana without a flagship, which I have to say, hats off to that. Very interesting. Then again, the Atana did kind of ram your fleet, but that's all good. Band Apart, on the other hand, has another interesting pick with the Guttin. So I don't like either of these two choices, but I'd prefer a flagship over no flagship, so Band Apart for me, but Spectre Fleet, best of luck to you.
We talked a little bit about that flagship Guttin, and the total lack of flagship from Spectre Fleet. It's important to note, teams are given a certain window of opportunity after being accepted into the tournament or announced as participants in the tournament in order to report some things. Now, some teams just don't care. They don't worry about the flagship concept or doctrine, which is interesting. Maybe they're trying to save a little bit of ISK. Maybe they're just not geared for that, or their comp design doesn't accommodate it. I can't think of a.
There isn't one. There isn't one. No.
At the very least, you should submit one just for psychological purposes.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
So it's interesting to see a team proceed without it. Sometimes they've missed the deadline, and that does happen, and that has happened.
I would be surprised if that would not be the majority of the reasons we have these.
Indeed. But again, this flagship, it's real. Hashtag it. The flagship for A Band Apart, the Geddon. Did we see it take the field last? We did.
Yes, we did.
We did. And it survived. So
it did. I think the plan with the Geddon, at least I would assume if I was going to use one, would be using Officer Newts, and it has a range bonus. The Battleborn does not have a range bonus on its Newts, so keep that in mind, but it has a significant amount bonus and the special Blood Raider NOS bonus. But the Geddon can hit you with Newts from further away, but they're just not bonus. But either way, it has 8 high slots, and 8 heavy Newts on a cruiser hull hurts a lot.
Yeah,
so it makes it difficult to rep anything.
Well, we're going to see how well they can wield it against the Spectre Fleet Alliance. The match is ready to start. A Band Apart versus Spectre Fleet. Here, the match 99 of Alliance Tournament 14.
Thank you, Antiquarian. Welcome back to the booth, ladies and gentlemen. Joined once again by CCP Larrikin for the third match of today. Band Apart versus Spectre, both relatively new teams to the Alliance Tournament. This is the first year for Spectre, second year for Band Apart, both doing pretty well so far. And what do we see on the field here?
This is a super interesting comment. Just a quick shout out that we do in fact have a flagship. The ABA team has brought their Armageddon, and they are bringing an Armageddon, double Astarte, Guardian, Ashimu, double Confessor, double Kruror, Mangus fleet, while Spectre
with the double Floon, double Navy Mega, double Kitsune, double 4 ECM ships, and the match has in fact begun.
5 with the Griffin.
With the Ibis, make it 6. Wowzers McGee. Okay, so a lot of ECM on the field there. Are we going to no jams on the Armageddon so far?
So the ECM fleet of Spectre has brought in their hardcore battleship fleet right at 0, while they've brought in their ECM core at around about 50 kilometers. But everyone has gone everywhere now. The Spectre fleet have the Band Apart fleet have sent the Confessors and Krurors in to try and grab some of those ECM ships, which have scattered.
A lot of DPS hitting that Armageddon. It is receiving reps, but will it be able to hold up from that Guardian? It's pretty funny. We're seeing more ECM ships from the side of Spectre fleet than DPS ships. Fleet Typhoon is now scrammed, taking a fair bit of damage from the side of Band Apart.
But there is an awful lot of damage coming down on top of Joe's in the sheep.
About to down. Sorry, keep going.
no, coming down on top of Joe's in the flagship Armageddon. He is just about to hit structure. I don't think he's going to live with those 4 battleships just pounding on him.
The other side, though, is now down 2 ECM ships. The Floon of Hypo is about to die. The Ibis is taking damage, so already a lot of losses.
Kitsune, Ibis, Griffin, all gone.
Flagship down. Is that a good trade? So the loss of the Kitsune, the Griffin, and the Ibis, and looks like it could be a Floon. There's no Logi on the side of Spectre fleet. There is Logi on the side of Band Apart.
I don't know if that's a good trade. I don't think this is a great trade at all. There's so much damage sitting. Yeah, ABA has so much damage sitting there, and Spectre fleet just lost like a third of their jams.
Looks pretty bad. The Blackbird now of Delta. I mean, these ECM ships, once they are focused down, they're going to die so quick. So we're looking at the 4th loss for the side of Spectre fleet. Only 1 loss, although it is the flagship Armageddon of Band Apart. Will this Blackbird be able to survive? He's in half structure or 3/4 structure. He's going to be down any second now.
And that Kitsune is hard tackle as well. Webbed.
He's going to be next.
Jammed, muted. Like he's about to drop as well. Samara in the Kitsune is in structure and gone.
Kitsune down.
Spectre fleet. 4 battleships, only 1 supporting Blackbird now. They are not in a good place. Band Apart lost their... Yeah, and no Logi, absolutely. Band Apart lost their flagship Armageddon, but they're in a really strong position.
They are still doing a lot of damage. I mean, we're seeing the Astarte of Bluey taking mass damage. The reps are not holding him, so that's going to be 1 lot of links down, and it's highly likely that that's going to make it easier for them to drop the second Astarte if they choose to.
Are these?
But
Do you think these are hull tanked Typhoons and Megathrons?
it looks like it could be. I mean,
They've been taking damage for a lot, and like they've got no logi, like you said, right?
yes, it does look like that. And the Fleet Typhoon, along with a lot of other pirate ships, work fairly well. A lot of other Navy ships with hull tanking, because they have so much base hull HP. I mean, the Navy Megatron is obviously very good at hull tanking with its enormous amount of base HP and the way hull tanking mods work. But the Fleet Typhoon and other pirate battleships actually work pretty well in terms of how much raw EHP you'll get out of a 5-slot tank.
Yeah,
They actually do work pretty well. There's a few examples of this apart from the Floon.
So
3 ships now.
So, Bandapire in a very strong position. They have their entire support wing left alive, and they haven't decided on a prime yet. I'm going to guess they're going to go after their last Fleet Typhoon.
That Floon's been hard tackle for quite a while, but they haven't seemed to
Focus their damage, yeah. But those that 3 battleship core of Spectre Fleet is doing a fantastic job on the Band of Parts Astarte. It is, sitting at about 50% armor there?
Will they be able to kill it? I mean, they did lose one of their links, potential links from that first Astarte loss of Bluey, but it really doesn't seem as though Spectre Fleet's going to be able to come back from this. I mean, they're sticking with tradition there with the hull tanks, but
They are. Yes, they are definitely sticking with tradition there. But yeah, look, this is really a race basically between if Spectre Fleet can try and take down some more damage. I mean, they don't have any control left. All of their ECM is gone. I don't think they're in a position to try and take down that Guardian. I don't give them any credence to that, especially with both their Megathrons hard tackled now.
That's right, and they've been working on this Ashmu for a little while. The DPS isn't enough.
I mean, the Ashmu is almost at full armor now.
Yeah.
It's doing just fine.
It's coming back and forth. It really looks like it's
the
all
Astarte.
over for Spectre. Yeah, Astate's doing fine. Ashamu's been, reps have been on both of them for a while, on both the Ashamu and the Astarte, but it really seems like the end for Spectre Fleet. So again, this is Spectre Fleet's first year in the Alliance Tournament. It is band apart. This is their second year. Last year they got a bit unlucky and were obliterated in the first weekend, but this year they're doing a lot better. And looks like they're going to clean up this match as well.
I do think so. Look, I really question Spectre Fleet's decision here. I think their plan was fairly solid, have all that ECM, all that control, and just let their battleships carry this match. But they had no way of screening that ECM. The backline just got torn apart by Band Apart's support wing. The Confessors, Crew Roars, and Mangas just got in there and absolutely annihilated that ECM wing.
And that's how it's going to be. I mean, all of these ships, the Kitsunes, the Blackbirds, the Griffin, clearly the Ibis, unless everything is jammed out, they are going to be killed very, very quickly by even 1 or 2 Confessors getting amongst the ECM ships. So they're really saying, we're going to roll the dice here. We're going to roll the ECM dice and hope that we come up.
The RNG gods smile on them.
Yeah, the RNG gods said, get wrecked, Spectre Fleet, unfortunately. All right, but, there'll be a lot of people at home there pretty happy to see all of those ECM ships reduced to their constituent components fairly quickly in this match.
Very, very effectively, in fact.
Definitely hull tanked. The Floon.
Yeah, even though Spectre Fleet is clearly losing this match, something about me really likes a 4 hull tanked battleship core surrounded by just waves and waves of ECM. That just feels like the most trolliest setup in the entire world. Not a very good setup, as it turns out, hard counted here, but still, look, they took down the flagship Armageddon. That's going to put Band apart.
A little bit behind.
A little bit behind in the upcoming matches, potentially crippling them, but still.
Doesn't really further Spectre Fleet's own. And there we go, the Floon's down. Can you see if they're rails on the Mega? Because I'm a little bit interested. They haven't got any control. There is no control on the side of. Whether if they're blaster fit, they're going to really. That is the Navy Megas of Spectre Fleet. If they are blaster fit,
I think they're blaster fit. Yeah.
Yeah, they're blaster fit.
Yeah, that's.
Ions, I think.
Yeah.
Neutrons. Sorry. Yeah, they're neutrons. So there's no way of them keeping on top of the vast majority of things that they're going to want to engage. There's no webs on the.
Their web. They've got. Sorry, they have a one web on the crew there, but
they have a grappler.
The
problem is getting it. The grappler is not doing anything until you're within about 8Ks. At 8Ks, it's about as effective as a Tech 2 web. You can't. I don't feel that that a web or two on your hull tanked slow ass battleships is really enough to secure that damage. And even if the ECM was really successful and got locks, how did Spectre Fleet think that they were going to kill anything? Do you know what I mean? How are they going to actually get into
That's
range?
a really good point. What was their plan after the Armageddon? Like,
if you go forward and you think, okay, let's just hope we get really lucky with jams, then what? Then we get kited by everything. Because we are blaster fit. I mean, I'd assume that the flunes are going to be, are they going to be rapid heavy? There's no paints on the other side, meaning the cruisers are.
They'd have to be rapid heavy. That kind of makes sense, which gives them a fair amount of range.
With no control. However, maybe they are cruising. We've just seen blaster fit Navy Megas with no control support.
I just hope they're torpedo fit now. Don't tease me like that.
Well, we might be able to see it in a moment on the kill mails, but really, as someone who flies a lot of blaster boats, you need that control. And in this sort of situation, you can't rely on the opposing side just burning straight into your web range and just sitting there,
Yeah.
So
it was a poor gamble to make, unfortunately.
I think so.
What do you think about the Ashimu as a choice? So you've got the Armageddon, and they've basically tried to say, let's bring all of that webs that we were going to get with a Balgorn flagship by bringing in Ashimu. What do you think about that choice?
It's an interesting. The Ashimu is always an interesting choice because it's got the newts at around 10 to 15k range, but then it's got the webs, which with an Ashimu Tech 2 web, it's going to be hitting a heated range of 26 kilometers. So it's an interesting ship because it's got that the web range far beyond the newt range. Although maybe they're doing some really tricky fit with a heavy newt, which you can do. You can. It's possible.
It doesn't seem with the double web. there's two. That's not necessarily all coming from the Ashimu, I guess. So let's not. That's
true. But at the end of the day, it really, any ship any composition from Band Apart is going to be able to stay out of range of the vast majority of Spectre Fleet's damage with ease. There's just no way. I don't feel that, regardless of the comp that Band Apart, if they're flying correctly, could lose this. You can really see the tank, ladies and gentlemen, on those Navy Megas. Look at that. A fully hull tank Navy Mega coming in at about 350k EHP.
Commander Az does not survive. That is time, ladies and gentlemen. Band Apart going through Spectre Fleet, despite their amazingly trolley setup, have lost this match, but we will pass it back to the desk.
And a single Megathron left alive on the losing side as as Spectre Fleet Alliance is knocked out and a Band Apart moves forward. Was that did we have confirmation that is their flagship Geddon that was lost in that fight? Yep, that is confirmed. That was their Flageddon. So a little bit of damage there coming from Spectre, landing on a Band Apart that will affect them in future matches here. They cannot bring that Geddon again. I guess it was a bad choice after all.
It was a good choice because they won the match, but at the end of the day, this was two teams that clearly are at the end of their rope at their strategic depth, and it just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. That's what it looked like to me. Spectre Fleet has no idea the meta bringing ECM because ECM is a really bad idea in this current meta. I'm sure, Ryan, you can talk about that, but the other thing is a Band Apart dropping the Armageddon like that to a team like this is going to hurt them big time in the upcoming weeks. I think that Spectre Fleet's really just good for killing one expensive ship and then they just die.
Yeah, that's basically what happened at this point. They basically gambled, and that's part of the reason why ECM is such a feast or famine, and most of the time it's famine. The chances of you actually getting it to work properly, and then you had all of your DPS in the slow, easily controlled and kited group, and you just stayed in front of them the whole time.
Do you think that ECM has a big change between last year's meta and this year's meta, or do you think it's basically the same deal?
Most of my ECM was mostly sensor dampeners, so that's not really my thing. But I still just don't like gambling on it.
I see.
It's interesting. There's a lot of chat from the viewers about how ECM might be overpowered. Certainly a lot of chat going on last weekend. Requests, please get rid of ECM. ECM shouldn't be allowed in the tournament. But if you come at the tournament with the mindset that ECM is present, is it possible, and how do you build up against it? How do you prepare for that?
This was a perfect example. You saw how much ECM was going through, but you could still get through it and then work your way through the jams and then knock off a couple of things, because it's the raw number of jams that keep them from working. As soon as you don't get enough of them working at the same time, you're basically just wasting your time.
I think a few things went down the hole for Spectre Fleet on their jam use. The way that they spread their jams was not very effective at all. They should have been looking to prioritize just a few key ships with their jams until you had that jammed out and then moved on to another ship instead of spreading them throughout. The second, I think the other two big things that really stop Spectre Fleet and just ECM teams in general is, one, you have T3Ds, which are extremely high sensor strength ships, which if they switch to sharpshooter mode, their sensor strength goes even higher. So that's the first thing. Two, any team that's worth their salt will have links, and some of them might have a sensor integrity link, which pushes it even higher. But the really big nail in the coffin for ECM that makes it much more difficult to utilize effectively is sensor boosters. Recently, sensor boosters have been scripted modules, so you can actually throw in a script, an ECCM script, and heat your sensor booster, which gives your ship an extremely high level of signal amp. And yeah, we have a perfect display right here talking about that. So you have all of this going against an ECM team, which not only when you have to consider all of this, but the ECM team also has to bring the proper type of jams, and they have to guess correctly to get those types of racial jams, because just using multispectrals is too risky. So all of these things come into play, and if you're actually taken out by ECM, I mean, yes, there is a small element of RNG to it, and I won't deny it, but you shouldn't be totally crippled. And in this meta, with the way things are shaping up, ECM is, I think, pretty weak.
Now, it's interesting, you say you have to pick the right type. Obviously, you gear towards the race you're expecting to use against, but in the setup that we're looking at, this tendency towards armor, it's favoring Galente, it's favoring Amar, certainly bringing in the Balgorns. I mean, you're pretty safe there going...
Well, even that's the best case scenario, is still 50-50 chance you're going to bring the wrong jams.
And Gorion said earlier that the beauty in using an armor setup is you have a lot of free mid slots, so you can fit those sensor boosters. You can fit, Recebos as well, those are mid slots, but and to help out, your Logi, so you can have other ships Receboing, giving even more sensor strength. So. And you can build that into a composition without crippling the ships.
And a lot of comps that good teams do build assume that there's a possibility that the ECM setup will come through. I mean, it's just part of the being able to actually work yourself up to a team that can make comps that can survive what they're going to get thrown at.
Yeah. They need to have more. They need to have like a broader engagement profile than what we saw here. Like I said, Spectre Fleet all in on Band Apart. Band Apart did really well. They did, like the Confessors did exactly what they needed to do. It's just unfortunate that they lost their Geddon, which is going to hurt them. But we'll see.
Coming up next for match 100 here on the second weekend of Alliance Tournament 14, the Phoebe Freeport Republic in their second appearance at the Alliance Tournament versus the League of Unaligned Master Pilots. Now, there's been some chat in the back room here about this match coming up. League of Unaligned Master Pilots, Phoebe Freeport Republic. Who do you pick in the match, Chesser?
Lumpy, without question. A good friend of mine is the team captain on Lumpy, so I'm pulling for you. They are close to my heart, near and dear. They had a really hard-fought match versus NC Dot that they lost. Some really, really good smart bombing by NC, killed all of their rep drones, and Lumpy fell down, just hard-fought match. But yeah, I really, really like Lumpy. Don't get me wrong, though. Phoebe, also very cool. They always bring good fights when we go there. They had, not anymore, open outposts that you could dock at, so that was pretty cool. But.
Yeah, I mean, Lumpy just got outplayed, barely at that match, and they're really definitely bringing their A game in this year, and I'm really feeling it. I really do think that Lumpy's going to be the ones giving Phoebe some lumps.
Lovely, Gorion. Of course, you mentioned those smart bombs. That coming into play quite a lot last year at Alliance Tournament 13, where either a team neglected to equip any smart bombs, so drones became relevant, or where teams went in immediately with those twin fleet Foon comp that was so popular. Smart bombs equipped, wiped out all of the reps on the opposing teams. Not seeing so much of that in this year's tournament. Not quite as much smart bombing as we had seen before, or not as much need?
Yes and no. I mean, you have 10 pilots, so the differences of how many drones you can actually field, and of course, the DPS versus actual like Logi rep amount is going to be way different. You have a lot more neutralizers here, especially bonus neutralizers. Like you never used to see Ashamus, saw one last match, Cruors, and those small neuts hurt. And then of course Balgorns.
Yeah, it's just a less number of pilots as a whole, and it's just going to make it so the drones really kind of rely on swarm of numbers, and if you just take that even down a little bit, it can make a huge difference because even if you lose a whole, we're down to 2 ships. That's like at least what 2 flights minimum.
Yeah, and of course Tech 1 drones instead of Tech 2. Tech 2 used to be allowed in the tournament, but with some of the new drone boats and some of the new drone mods, that got pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, that was fun.
We turned that down.
Again, a lot of changes to this year's rules and to the rules of the Alliance Tournament overall. The rule set is constantly shifting, and that is done by the CCP tournament team in order to encourage creativity on the side of the pilots. This year, 10 pilots, whereas last year, 12 were up to 12 were permitted per team. And obviously this year has a push for that Blood Raider theme and a few other point changes coming in. I mentioned earlier that Fozzie will be with us later. Not today. In fact, pardon me for misspeaking. He will be available in tomorrow's broadcast. And hopefully will provide a little bit of insight into how those decisions were made and what sort of play the tournament team is hoping to get from participating alliances. Now, the teams here are just getting ready to take the field. We have a little bit of time, and we'd like to bring up, if it's available, one more video. Or maybe not. We're ready to go to the match where the teams have taken the field. All technical issues have been worked out, and we're ready to watch Phoebe Freeport Republic take on the League of Unaligned Master Pilots here in Match 100 of Alliance Tournament 14.
Welcome to Match 100 of Alliance Tournament 14. I am CCP Larrikin, joined by Zavox. We have Lumpy versus Phoebe Freeport Republic. Why don't you tell us about the match?
About this match, so Lumpy, apparently a lot of inexperienced members, apart from the captain, they have a flagship Typhoon fleet issue. Phoebe has got a flagship Bal, but I don't think either of actually. Phoebe have in fact,
flyback, no flagships.
No flagship, but there is a Bal.
There is a Bal
on the side of Phoebe. But okay, so let's go through the comp. League, Lumpy have brought the Floon, the EOS, the double Typhoon. So their core is made up of the EOS, 2 Typhoons and a Floon, an Executor Hyena, 3 bombers and a Cruor. On the other side of Phoebe, Balgo and a Neros, Fleet Hurricane, Navy Harvey, double Navy Brutix, Hyena, double Purifier, and a Crucifier.
And
the matches.
Phoebe has just deleted the Hyena from Lumpy and are rapidly going through the Cura as well. I mean, they're taking a bunch of damage on their Neros, but that is actually a major hit this early in the match. That was like 20 seconds into the match. Lumpy's Hyena died.
And the other source of control, the Cruor, is potentially about to go down, although he has caught some reps. Could be okay.
It looks like they're trading that Hyena for an Neros. This isn't a fantastic trade, as our viewers at home may have guessed. Still very impressive from Phoebe, and I'm excited to see where it is. This is still anyone's match.
So no Logi now for the side of Phoebe, but only that's again not a great trade. You would think for losing a Hyena, losing the Neros for a Hyena kill. The Cruor the damage has stopped.
The Cruor is surviving fine.
Seem to be focusing on some bombers.
Phoebe trying to take one of those bombers down before logistics land. Looks like, and they have. They've managed to take down a Purifier, but they are trading a Navy Brutix. Jane's Brutix is in dire straits. So
second Purifier about to go down. It looks like Willie catch reps. He is tackled and he is down.
And down he goes. I am suspecting that Azura is actually jammed, probably by an awful lot of drones.
So we're seeing that one side has lost their Logi. The other side has lost some of their control and a lot of damage. So it's now impossible for Phoebe to repair any of their ships. This Navy Brutix is going down slowly, decent amount of buffer, but at the same time, Lumpy has lost a decent amount of damage and some control. So
and they're also losing one of the Hounds right now. They're getting reps on that Hound, so the Xuria has managed to...
It's not going to matter. It's not going to matter.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
The reps won't matter. They're going to blat straight through. I mean...
And there it goes. Okay, it does. You're right.
Team
it's not
Australia, right here in the booth, calling it as it happens. Focusing now on the Cruor. It does seem, even though there was an early logistics loss on the side of Freebie, they seem to be pulling it together with now almost the entire support wing. A lot of damage, a lot of control there, lost on the side of Lumpy.
Phoebe have actually got a massive swarm of ECM drones sitting around the Exura. They've pulled a bit of a double bluff here. They've banned out Blackbirds and Konsunis, thinking no one's going to be, so forcing Lumpy to think no one's going to bring any sort of strong ECM team. But that is an awful lot of ECM drones, and they have completely neutralized the Exura.
What is your thoughts here? I mean, it seems to be looking fairly good for Phoebe, even though the loss of the logistics ship so early on. You can see that there's a lot of drone reps. It looks like a lot of drone reps on that Navy Brutix that's getting focused down because he is being repped, even though they have no logistics.
Yeah, there's a bunch of drones sitting around, a bunch of medium drones, but he's gone.
Navy Brutix is now down. So we're now down to 5-a-side. It's actually a pretty close match. The Typhoon
that Typhoon is so close to dying, and he's getting no reps from the Exura at all. Like, he's dead. That's him, gone.
No more reps, and there's no point focusing the Executor now that if he is in fact capped out, if that Balgon's capped out, the Balgon of Phoebe is capped out, the Executor, they're going to focus everyone else as quickly as they can because they are still losing ships. Phoebe is taking damage for a lot of this match, but okay, the second Typhoon is being focused now.
Phoebe is not taking much damage right now. Like they're basically taking none of this stage. They're armor tanking team. They have full shields on most of their ships right there. They're putting all of the damage into that into the last remaining Typhoon of Lumpy. The Exura is out of the game. He's either jammed or has no cap, so he might as well not exist. They can leave him to last.
They don't even worry.
I think Phoebe's going to take this.
It looks like they will.
That is super impressive, guys.
Second Typhoon is
it's slowly taking damage there. While the Navy Brutix of MC is going through armor there.
I mean, a lot of buffer there, and so much damage is gone from Lumpy. They've lost their bombers. They've lost one Floon. Lost a lot of control. Lost 3 bombers. That's 1,500 DPS. So they will eventually get through this. This Navy Brutix, but it's going to be.
They're actually going to get through it pretty quick, though.
They seem to have switched. They're
taking down the Exura.
Yeah, switched back to the Executor now.
I don't know if that is a good call. I kind of myself, I think I would have left it till last.
This could be anyone's game. MC and the Navy Brutix is now about to fall.
Yeah, I don't know. You're right. This could be anyone's game. I think this is too early to call right now.
It's still too early to call, I think. We're going to be, in just a moment, we're going to see 4 people left on either side, 3 now.
3 and 4.
On Lumpy's side.
But that's freed up all of the neutralizers on that Balgon to be put across and potentially like knock out some of the damage from that EOS, although that's mainly a drone ship, I guess. But yeah, so not a lot of use of those extra news, but still helpful. Refocusing on the Typhoon of Morian again, while the Navy Harbinger of Phoebe is hitting armor. I don't know which way this match is going to go. I want to believe that Phoebe can bring this back.
So you were saying this is not the flagship BAL, that's right?
No, this is not the flagship. No one has brought a flagship.
They do in fact have a flagship BAL.
They do, but no, they haven't brought it for this. So.
Okay, so the question is here, can Phoebe melt the Floon and the EOS of Lumpy?
They lose a Hyena, Navy Harbinger, Fleet Hurricane, and Balgon.
Total EHP here on each side is actually pretty close. I mean, there's the command ship and the 2 Floons, but the Balgon, the 2 Navy battle cruisers, and the Hyena. So Typhoon does seem to be about to hit structure.
This is the thing, like, League has less potential damage, but they are applying their damage so much better than Phoebe right now. Like, they are just applying that damage so much better. That Navy Harbinger is about to go down, and the Typhoon, it's in structure, sure, but...
It's now 3v2. I mean, out of all the matches we've had so far, this is definitely the closest.
The thing is, League doesn't need to kill. All they need to do is finish off the Hurricane and kill the Balgon. They don't need to worry about the Hyena. They're just won on points. They're done. They don't need to chase that Hyena around the field. They have won. I think League's going to pull this out, which is an incredible display of piloting.
We're yet to see it. The Fleet Hurricane is now in half armor. Both the Floon and the EOS are doing just fine. Will they be able to kill off the main sources, the only sources of damage now, the Fleet Hurricane and the Balgon, before they lose their own? It's still pretty close compared to the other matches who have been relatively one-sided.
Yeah, this match is so close.
Pretty close match, mate.
I want to shout out to Phoebe Freeport Republic. They have done an incredible job. I mean, I'm not going to say they're out of this match yet. Like, that Balgon and Hyena could bring this back, and I just hope they do. That would be amazing, but...
They're down to just the Baal. And I mean, can we have a look at that Baal and see if he's actually fully newt fit or if he's rocking some damage? Who knows?
Yeah, he's got
okay, so he is
pulses.
rocking some damage.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if the Baal was fully newt fit, then the loss of this Fleet Hurricane from Phoebe would be the end. No more damage on their side, but
I don't think a Balgon can take out a Fleet Typhoon and an EOS.
No, I mean, it's not going to be huge damage.
And honestly, it really only has to take down one and survive, and they've got this, but I don't know. I don't know. 2 minutes to take down a Fleet Typhoon and a Balgon. Where's that?
Bit of a nail biter, though. Bit of a nail biter, mate.
It's close. It's so close. I mean, I guess the Fleet Typhoon's not going to go anywhere. We just have to be a little bit patient.
Only the Baal now. So, one real damage ship left on the side of Phoebe.
Yeah.
2 on the side, and both are doing fairly well. The Fleet Typhoon's about to hit 50% armor.
And there's some damage going on that Hyena flown by Havoc too.
Which is a bit strange.
Well, it's not actually, because if they can take that out, even if they lose their... Oh, wait, no, they have to keep their Fleet Typhoon alive, otherwise... So, yeah, you're right. Yep,
and
yep,
1
yep.
minute 20 left. I mean...
Oh, this is...
If the Hyena goes down, which it looks like it will...
Yeah, the
any moment
Hyena...
now,
I think the Hyena's going to go down. That'll have
can
a...
he pull range. He's
that'll
not
have a-
tackled.
Oh, look at this. I don't think...
What a match!
This is insane. This is awesome.
Match. All right, this is what we like to see. These sort of matches, these sort of fights in general, where for a big part of the fight, you still don't know who's going to win. I mean, a lot of fights, both in EVE in general and in the AT, are pretty easy to see within the first few minutes who's going to win, but this has not been one of them, and these are some of the most
Absolutely.
exciting fights, in my opinion.
I mean, if that Typhoon of Alton Balcott manages to survive 30 seconds, Lumpy have this. I mean, I can't see who's going to do that. He's pretty much going to die.
Baal's doing some damage, dude.
He's doing some serious damage.
The Floon is about to fall. 19 seconds left. What is going to happen?
And that's it. Phoebe have this. Phoebe have won this match.
Dude.
Oh my goodness.
Phoebe with the win. So this is an interesting win. This is going to be their third win. They've had one loss so far. I mean, unless something
wait, is that Lumpy
insane.
out?
I believe so. Yeah.
I think we're gonna have to check with the commentator's desk there to double check that.
And
But
there we go. Match over.
Awesome match, guys.
What a fight.
We'll pass it back.
An incredible match there. Lumpy just not being able to hold on long enough to edge past Phoebe Freeport Republic, who advanced to the next stage of the Alliance Tournament. Incredible, coming down to the clock, and usually I don't like to see that, but it's such even trades back and forth, and really you had to pay attention to the points values there, see how people were calling targets, when they were calling them, how the match was progressing. Heard some really heavy sighs coming from the desk over here, Garayan.
You know, it just fell that way. You know, you look at what's happening there in the support wing, getting really badly, having a bad time first right off. That one ship just going like in the first 10 seconds. I mean, that was probably a huge chunk of their control for range. And when you're dealing with ships that are trying to get that close, like Hurricanes and stuff like that, that can make a difference. In this case, we see that, you know, if they just couldn't hold out for long enough, they were able to keep that DPS off them a little longer. Lumpy might have pulled through this.
I mean, a real brawl of a match, Chesser. The kind of flying I expect from top tier teams, really.
Indeed. Phoebe took kind of an interesting setup with RD Hurricane and then Pulse Harbingers with Rail Brutixes. So their aim with that entire setup is to basically just kill support. And they did that very well. That being said, Lumpy support flew very badly. Hyena shouldn't be alpha'd off the go. Like, it needs to have, this is why small ship pilots and piloting in general, you need to be very, very competent. You need to have a deep team. Every single person needs to pull their weight, especially in the third week. And if little ships like the Hyena get killed because of piloting errors and bad transversal control, you lose the match. And when you're a small ship, and when you see Arty Hurricanes, when you see, Harbingers that have, a massive scorch range with, or I don't know if they were beam or not, I couldn't actually see, but either way, massive ranges, medium guns, great tracking. You need to have a heated MWD, heated afterburner, and ready to immediately go to 90 degrees maximum transversal the second you see go. And the Hyena didn't do that. The bombers weren't full speed. They weren't heating their afterburners when they were primaried. Those losses so quickly when they could have lived for 10 to 15 seconds more, that's 10 to 15 seconds more of bomber DPS. That's 10 to 15 seconds more of Hyena paints. It makes a difference. At the end, Lumpy almost clawed it back, but it was really, really close. Really great to see Phoebe playing it cool, just like slowly and methodically working their way through the ships in the correct order, going through the lower EHP Typhoons first before going to the Typhoon fleets. So good target calling on Phoebe's, but it could have gone a different way depending on how the little small 2 5-point ships could have flown it.
We say 10, 15 seconds. 10, 15 seconds is all that Typhoon needed to hang on.
Exactly.
He stays in structure for 10 seconds. Lumpy takes that match.
Exactly. Yeah, is that another reason? Even if you're going down as one of those logistics frigates, even though when you're going full 90, you're still buying time before they move on to the next target.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, we saw right there. You have came down right to the wire. If they'd hold on for another 10, 15 seconds, would have been Lumpy's.
Yeah. It's better to burn out your afterburner or burn out your MWD to just make your, signature or speed to sig ratio even better.
Fade away. Better to burn out than fade.
Better to burn out than fade away.
Yeah. Okay.
Pen drop.
You can't drop your pen when you missed it. You can't.
No, that was for you coming back in. It wasn't for me.
We're going to take a look now at match 101, which is coming up here. The Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork versus Mercenary Coalition. Obviously, something that we talked about earlier in the green room as an interesting match here. Mercenary Coalition, an older alliance.
Very storied line with a lot of prestige. Definitely went on some hard times, but they're coming back. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that. I love seeing groups that have been around as long as I have.
And Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork, is this their third?
Yeah, they are
Third
Bay RJ's team, actually.
Bay RJ?
Yes, I do believe.
Well, Bay RJ.
Or was it Nash? Oh crap! One of the EVNT bros. I'm so sorry. That is their team.
We'll hopefully see if they're flying.
Indeed.
Coming up here. Do you have a call on this? Did you check up on their matches from last weekend, and do you have a prediction?
Yeah, I want to say that Footwork is going to take this, but I don't know. I'm actually really conflicted just because both of these teams kind of had like a penchant for double Barghest golem setups, which you don't see a lot of shield setups. We actually haven't seen too much shield in the Alliance Tournament, and for them both to bring it like early on, kind of interesting to see. So I don't know, but I want to go with Footwork.
Yeah, it's like a 50-50 thing. I mean, it's like you're saying there, but I'm gonna have to go with my old battle axedness and just go with Mercenary Coalition.
It's interesting that I took your predictions first. We do have the bands in for this match for a little bit of chatter. The bands coming down seem to be, and maybe Chester, maybe you were spot on with this one. The Barghest and the Golem band out.
By?
I'll assume.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's banned out. That's fair enough.
And the Blackbird and Curse, trying to get, I guess, some of that control off of the field. The Curse making a great appearance last weekend.
Yeah, VYDRA,
love that ship.
VYDRA doing good work with the Curse,
Yep.
double Curse concept.
So with the Barghest Golem unavailable, that's Shield's kind of.
Not completely gone. You still have the Scorpion Navy, which saw some definite play. Yeah, really, really good tank. You can also do some other shield comps with like Sleipnir Core, that kind of stuff. I think we saw, I forgot what team fielded it, but double Sleipnir, double Blaster Naga, and that actually worked. And they won. It was great. I forgot who fielded that, and I'm so sorry about that.
You don't see a lot of those tier 3 battle cruisers
Not
making
so
an
much,
appearance
no.
in the Alliance.
Especially Blaster Nagas.
Yeah.
But it worked, so
wild.
can't hate it.
The Blackbird Curse ban, Blackbird, I guess people concerned about that ECM.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't think of another reason. I haven't really seen a dominant Blackbird team.
Not so much, no. The Curse, on the other hand, brings missile disruptors, which, while you can't script them, that's fine, the Curse can just break missile ships, which, as you probably have seen, the viewers for sure, the double missile background that you bring with the TFIs, Typhoons, Barghests, these types of heavy missile-based ships, and bombers, you throw a missile disruptor on them, not only is their range severely hampered, but if you're using cruise missiles or heavy missiles or torpedoes out of bombers, the explosion radius decrease that you get just means that your ability to apply your damage, even with webs, becomes massively reduced. And without webs, you might as well not even shoot your target because you're not going to hit anything.
And that is the core idea of those Typhoon Fleet issues. You bring them in and you can hit anything on the grid.
Yeah, so you take that one thing away, it's just a lump of metal then. Giant red trash can.
A giant red trash can launching ineffective missiles. So that fight coming up here, the teams are almost ready to take the field. The fights following this, before the break today, there's only one left, and that will be VYDRA Relolded. We might see those curses return, versus the Agony Empire. That match 102 coming up after this Ministry versus Mercenary Coalition. There will be a short break in between the afternoon sessions and the evening sessions. Starting off at 17:20 Eve time, we'll see Dream Fleet versus the Culture, Paisti Syndicate versus Brave Collective, Pandemic Legion versus Northern Coalition. We Form Volta versus Villore Accords, Exodus versus the Afterlife, and the Tuskers Co versus the Ronin. Now, those matches, a lot of heavy hitters, a lot of the remaining, all of the remaining teams in the primary bracket here. Which of those matches are you looking forward to the most?
Anything where I think the top, quote unquote, top 4 teams are going to be playing. So Exodus, PL, Tuskers, NC Dot. I want to see them play just because it's going to be interesting to see what they bring for us.
Grind?
Those are good, but I'm seeing also a lot of people in this that are coming up new. I mean, I know that Rote encountered Dream Fleet earlier, and unfortunately for them, but look, they're still rolling, which is great. But I like looking at seeing new groups, even though, as I mentioned earlier, as long as I've been playing, seeing new blood is important. And I really love to see the Dream Fleet versus Culture and Paisti Syndicate versus Brave.
Well, we'd all like to see some blood right now. Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork versus Mercenary Coalition here on Alliance Tournament 14.
Welcome back to the booth, ladies and gentlemen. CCP Larkin, how's it going, man?
Very well, thank you.
How's it
This
going?
is an amazing matchup. There is 2 flagship Balgons. Both of them have warped in short, one at 20, one at like 30 kilometers.
It's going to be a brawl.
With the rest of the fleet diametrically opposed, all sitting at 50 Ks. I am super excited about this match. Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork have brought a Fleet Typhoon, a flagship Balgon, Eos, Aneros, Zealot, Hyena, Purifier, 2 Hounds, and a Curor.
Other side bringing also a flagship battle match has just started. Aneros, Fleet Hurricane, double Navy Harvey, Navy Britics, Hyena, double Purifier, and a Crucifier. And the match has begun. It's worth noting here, both of these teams are probably going to be fitting their flagships to the hilt, as both of the Wormhole Group and MC are going to have plenty of money to do so. We're seeing damage straight onto the Hyena of Kick, Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork, being tackled. He's receiving reps.
That looked like a quick headshot, trying to get a headshot there from MC. Unfortunately, Kick just got the reps on, that's fine. But MC's Balgon is suffering under all of that
It is being webbed
damage.
hard, and although he's just lost the web, he managed to cap out the incoming web, probably, as he is now beginning to pick up a bit of speed. Will he turn on a prop mod if he in fact has one? It looks like no, the web is now back onto the bow, implying that the opponent was in fact capped out and just got the web back onto him.
There is a huge swarm of rep drones sitting around the MC Balgon there, trying to keep him alive. For a little while, there was also a couple of EC300s, friendly EC300s giving some jams, but they moved off, so that's all right. They're sorted, gone on to the Kick Balgon. And we're having one of the Kick Hounds is getting into armor there, but the logistics looks like he's going to catch him
maybe
not just fine.
We'll see. It looks like all of the damage being focused onto that Hound, and there was a little bit on that Hyena of Kick, whereas Kick themselves seem to be focusing absolutely everything on that bile. They want that bile down, mate. They want it down, although they seem to be now switching to the Navy Harb, realizing that they perhaps can't break the Balgon. In fact, it does look that way. Navy Harvey dropping straight into armor. Both of the bombers of Kick taking substantial damage, but being able to maintaining reps from the Aneros of Lady Arian.
This the way these teams are structured is really interesting. Both of them are holding back. Neither of them has run in. Both of them are sitting.
Not a brawl.
Wow, there goes the Hound from Kick. It looks like switching between those two Hounds and knocking
Did you see
down.
the quick switch? There was no.
I did,
all
yeah.
the reps were on Victor, the Hound of Victor, and they did that really quick switch. MC, nice work blapping that Hound of Tendinor. He's now down. No losses for MC. Kick seemed to be focusing still on the Navy Hub, although the Hyena just got a web onto him. Will they start focusing that Hyena? Really nice switch. I was not expecting that.
That Navy Hub has a bunch of rep drones on there. MC have a huge rep drone core. I'm going to be very interested to see if we see Kick going in and trying to smart bomb those off. So far, nothing looking that way.
Oh, then that Purifier has caught reps, but a quick switch onto the Purifier of Sylaxis. And he's down.
I think
he's down, son. Well, yes,
there
he is
he
in fact
goes.
down. Now the flag, they seem to have hard tackled, neutered, jammed, NOS the flagship Baal of Kick. Some damage being applied, although also being tackled is the Hyena of Kick, which has caught some reps, but...
Yeah, the Hyena has actually strayed very close to the blob of MC there. Almost as forward front as the Balgorn there, but it looks like he's being kept alive just fine by the Aneros.
Still doesn't seem to be any problems at all from the side of MC mitigating this incoming damage. And as you said, they're really not coming in for a brawl at all. They're staying well away.
I mean, their Balgorn has moved up slowly, but look, that Balgorn is just able to completely control anyone trying to get past and get into the back line of MC. He's just sitting out there, shielding everything, tanking everything, doing just fine. Meanwhile, MC have knocked off like approximately 1,000 DPS by taking out those two bombers there. One Hound left, and they've got hard webs on both the Curor, who looked like he was trying to dart in to do something.
I mean, look at the HP levels of MC. I mean, that Aneros was giving some reps to the Baal, but he really doesn't need to. He can just chill out for the moment, wait for his side to actually take some damage. And what was that? Was that an explosion?
That was the Curor. Yeah. Curor seesawing back and forwards on his armor there. But it looks like the logistics of Lady Aaron has caught him just fine in the Aneros.
It's looking pretty good for MC. Thus far, the third bomber could be going down. They've been switching around from...
and he's gone!
Victor out of the match, mate.
That is 1,500 deeps out of Footwork's backline. That is... Look, MC are in a stronger and stronger position. They are slowly pushing the Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork.
Discipline with that switch before.
And look, they're doing the same with the Hyena again. And I don't know if those reps may have landed just in time. But MC are just taking this very calmly, very casually, switching targets, taking dudes down before those reps lands.
I mean, you know you're doing good when you're a Neros pilot. Literally, I mean, look, there's
literally no
reps.
Anyone.
They have a Logi. They didn't need it. They didn't need it, mate. They are cleaning up the side of Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork. So Ministry of, or Kick, have been competing for a couple of years. This year they've lost one match to Exodus, but have, lost one match to Exodus, but have won their other 3 matches. So 3 wins, 1 loss so far. But it definitely looks as though this could be their second loss.
We'll see. Kick have been focusing on most of the drone support wing of Mercenary Coalition, taking down rep drones, taking down support drones, but they're just not doing it very fast.
At what cost?
Like 3 bombers,
3 bombers, mate. Yeah, sorry. 1,500 TV.
Exactly 3 bombers.
Fail.
So look, I get that. It's a long play, but they really only have 4 minutes left in this match, and they are quite far behind at this stage. It's still early days, sort of. We'll see how they go. The Mercenary Coalition team is keeping a lot of... keeping together, keeping this calm, keeping this solid, and it looks like Kick is actually trying to move in, get past that Balgorn and get into the back line. They haven't had much success yet. The webs are able to control them fairly effectively. Look, that Hyena's not moving too fast.
Back and forth. He is hard tackled. He's painted, and he is in fact down.
That's less and less control that Ministry have, which is going to make it harder and harder to affect the outcome of this match.
Hyena webs are now gone. So the only real control they have left at the moment is the Craw, and they seem to have switched straight over to him.
And obviously they're Balgorn.
Obviously the Balgorn, of course. Sorry, my bad.
No,
which is most likely these guys being a wormhole crew. A lot of wormhole crews are characterized by having an absurd amount of ISK. Okay, whether or not they've decided to drop said ISK onto this Baal is yet to be seen. So this Cruel bouncing back and forth as well. He's not actually tackled. Like, he's not being neutered. I just saw him go from about 2k a second down to 380. He's not doing any work. His web's not being applied to the other side, as you can see. I don't know why.
He's in a funny spot right now. He's got a whole bunch of repair drones there, and
but he's not moving. He's not scrammed and webbed, but he's just okay. No worries.
There he goes. Goodbye.
He is in fact down. So we're looking at 5 losses now. The entire bomber wing for Kick is down. All of their control with their 2 webbing frigs, the Hyena and the Cruel, and still not a single loss. And look, they're even taking a little bit of armor damage, but the Aneros is not even caring enough. He doesn't mind. There he goes with a couple of reps on the Navy Harvey, taking it pretty easy on the side of MC.
So your Mercenary Coalition, you're in a fantastic spot. You've taken out pretty much all their support wing. What's next? Do you bother with the Aneros? Look, honestly, he's probably got no cap anyway.
The first thing I'd be thinking of is, damn, there's going to be a lot of ISK probably on that Balgon. We've only got 2 minutes to blat it and steal all of its dank loot. So I would be going straight. Well, maybe you could argue that you want to go for the Aneros first, but I mean, if the Balgon is webbed, the Balgon's webbed.
Balgon's not going anywhere.
Can they reasonably expect to break through the Aneros reps? I would say probably. I mean,
I don't think they can kill him in a minute, and 90 seconds is not enough time to kill a Balgon with Aneros reps, assuming that Aneros has any cap at all.
Balgon, cap him out, blap their other Balgon, jump in there, steal the loots. Although at the same time, the side of Kick still has ships on grid, so they might be keen. Well, they might actually steal the loot themselves.
That's true. The Navy Harbinger is taking quite a bit of damage there. He's getting wrapped. He's doing all right, but Visan.
It's unfortunate for Kick with pretty solid results so far. With again only the 1 loss so far in the tournament. To Exodus, which you can't be mad about. Exodus being a fairly high tier competitor in the Alliance Tournament.
So that Typhoon Fleet issue of Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork has gone and sat on top of the Navy Harbinger, smart bombing off all of the repair drones that Mercenary Coalition was using to keep that alive. That may swing the DPS balance in their favor, but so far it hasn't. That Navy Harbinger is just fine. I actually don't think we're going to see anything else die here. The Mercenary Coalition played this incredibly coolly. They kept everyone back, they kept everyone calm, and they just started switching damage, switching targets, and slowly taking out the support wing of Foot.
Which is a good plan. I mean, the DPS reduction and the lack of control. The DPS reduction and the destruction of all of Kick's control is going to make it much, much easier for MC to dictate. And when we say control, we're talking about webs from the Cruel and the Hyena, as well as an absurd amount of damage for such small ships with the Purifier and the Double Hound being removed fairly quickly. And I mean, if Kick couldn't kill them earlier, they can't kill them now, and it's all over. Back to the booth.
And the Mercenary Coalition kicks the Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork out of the tournament. That's Bay RJ no longer involved. Sorry, Bay. Thanks. A match that comes down to 17 points and is really just about target control and rapid switching, making sure that you're in a secure position. Tell me a little bit about what you saw in the field, Grind.
A lot of disciplined mercenaries executing the mission. They could not dance their way around that one, so they just basically held the line and just took off what they knew that they could take and just held on for dear life and knew that they could just, if they could just hold it, and they'd be getting the match.
Jazzer?
So what we saw there was Mercenary Coalition bringing the 4 Navy battleships, which we originally saw in the match just preceding that of Phoebe and Lumpy, where Phoebe brought these long-range Navy battleships, Artie, Fleet Canes, Rail, Astartes, stuff like that. And the goal of that composition is to basically kill off a support wing. So what we noticed differently, though, compared to the Phoebe-Lumpy match, in this match with Footwork and MC, you noticed how long the Footwork bombers stay alive. I mean, they eventually did fall, yes, but it took a significantly longer amount of time. It's because they had really good piloting, really good logi, and yes, they did fall. That's kind of the design of that 4 battleship core team that MC was using, but they used it to great effect. They sat back, they killed all of the light squishy targets with their long-range medium turrets. It's difficult to out-track that, especially when you have, webs and bonus target painters from Hyena, and they took the match that way. Overall, it was some pretty good piloting. Like, Footwork did well, MC just did a little bit better.
And you talk about the discipline there, that the MC team, after getting that point lead, they didn't go after the BAL. They didn't stretch themselves out trying to take out that Oniris to maximize points. They had their lead, and they stuck to it.
Stick to the plan. Yeah, no, once you know what you got to do with the comp, and you know what it does, and then you get the another fleet that shows up and it matches what you're trying to do, stick to the plan. So that's what they were able to do.
How tempted are you, though, to say,
There is always a bloodlust impetus to dive in and just start flaying around and killing stuff, but that can get you overextended, and luckily, as they showed that they just stayed back and just kept doing what they were going to do.
They could have definitely taken it to the jugular if they wanted to. They had all the bombers lined up ready to just slam down damage, but I mean, playing it safe, like I said, no, absolutely no problem with that. The only biggest question I had with that match is Footwork. Why did you bring a Zealot?
well, why don't we
I was looking at that too. I was like, what's that doing there?
Of all the things you could bring.
take a look here at the after-match summary prepared by our command control team over here. This is what we're looking at for total damage dealt, damage taken, and ISK lost for each of the teams. You can see there just a tremendous amount of damage dealt from the Mercenary Coalition team, just really outstripping the 120 from Kick.
Yeah.
No ISK lost, no ships lost.
It's certainly a nice thing to see, that's for sure. Like ISK-wise, I think it would have been a little bit more pricey if the BAL would have gone down, or maybe the EOS, but just basically just saw the support wing just get melted, and quarter of a billion ISK gone. So. Chump change really when you're talking about AT numbers.
It's like one ship.
Yeah, nothing too painful there. The one thing that is interesting when you're looking at this type of metric at the end of the battle is when you are looking at good teams that are fighting and you notice the control bar, the attack bar, and the defense bar. Teams that are not as coordinated, or their piloting isn't very good, or they don't have the mechanics to pull off a composition, you'll notice that the control bar and the attack bar are very, very low compared to what their maximum amount is. Mercenary Coalition, that entire time, their control bar full up the entire way.
Yeah, no, I noticed that. It was just, it didn't budge.
Yeah, they definitely could have done better at applying their damage. Like I said, they could have definitely been more aggressive once they iced all of the support wing of Footwork. But again, a win's a win. But when you get to see the better teams, like the top placing teams, they are going to be full attack, full control most of the time, unless there's straight up jams in the way of them stopping from doing that.
And we will see those matches later on this afternoon after the break. Coming up next, though, VYDRA Relolded versus the Agony Empire. VYDRA Relolded, winners of the best pun name competition.
Yeah, it's good.
They did good.
Isn't this a reiteration of a reiteration of a reiteration at this point?
It could be.
Yes, it is.
It's like a cake at this point.
Russian.
It's just a delicious.
It's Russian bear, heart of bear.
Yeah, a Dagwood sandwich like this.
Let's not do the accents.
I'm sorry. I practiced it in the shower yesterday too.
I heard it.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm excited for this match. I think this, for me, minus the Lumpy match, is probably my favorite. I really hope that VYDRA has something interesting, because they came out on day one with this double curse comp that no one has done at all. And it worked for them, not against Exodus, which, a good team, can't really blame them. But I hope that VYDRA has something else up their sleeve that's really off kilter of the meta.
Now, it's interesting you say we haven't seen it from anyone else at all. Usually we see copycatting much earlier in the tournament. Someone noticing that a comp worked and realizing that, hey, we have the pilots and we have the ships to execute that. Not so much.
The setup that MC used and the setup that Phoebe used is the 4 BC comp, which Tuskers and Exodus have also used before. So that's used there. And then, of course, all the double TFI backbone that you see, the double Fleet Typhoons, that could be said is harkens back to 2015 meta, which is where you literally saw Warlords and Camel fly that exclusively, basically up until the quarterfinals.
You might even trace it back a little bit further to Worlds Collide when China brought that whole tank fleet setup.
Yeah, but
Come on, it was beautiful.
Fine, I mean, whatever. I'll give it to you. They used fleet foons, but not anyway what they're used now.
It was unorthodox, but it was appreciated by the entire audience in attendance at that FanFest. It was amazing. The match here is ready. Before we go to the boys in the booth, can I get a quick prediction? VYDRA Relolded or Agony Empire?
One of my best friends loves curses. I like curses. So, VYDRA Relolded.
So you've cursed Agony Empire.
VYDRA again for me. I like VYDRA.
VYDRA as well. I think they're worth their weight in lold. We go to VYDRA Relolded versus the Agony Empire. Larrikin, Zordox?
Yo.
So punny.
Hilarious.
And unfortunately, everyone at the commentary desk is going to be happy because there are double curses on the field. VYDRA Relolded have brought a double curse setup, plus a bunch of other stuff, which I'll talk about very shortly, while Agony has brought out their flagship, Balgorn.
It's worth noting, yes, and VYDRA has not. So on the side of VYDRA, we are seeing double curse. We're going to say that first just for the benefits of the analysis desk. We're seeing an Aneros Absolution Astarte, so double command ship as well. Vigilant and quadruple bombers with a double Purifier and double Hound and the side of Agony.
Balgorn, that flagship Balgorn, Aneros, double Navy Harbinger, double Navy Brutix, Hyena, double Purifier and Hound. Whole bunch of damage on both sides.
Match has begun.
Started.
We're seeing TDs all over the place from VYDRA onto the main core ships, apart from the Baal of Agony with the Navy. Whoa, a lot of damage.
Well, Lussie Lou and the Absolution is just gunning straight into the Agony core.
Tackle, mate.
The Absolution, just like, talk about heavy tackle. That is super impressive.
Well-known brawler, Lussie. Well played. Get in there. Get in there. So we're seeing
Get in there, son.
all or a lot of the damage of the side of Agony getting tracking disrupted. So it's going to be very difficult for them to apply any damage at the moment. So Lussie has in fact been webbed now.
Yeah, which is unsurprising considering he's at 0, sitting on top of a Hound. And the Astarte is also just charging in there. In fact, pretty much most of the VYDRA core, except for the bombers, has just charged into 0, trying to spread tackle as much as they can, get maximum effective E-War in there, and they are focusing on Silas in the Navy Brutix there. I don't know if he's going to survive. There's an awful lot of damage there.
Neutered, TD'd. He is receiving reps, but will it be enough? But at the same time, the Hound of Phaeton 1 is taking a bit of damage, although he is not tackled at all.
I don't think Agony can realistically apply. All of those Hounds are sitting way at the back line there. They're like 50-60 Ks off the main brawl, while all of the hardcore ships of VYDRA are just sitting right in the middle. The double curse, all of the absolutions, the Absolution, Astarte, etc., sitting right in the center there. And that Vigilant with its webs,
he hasn't applied yet. So as far as I'm aware, I mean, he's definitely not now, but the Vigilant isn't even getting involved. He may be rail fit and applying damage, and there's still pretty good damage out of a rail Vigilant, but his webs are not in use yet. He's probably just going to stay safe. Not a hugely tanky ship.
Yeah, he's screening
Navy
the Aneros
Brutix, who was holding,
is
now not, in fact, holding. And he is the first blood of the match. This is going to be a really exciting match, I think. Aneros is now being focused down on VYDRA. He is tackled. He is painted. He is jammed. That's going to be an interesting trade, maybe an even trade. Aneros for the Navy Brutix.
I'm not sure how Agony is applying all this damage. There is a huge swarm of armor wrap drones sitting around that Aneros, trying to keep him alive. He is a good 50-odd kilometers, maybe a little less.
Oh! The Aneros,
so close.
The Navy hub of Alistone is very tackled right now as well. And he looks to be going down. And that Aneros is
there goes the Navy hub. That is a chunk of damage gone from Agony's team.
Big damage gone. And the Aneros is right on the edge of what he can tank. Right on the edge of what he can tank.
There is a bee's dick in it.
What's the decision here?
Close.
There is just a bee's dick in it. That's correct. Will Agony decide to switch? Will they keep on trying to kill that Aneros? It looks like most of the damage.
I think they've put all of their eggs into that one basket. Meanwhile,
I think they have to try and finish it off, but the rep drones seem to be keeping him alive.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to die. They're losing damage. They're about to lose another Navy Harbinger.
Wow.
The Hyena's
Navy
down
Hub and
as
the Hyena.
That Vigilance in the fight now. He just absolutely trounced that. I think it was the Navy Harbinger. The Hyena.
There is a web that's just dropped onto that Purifier, but that is not the.
That's the Vigilant. No, that is the Vigilant.
No, it's not a 90% web. I don't. Oh, maybe it is.
I think that Purifier is gone. That is the Vigilant sitting at 0 on top of.
Once he gets down to low velocity, it's all over for him. And they're also focusing down the Navy Brutix of Giznit and Purifier down. So 0 losses so far from VYDRA. What started out as looking like it could be a really close match. This double curse setup that the analysis desk was talking about earlier seems to have cleaned up.
Incredibly powerful. I am very, very surprised by this. And on top of that, VYDRA Relolded, I'm sorry, like so often you talk about the team that holds back and controls the situation and doesn't charge in as the team that wins. But no, they're like, stuff this, we're going straight in. And they just sent the Absolution Astarte straight in.
And this whole double curse setup is really interesting, especially with the introduction of the missile guidance disruptors. Can't remember the exact name. You know what I'm talking about, because when they're up against the really, as you can see, Agony's going down pretty fast. But in this situation, they're obviously up against turret ships, super effective at reducing the incoming damage from the vast majority of the cores from the side of Agony, as well as obviously having crazy newts that are just very bad for any laser boat, Navy Brutix. Fairly versatile hull to be brought into the meta. Can do a lot of different things.
I mean, it's a lot of points. 30. It's 26 points you've put down, but that is the flagship.
That is the flag. And it will in fact die. Wow, let's see how much that's going to be worth. And
I'm very curious to see. I guess we'll find it on Zika later.
Is this the new meta? I'm sure they're going to be discussing this at the desk. The double curse setup, it seemed to be fairly effective there. It was just impossible, no matter how hard they tried, for Agony with some really big DPS ships to kill that Aneros.
And they just couldn't apply damage. With all those disruptors on there was no way for them to apply decent damage.
Yeah. I wonder if they were Rail or Blaster.
I mean,
either way, they're in very big trouble. I mean, it doesn't really matter. The tracking disruptors are going to completely break their balls. What an interesting fight.
But that is it. VYDRA Relolded going to go through, while Agony Empire have, I think, been knocked out. But we will pass it back to the analyst desk to comment on that more. Oh, there we go.
In Eve, the only thing worth more than ISK is trust. In Amsterdam, Eve is real.
And VYDRA Relolded does advance ahead of the Agonized Empire, who were not able to break that curse comp. Incredible piloting there, an incredible match. And we have 2 more elimination bracket matches coming up after the break. And following that, 4 matches from the primary bracket here on Alliance Tournament 14. Don't have any time right now for analysis, but we will be back in approximately 20 minutes to talk about the match we just saw and to talk about the matches that we'll see later on this evening. 8. And welcome back to the second half of the first day of the second weekend of Alliance Tournament 14. I am CCP Antiquarian, and joining me here at the desk for this part of the tournament are Zarvok Storal and CCP Larrikin. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me.
G'day, mate.
Team Straya, in effect.
Team Straya.
Wonderful commentating from the booth. Really, really great insight. And obviously, it's great to see two people with such tremendous rapport. The fact that you were looking on each other's screens, you're sitting so close together, just amazing.
Look, I only met Zarvok this morning, but I can just feel a kindred spirit.
Oh, man.
And Team Straya.
Team Straya.
It worked out. It worked out. And those fights worked out. From the first flight of fights, favorite one?
I mean, it has to be the Phoebe, like, come on.
Phoebe versus Lumpy.
Is there anything
fight.
else even in running, really?
Well, did you at least enjoy the last fight of the first half of today, the VYDRA Reloaded Agony Empire conflict?
Was a nice fight.
It was okay.
I really feel like the PFR versus Lumpy was the best because the whole, up until the last maybe 30 seconds, it was completely unclear who was going to take it home.
Yeah.
And they're the most exciting fights in my opinion. So that is by far the favorite match. The other matches tended to be decided within the first minute or two. Interesting
that Phoebe Freeport Republic team, very different from the team that they fielded last year.
Incredibly different, but also I just think it's probably one of the biggest upsets of the tournament so far. Like it's, I never would have rated Phoebe Freeport Republic. I would never personally use the tier term, but perhaps that might be something that some of my fellow commentators might use. I personally believe it's inappropriate, but if one were to use that, I would not put them on the same level, perhaps, but they...
You just said you were going to use it and then purposefully didn't use it. That's fine. That's fine. We get what you're saying.
Great.
Coming up here in the second half of this, the first day of the second weekend of the 14th Alliance Tournament, we have 6 fights, 2 occurring in the elimination bracket and 4 in the primary bracket. The elimination bracket fights Dreamfleet versus The Culture coming up next. Then Paisti Syndicate versus the Brave Collective, and then following that in the primary bracket, Pandemic Legion versus Northern Coalition, We Form Volta versus the Villore Accords, Exodus versus the Afterlife, and the Tuskers Co versus the Ronin. All of those fights set to be very intense. All of those teams, a lot of experience, a lot of great pilots. But coming up first, Dreamfleet versus The Culture. Now, Larrikin, did you tune into the first weekend, the EVE NT broadcast?
I was actually flying at the time, so I missed most of it, but I caught what I could. So yeah. I was coming back from my good friends in Moscow. We had a bit of a player meet up there and some other things, so it was very cool.
So, not familiar with what the Dreamfleet brought in that fight?
Nope.
And not familiar with the Culture's lineup?
Nope.
Let's go to Zarvox in the center
also,
of the table.
All of these matches were during the Australian sleeping time. All right, so I wasn't able to watch a few of them. I was able to watch a bunch of them afterwards, but I didn't catch that one.
I believe Australians call it the dream time.
Oh, I see what you did there, bro. I see what you did there.
That's
well played.
Terrible.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I think the Exodus versus Afterlife is probably going to be, I mean, just looking at the teams, the most exciting match. Both pretty good performances in the past few years.
Oh, no,
the Tusker? You're going to pick Exodus Afterlife over the Tuskers?
Well, I mean, there's that. That looks like an exciting match, but Pandemic Legion versus Northern Coalition, it's like younger and older brother beating up on each other.
Yeah,
How awesome is that to watch?
I mean, yeah, whatever. Tuskers Ronin have been in some form or another in the last 11 Alliance tournaments. That's a tremendous provenance, and the Tuskers in recent years have brought just immeasurable force to bear on the other teams progressing their way through these brackets. I cannot wait until that match.
I mean, perhaps the most exciting match saved for last.
That could in fact be the case.
We did it, team.
We've done it. It's done now. Cut to commercial. We have no commercials. We are limiting our ad breaks as we proceed into the second half due to some technical difficulties that we experienced in the first part of the stream, for which we profusely apologize from the bottom of our hearts. We hope that you will bear with us in the event that we have additional difficulties. It is, of course, always a bit of a cat herding exercise when it comes to getting not just everyone here at CCP Online doing what they need to do. EVE Online doing what they need to do, but also getting these fleets who are distributed across the globe, really. An Alliance Tournament team does not have to be located in a single time zone. They can be dialing in from anywhere on their 14-4 modems.
multiple times. Yeah, exactly, from multiple time zones. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, but Dreamfleet is primarily a Russian team. Would that be accurate?
It very well could be.
Excellent. I'm glad we've confirmed that as well as we have.
It's only the possibility. I to be fair, I don't know the locations, actually, the home time zones of any of these particular alliances. But it's frequently, I find, more profitable overall, especially if you're maintaining any sort of space in EVE, to have people in every time zone, because then you're not beholden to the dream time.
You spent that entire time working up to that one little...
I made it, though. We made it together. So the match is ready to go, and we will go to the field. The boys in the booth, Chesser and Moderator, joining us for the first time on this broadcast of Alliance Tournament 14 for Dreamfleet versus the Culture.
Hello and welcome, where Team America will be casting this. We've got Chester alongside Moderator for the Culture versus Dreamfleet. Culture has decided to bring a Balgos and Oneros, 2 Fleet Hurricanes, 2 Fleet Harbingers, 2 Arbitrators, and a pair of Crewers.
Kind of interesting with the Arbitrators, but again, we're seeing that 4 Navy battlecruiser setup. Dreamfleet, on the other hand, bringing a shortman team, 2 Fleet Typhoons for a Backbone Guardian, double Rook, Prophecy, Manicore, and double Nemesis. Mod, talk to me. Who do you think has the advantage just looking at the lineup?
Initially, I like the Culture's lineup. I think that they're going to be able to completely TD the Fleet Typhoons and the Nemesis from applying any sort of damage. And once they can work down the Guardian and the Rooks, I think they'll be in a good position.
How do you feel about Rooks in general in the AT? Here we go. Match is on right now.
I think the Rooks need to get jams onto the logistics and to shut down the TDs and webs that the Culture have brought.
Yeah, I just see Dreamfleet just spreading all of their E-War right now, jams on top of the Oneros and Balgorn, as well as T3D, as well as TDs over their BCs, which is going to be very important because those BCs are going to do a lot of damage to those Rooks and can easily kill Manicore and Nemesis. I'm going to be kind of interested to see if any of them are going to be able to pick off these bombers under TDs.
I like that we already have the Guardian tackled and neuted. The neuts are really going to shut down his ability to repair anything, especially as we can see the Nemesis is already taking damage on Dreamfleet's side.
Yeah, I think the Guardian probably held down by either the Balgorn of Culture or maybe finally they've gotten in a little bit closer with the battlecruisers. Do you think that it's worthwhile just to neut the Guardian out and try and just like force through the Nemesis damage, or should you kill that first?
You know, I think it's whatever their strategy is, it's working out for them fine, as the Nemesis is into low armor. We can see that the reps are intermittent, but meanwhile, Mr. Toucher is already breaking. He's into low armor, and I don't think the Oneros is able to lock him. We don't see any incoming reps onto him.
No, the Culture's Oneros is totally safe. Just totally lets that Fleet Hurricane drop first blood to Dreamfleet. This short-man team is actually working out very well here.
Yeah, normally undermanned teams don't particularly work out too great, but we can see that the Nemesis is stabilized, and they're going to be moving on to the next primary, which appears to be the next incoming Fleet Hurricane, trying to get rid of the alpha artillery damage that he's surely bringing.
You know, I think that with the way that I'm seeing the matchup right here, the Oneros on Angela Lagoon's side is actually sitting pretty comfy. He's not getting bothered by anything other than jams, which granted are gonna let him slip through maybe on the smaller ships like the Crewers, but to see him lose a Fleet Hurricane, either those jams are being super effective or the DPS that Dreamfleet is being able to actually bring here is a lot more than we're expecting. I don't see their attack bar being all that great, but what do you think is causing them to be able to just like absolutely punch through these heavy Navy BCs so quickly?
They've got a lot of damage in the form of Fleet Typhoons, and any sort of bomber damage is going to do appreciable damage to a battlecruiser, and that's putting a lot of damage. We can see a lot of rep drones are keeping that Hurricane Fleet issue alive, even when the Oneros is occasionally getting jammed.
I think that with the Dreamfleet setup, their double Fleet Typhoons are actually RLML fit, so you're going to see these kind of bursts of damage, which actually go fairly well with the ECM type of setups, because if you do get a jam on an Oneros, 2 Fleet Typhoons shooting RHML are going to be able to actually put on all their DPS and punch through, but they're not going to have the amount of DPS as a cruise, you know, Fleet Foon would have against a battlecruiser, but they would be much better at applying to Oneros or anything else. It's kind of an interesting decision if you're going to go for an RHML or versus cruise. Do you think that there's a clear winner?
I think it depends a lot on what you bring for your wing. Cruises require a lot of heavy damps, or rather target painters, and then they have to be tackled in order to apply to any smaller ships. Rapid heavies don't really require the amount of backbone support that you would have from, namely, a Confessor or a Svipal in order to do that kind of damage. We can see that the rep drones are keeping this Fleet Hurricane alive, even though he's not apparently taking any sort of reps right now.
No, he's not getting any reps at all. It seems that the Rooks are trying to kind of consolidate their jams onto more important targets. That being said, though, the Rooks are going to be under newt pressure from Balgorns, and the amount of cap that a Rook needs to be able to run all of its newts, all of its jams, especially just under pressure of those newts, is going to be very difficult. So if these jams start becoming more and more intermittent, maybe the Culture can actually step up and start getting a kill here. It looks like they're priming the Guardian, which is nosed, webbed, and painted, but they just lost a Fleet Hurricane. Mod, do you think they're going to have the damage to do it?
I think they've lost too much. They've had a critical mass lost from their 2 Fleet Hurricanes. They've got the Guardian to about half full. They've got him finally fully tackled, but I think they've lost a critical mass, and I don't know if they're going to be able to bring it back. The Rooks now, with less targets to jam on field, can spread those jams across the rest of the Culture field, and once you get the ECM Snowball working, it's very hard to bring it back.
Yeah. Right now what I'm seeing is we have to keep a sharp eye on the Onieros of Angela Liu. He is burning away as fast as he can from 2 Fleet Typhoons, which are a little bit in newt range on him, and they're kind of hitting him with their heavy newts that they can definitely bring. He needs to stay alive right now, because if they lose this Onieros, it's going to be an issue. The issue with Culture is it doesn't look to me like they're protecting their Logi all that much, because he's getting forced off by these newts. These TFIs aren't being screened. They're moving in closer, and they are losing Harbingers. They're losing their BCs, and if you lose your 4 BC core in a BC core composition, you literally have nothing left.
I mean, that's exactly why you have the 2 Corors there. You bring them for the 2 cheap points, then they have bonus to webs, so they have the bonus to the optimal webs, and they can keep those Fleet Typhoons at bay, keep them out of the newt range of the Onieros in order to keep it from being able to have to shut its reps off.
You know, I really like how aggressive Dreamfleet is being with the Fleet Typhoons. It's kind of unfortunate that because the Balgorn is literally focusing everything it can, the Culture's Balgorn is focusing everything it can on the Guardian, that these Fleet Typhoons are basically allowed to run amok, completely not screened at all, into the backline, forcing the Onieros back. So not only...
Did that Navy Harbinger just run out of the arena, or did it just get alphaed by the cruise missiles?
No, RHML, it may have run out of the arena. I did not see that, though. I don't see a wreck that far out, so I think we're good. I think it was just straight up alphaed. I think the Onieros on the Culture's side, Angela's trying to do what he can, but with 2 TFIs chasing him down and between the jams, he's not in range, and if he is in range, it's in deep fall off. The Balgorn has completely neglected their Logi and is sitting right on top of the Guardian. And you know what? The 2 Fleet Typhoons are running through his fleet and absolutely destroying it.
Yeah, without the Balgorn in order to web down the Fleet Typhoons were able to just run past them, with the Crewers being possibly jammed out by the Rooks. You can't really do anything. If you have to keep your Onieros up, you have to do it via not getting neuted out.
The Culture doesn't have anything to screen with at all. Arbitrators aren't going to hold up to Fleet Typhoons, and not very fast. And the 4 Navy BCs, if they go up and end up screening a ship like the Fleet Typhoons, they're also going to be putting themselves in kind of a risky situation. Fleet Typhoons are very, very fast, especially if they're going to have links off of the Prophecy. They're going to be at the same speed, or in some cases faster, than Navy BCs. So for the Balgorn to completely ignore his own Logi, to get completely tunnel visioned on Dreamfleet's Guardian, and basically sacrifice his Onieros' ability to help out his backline, I think that's really what was a turning point in the match for me.
It wasn't just that he only sacrificed his own heroes, right? He also sacrificed the links that they had on top of those armor battle cruisers. And once they had the links, they don't have the armor resist, they don't have the skirmish speed, and that really started to snowball the match. We can see that we've got jams from the Rooks onto nearly every ship that of the main Culture support line.
Yeah, and as the number of ships that the Dreamfleet Rooks have to jam becomes smaller and smaller, like you said earlier, those jams are just going to keep stacking up. And what we're seeing here now is Angela Lagoon's Onieros is just completely blanketed in all of the ECM, all of the damage. Once that drops, it's just going to be free-for-all. Balgorns are just taking apart the very, very lightly armored T1 cruisers and the Arbitrators and the Crewers, which are not going to be able to stand up against the DPS that Dreamfleet has. They have not lost a ship. I'm really surprised that the Rooks held up as well against the 4 BC comp like that. Maybe the jams came across stronger than I thought, or maybe even in this armor comp, they just didn't have the ECCM scripts to kind of push past the jam limit.
Yeah, I would have really liked to see either some sort of a remote or a local sensor booster with the ECCM script. They shouldn't be really getting jammed with that kind of a sensor strength. You've got the faction battle cruisers that already have a higher sensor strength, then compounded by a heated sensor integrity link from presumably one of the armored battlecruisers in the core, and also the sensor booster ECCM script.
Brutor in the Balgorn for the Culture just took an MJD to the corner of the arena. He is currently 25 kilometers away from the edge. I'm debating if he's going to try to go kill himself or not. This match, I think, is pretty much turned completely in favor of Dreamfleet. They'd have to massively throw it at this point to have any chance to come back. It looks like the Balgorn is now, I'm not sure if he's going to turn back for that last micro jump drive and just like keep running to stay alive. But right now, the Dreamfleet, Culture has a Cruer and also the Arbitrator pulling back to it. So I'm not exactly sure what their plan is, but they're just kind of pulling away here. It'd be unfortunate if we're just going to watch the last minute or a minute so of this match just kind of tick out with these three ships just sitting back over here. But it does look like Dreamfleet's finally giving some chase. Manticores are moving into position to continue their DPS.
Yeah, I think Culture has realized that they've lost the match and their pilots are just trying to save their ships. These are all real ships on Tranquility. This is the live server, so any ships that are lost permanently, so maybe just trying to keep what they have alive.
Yeah, I almost thought that maybe the Balgorn was just trying to suicide itself in an attempt to, again, just not give any loot or anything like that instead of just dying. He needs to make a decision quickly here, though, because it looks like finally the Dreamfleet is moving in. Drones are moving in here. So he's just sitting right on top of the MJD beacon. We're going to see if anything's going to happen with that. But overall, Dreamfleet, I'm actually very surprised with this composition. The Rooks actually came through. You don't really see Rooks all that often in the AT, certainly not very much last year. And this year, I think this is, I want to say this is the first match we've seen with Rooks. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't believe we've seen any of the Rooks. Certainly none of the matches I covered on Event T had any Rooks.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think with ECM? I kind of gave my analysis of ECM in the current tournament back when we were at the analyst desk. Just with the last few seconds here counting down. Got anything quick?
Not for 13 points, not on a Rook. Maybe a Blackbird, maybe a Kitsune that can be survivable, but I don't think investing 13 points into a Rook is worth it.
Fair enough. Just sending you guys back to the booth here. Dreamfleet decisively taking out the Culture, 74-0.
Seconds to make a cool AT-AD. It's got to have dank content, overused MLG mans, and MLG Daniel Wait. No profanity. How am I supposed to make an AT-AD without saying fuck?
Hello, I'm CCP Legiber. Next is Mercenary Coalition.
Somewhere, E&M Banks sheds a tiny tear as the Culture is put to sleep by Dreamfleet. Because
quality puns coming here.
I've done what I can. Actually, really quite impressive flying. Not nearly as effective as it should have been. You saw the control bars there for the two teams. Blackbird being banned out. Instead, Dreamfleet brings two Rooks, and I mean they shut them down. What did we see happening, Zarvox?
We saw a lot of things. I mean, we saw the TFIs of the side of Dreamfleet completely running rampant. There was missile disruptors being applied, which didn't seem to be doing very much. The TFIs were able to completely run rampant. We saw the Rooks. It was quite probable that jamming out the logistics a lot. You could see that the reps were intermittent from the side of the Dreamfleet's from the side of Dreamfleet. The two Rooks you don't really see very often, but they seem to be insanely effective there.
Yeah, I would have expected there to be more cap troubles with them. Like that's really susceptible to some sort of neutralization, especially with Balgorn's Cruers being so cheap.
I am super impressed with the choice of Rooks, actually. They've dodged the Blackbird ban and just said, you guys don't want to face ECM, we're going to bring ECM anyway.
Bring it anyway.
Look, that's like 14 mid-slots, so let's say they lose 2 each due to just prop mods and stuff. That's 10 jams that they can bring, plus a boatload of damage. They've got bonuses to missiles as well. Throw some rapid lights on there, and you're going to be able to apply some fairly nice damage on top of all of those jams. And then Dreamfleet used those jams very effectively as well. They did not try and jam out the entire fleet. If you check the control bar through most of that fight, I think the most I ever saw them spread those jams over like 4 targets, and they just picked their targets and said, you guys are not going to be participating in this fight, thank you very much, and then we'll work on your friends. I think it was the Rooks that really brought that fight home, a little bit perhaps undervalued.
It's still an expensive ship.
Very expensive. 13 points, 26 points for the two of them. That's like a fourth of all of your points gone. But yeah, they just probably weren't seen as a really big threat, and I actually think that's what won them the fight.
Yeah, they did extremely well. That Balgorn on the field, Brew Tour's Balgorn, was the flagship Balgorn, and that went down. Hopefully, we'll see a pretty saucy kill. Oh, did it?
No,
did it? No, it stayed alive.
They couldn't pop it, yeah.
Well, forget it then. We're not going to see a kill mail. They didn't bring down the Balgorn. It stayed alive all the way to the end of the match when time ran out.
Dreamfleet, you had 2 jobs and you won the match.
They did good.
But they did good.
They advance. Dreamfleet does advance over the Culture, who are no longer participating in Alliance Tournament 14. Dreamfleet will move on to a match tomorrow. But right now, we're looking at the next match coming up, Paisti Syndicate versus the Brave Collective. Brave Collective, of course, fairly popular, I think, with some...
Fairly well known.
Fairly well known.
Fairly well known, yes. Last year, I thought they did very well. It was their second year last year. So
this is their second year.
This is their second year.
As if I'm not mistaken, yeah, their second year.
Twitch will correct you if you're incorrect.
I'm sure they will.
They are very good at that.
Thank you, Twitch.
But I think it's the second for Brave, but the first year for Paisti, I believe.
I'm positive I've seen Paisti Syndicate before.
Are you not thinking about Pasta Syndicate or something?
I am not positive.
Not positive at all. Great. Too many pasties and pastas in the universe for us. Anyway, yeah. What are their flagships?
As far as I'm aware, Paisti does not have a flagship. So no flagship at all from Paisti, which is interesting. Do they forget? Do they not have the money to be able to, properly take advantage of the added ISK that you can spend and the what you can get out of a flagship? Who knows? Now,
the rules for the flagship, American, you're going to know better than anybody else. You can equip it with modules that are not available to your average fits.
There's a limited set of modules that you can fit. So traditionally, you can't use Officer, Dead Space, or Faction modules on any of your ships, but on the flagship, you are able to use some of these modules. There's still some limitations on exactly what you can fit, how many reps, and that sort of thing. But for example, Officer Webs on a Balgorn or Officer Newts on an Armageddon provide incredible ranges and incredible power. And they, while they're very expensive, arguably they're worth the cost.
Now, how do we balance out that incredible power?
Well, you can only bring one. And if it dies, that's it. You can't bring it anymore.
Which is why they seem to be so popular in the elimination bracket, where if you die, you are seen no more. So it's almost a given. You're going to bring your flagship if you're charging through that. But at this point, especially,
when a lot of teams facing.
Yeah, the bracket is populated by teams who are hungry to survive.
I mean, this gets into a massive meta discussion. For example, arguably, you would pick a flagship that can complement your stronger setup, but then there's a very good argument, for example, for picking flagships that throw off other teams. And as the meta evolves through the weekends, the meta is going to change, and what you thought might be a very powerful flagship may not be.
Now, speaking of
this gets crazy.
What you might think is coming at you, we have the bans for this match.
Excellent.
Coming in, Paisti Syndicate versus Brave Collective. The bans are the Sfapel and the Confessor. Both of those bans coming from the same side. Someone not wanting to see that strong T3D support. And the bans on the other side, the Blackbird and the Kitsune, which seems, if nothing else to say, we don't want to see your ECM.
Yes.
Completely understandable.
Again, not sure. Oh, I am sure, in fact.
Great, what are you sure of?
I am positive that the teams are ready to take the field. Before we go to the match in the booth, let's get a quick prediction. Paisti or Brave?
Brave.
Brave. I love them.
Wow. Strong support.
And
Brave,
plus,
Paisti, good luck to you both.
Wait,
we will go.
Support?
I support this tournament, which is tremendous. And we will go to the boys in the booth, Chester and Moderator, who also deserve your support.
Thank you for that, Chester. We have the next matchup coming between Paisti Syndicate and the Brave Collective. Tell us a little bit what about Brave got.
So Brave decided... I should probably bring my microphone down here. Brave decided to bring us a Navy Scorpion, double Sleipnir Scimitar, double Hecate, double Jackdaw, double Hound team. Shield, very interesting. What about Paisti?
Paisti have brought a Golem, a Navy Scorpion, a Claymore, a Scimitar, an Orthros, a Flycatcher, 2 Purifiers, and 2 Hounds.
So it's interesting to see 2 shield setups, actually, because we've been seeing heavy armor. Matches beginning right now. Who do you think has the advantage right off the bat, just looking really quickly?
I want to see if Brave can use those Sleipnirs to alpha the Hounds and the Purifiers off the field. If they can, I think they'll have a strong lead in order to take that damage off of their Sleipnirs and their Scorpions going forward into the match.
Definitely. Both of these teams warping in at max range. They're both moving away from the arena as fast as they can. It looks to me like we have Paisti like really pulling back hard. You know, if you ask me, I think that it's going to be a question of can Brave use their light missile and their projection to kill these Purifiers and Hounds that Paisti has quickly enough to get their Navy Scorpions and Sleps on top of their more like juicy targets like the
Speaking of Sleps, we can already see that one of the Sleipnirs for Brave Collective is already into low armor. He's having to run his ASB flat out and he's getting reps from the Scimitar, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to sustain him. These Purifiers and Hounds are doing maximum damage to him.
Do you think that it's a good idea to try to primary a Sleipnir right away?
If you can get links off the field, that means the Scimitar is going to be all that much less effective. It means that your Hounds and your Purifiers aren't going to be taking damage. It means so much to be able to get that Sleipnir off the field.
Definitely. For me, I like going after the support side first. So I would be looking, you know, more for at least Hounds and Jackdaws, everything like that. It seems right now that Brave is moving in a little bit closer with some of their anti-support, and I'm still waiting to see where the Brave's damage is, just because Paisti is clearly, like you said, Bob, throwing a lot of damage on the Sleipnirs, and ooh, this Hecate is taking damage now too. What do you think about Shield Hecates?
I'm confused. The Hecates are a ship that has 4 armor low slots. It's got 3 armor mids. I don't know why you wouldn't just bring a Svipal instead.
Yeah, that makes that's very, very interesting to me. But the reason why they didn't bring a Svipal is because it was banned. And I don't think that a Hecate is a good substitute.
No, I think you can go with maybe a Flycatcher or go with something else. You have different interesting options about that point value. Possibly some sort of a Moa, a Caracal. You've got good options in that slot, especially to synergize with the Jackdaws that you have. That light missile damage can do a whole lot to the Purifiers and to the Hounds.
Definitely. Hecate might have a difficult time applying their damage. I have to say, though, Sariel Wash did a really good job entering speed mode, burning away, getting back into range of his Scimitar, and Yukio on Brave. Really good, catching him out. It seems that Paisti, though, is in a commanding position. They're applying the damage, and it looks to me like Brave doesn't have their base settled. It seems like they're shaken. They've almost lost to Hecate. Their Sleipnir's still taking damage, and Pasti's just chilling high shield. I haven't seen anything drop yet.
Yeah, we've seen that one of the Jackdaws is completely been tackled down. He's been so for some time, and he's taking a lot of appreciable incoming damage. The Scimitar is going to be very stressed in order to keep up the Sleipnir and the Jackdaw at the same time. Once Paisti can take the light missile damage off of the Jackdaw, it makes the life of the logistics to keep up the Purifiers and the Hounds that much easier.
You know what's interesting though is when I see Jackdaws on the field, 2 of them in light missile mode with the proper setup, they should be able to hit 100 some kilometers away, and I'm just not seeing that damage coming in on the Hounds or the Purifiers, and I'm wondering where that is.
It's possible that they could be trying to shoot the Repbots. Jackdaws are very, very good at shooting a long range. They could be trying to kill the Repbots that are in the Navy Scorpion, or Repbots that could be put onto one of the Hounds or another ship.
I see. Looks to me like they're actually focusing all of their damage on the Navy Scorpion right away, and they're breaking it very slowly, even through reps, which is surprising to me because Navy Scorpions are notoriously tanky.
Speaking of things that are breaking, it looks like the Jackdaw is in low hull, and he's now just fallen for Brave Collective.
Yeah, but if they're going to trade a Jackdaw for a Navy Scorpion, if they can actually do it here, that would be an incredible trade.
It looks like they're going to trade more, though. The Sleipnir is in low hull, and he's just going to break, but he's getting some ASB boost. Man, it looks like it's reloaded.
Yeah, very, very close. If they can punch through that last little bit of shield here, he's tanking deep into his structure, and this Scorpion is just holding on. Ooh, Sleipnir gone.
Now, what they need to do is they need to have the incoming damage in order to break the Navy Scorpion. With that Sleipnir off the field, it might not be enough in order to break him.
I think Brave went all in on a Navy Scorpion, like we've seen some of the other teams, and I think it's a really bad call. Go after the Scimitar, go after an Orthros, go after the support wing, but going after the tankiest, biggest EHP brick with an entire team behind it right off the bat, I think that's a desperation play, and they paid for it.
I gotta say, I think Brave Collective actually misplayed this. They needed to get some of the Purifiers and the Hounds off the field. You have the Jackdaws that can do it. You have the Hecates. While it's not the best pick, they still do an incredible amount of blaster damage that can tackle and then kill one of them.
Yeah, you know, the thing about the Hecate is, like blaster fit or rail fit, they still should be fast enough to get in, do damage, and at least hold down the Purifiers and the Hounds on Paisti's side. I mean, Paisti, I think, went with a much smarter setup. They have an Orthrus and a Flycatcher, which are going to do a lot of dangerous damage to T3Ds, forcing them back. But right now, it looks like they're pushing a Hekate down into low structure as well. I have to say, Scimitar pilot Yukio doing everything he can, but I think things are just kind of falling apart on Brave.
Yeah, Yukio's doing an excellent job of trying to keep his team up, but it's not enough. You can only rep so many things. You only have so much rep power. Paisti lost their Navy Scorpion, but they traded a Sleipnir and a Hekate. That's an excellent trade. And
4 ships down for 1. And that was the core backbone of Brave's damage is double Sleipnir.
And now the Scimitar is going to be struggling to keep a Hekate up. With the 3 shield mids that you get, Hekates are very difficult to keep up, and we can see he's already into low armor, getting boosted back up into full shields, but then getting alphaed again.
They do have a very nice structure tank, though, just because of the bonuses on the Hekate in defense mode with the damage control. But again, this is a shield tank setup, and I think it was, again, showing the lack of depth that Brave has when you get a Swivel banned out on you and you bring a shield Hekate anyway, instead of thinking, I could bring a Flycatcher, or, you could, a Korax or a Talwar aren't great, but at least they're shield ships that, again, can shoot from range, while Hekate, I think it just feels really out of place in this entire setup.
Yeah, it seems like Brave, when they got the ban, they had the setup and they didn't have anything that they could fill into it. I think, honestly, a Caracal is a much better option than Hekate in this setup. What's your take on that?
Oh, I definitely agree. Just imagine 2 Caracals, 2 Jackdaws, and they would be firing rapid light missiles against Flycatcher, double Purifier, double Hound. I like that. I like that a lot. That initial burst damage and that ability to just have a bubble to push off those heavy DPS ships when your Sleipnirs go in and engage, I think would have been very powerful, and I think it would have been a much more effective solution to dealing with possible bombers killing Sleipnirs once they go in.
Now we can see that Brave is still trying to primary the Golem, the remaining battleship on Paisti's side, but
I think that's a terrible call too.
Under the Scimitar reps, he's just not going to break, at least not in time before their own Navy Scorpion and their own Hounds fall.
I like this entire game, how the Navy Scorpion has just been completely covered with missile TDs, which I think is an interesting choice. I personally, being on Paisti's side, would have thrown the missile TDs over to the Jackdaws, just because those light missiles, if you can just short their range, are going to make life for your bombers a little bit easier, a little bit nicer. The Navy Scorpion isn't going to be doing all that much damage, but again, really can't complain too much because Paisti looking very good, and I think Brave just kind of floundering around completely out of their element, making kind of bad calls.
Yeah, I think Paisti just really showed that they're the better team, and they're going to be advancing into the winner's bracket, and more importantly, with this win, they've secured their spot in the top 16.
Yeah, that's super great. Is it top 16 where you get a callback for AT, or no?
Yes, with that, you get automatically invited into the next AT.
Very cool. We're just getting word now. We always get a little bit late, but that actually was Brave's Navy Scorpion. So Paisti, again, is showing how well they play the game because they kill the Scorpion, leaving the... Yes, it is a flagship. So the Navy Scorpion on Brave collective side is a flagship. Paisti, again, showing their mastery of the game by killing the flagship first. That way they can loot it, and finishing the game off in style afterwards.
Yeah, I really like the spirit of this Brave Collective Scimitar. He's still repping up the Jackdaw. He's been repping things admirably, but not enough.
I think Yukio played very well, actually. Like, I saw him get on the Hekate. The Hekate pulled away in speed mode. He was there. I mean, he was doing everything right against, a Flycatcher Orthrus kind of team, especially when you're looking at, Golem, Claymore, Scorpion DPS. That can all reach out and touch these T3Ds, and shield tanked Hekate, as you were saying, moderator, isn't a lot of EHP to work with, and he was right there on top of it. I mean, he was flying very, very well, doing everything he could.
Yeah, you can see he's got a lot of discipline, and I would hope that he comes back next year to fly with Brave Collective. I think he's got a lot of depth and quite a bit of talent.
Yeah, so with the match finally slowly wrapping up here, the real question remains is how much did Brave actually lose on their Navy Scorpion, and why would you choose a Navy Scorpion flagship over, let's say, a Balgorn? What would your decision or thought process be on that mod?
So bringing a flagship usually is some sort of indicator of what your endgame kind of very best setup typically incorporates if you're on one of the upper level teams, because it means that you want to bring that ship and you want to avoid the ban. So that means that if you can avoid the ban, you can usually bring that ship. Even if you get it banned out, it means that you'd still be able to bring one of the 2 Logi. So let's say your flagship and then a Scimitar or a Basilisk got banned. You can only ban the one, right? So you can still ban it. So you can still essentially bring your full core. And I think on the whole, the Navy Scorpion is a interesting flagship. We've seen that Pandemic Legion is one of the other teams, along with Test and Brave, both of which, unfortunately, are no longer with us. So
at the end of the day, in this meta that you're seeing so far, and what you know, because you've been captain for a number of successful tournament teams, are you feeling that armor, because of the heavy preference to armor ships, as in the Ashamu, the Balgorn, and the Kruger, is better, or shield?
Unfortunately, I haven't really gotten to practice that much this year because I'm spending all my time working on the commentary aspect. But
Gotcha.
It looks like this year that bravery wasn't enough, and they got pasted by Paisti Syndicate.
Nice. Send it back to the announcers.
They must be doing the same thing as they did last time. They're just charging straight in towards the enemy. They have no fear.
Yeah, would you say that has been a top tier target calling?
I would definitely say it's a unique tier target calling.
Should be fine.
Nope.
I love you online!
And the Paisti Syndicate, who have been in loads of Alliance tournaments in the past, courageous in the face of Brave Collective, who failed to move forward. Here in Alliance Tournament 14, Paisti banning out the Confessor and the Spapal. Brave possibly forced to bring those Hecates and the Jackdaws as alternatives?
I think they were totally trying to dodge that ban. Paisti thought we can ban this out, we can bring our bombers, and then all the way to the victory line. And B and I thought we can dodge your ban with Hecates and Jackdaws. I agree with the comment address. I don't think Hecates were perhaps the best choice here. And then when they did bring them, it didn't seem like they went after that bomber. That was 4 bombers. That's like 2 grand DPS just sitting there that they have not gone after. They kind of all went all in on that Navy Scorpion. I am not sure that was perhaps the correct choice.
Zarvox?
What was their thoughts there? What was their thoughts when you've got 2,000 DPS with a combined EHP of far less than the Navy Scorp? I'm not sure, but maybe they were unable to. Maybe they couldn't get into range, but it did look as though they were, intentionally focusing down the Navy Scorp, which is an interesting choice. The choice of the Navy Scorp itself. We're not seeing many Navy Scorpions as a flagship. What's your thoughts there?
Look, I definitely think it's an interesting choice as a flagship, but as a primary, I think it's a pretty poor one. I probably would have gone after a 15 billion ISK Navy Scorp was what B and I brought to the table.
Wow.
That was the kill man for it.
That's been confirmed now.
Now here is the Here is the after battle report. You can see the ISK lost on the this is the Culture in the Dream Fleet. This is
the match before the last
this is the match previous. I see. I'm like, where's the Navy Scorpion? Here's the damage report from the last match, which we have available. Dream Fleet and the Culture, but we're still stuck talking about this Brave one. Brave actually does lose their flagship in that match, in addition to being knocked out of the tournament. Of course, that being a pretty substantial hit, not something that you want to face. If you're already going home, you kind of want to hang on to what you have
your
left.
shiny perps.
Yeah,
right?
and it here we see there's the hit right there. 7,373 million total lost on the Brave side.
So that would have been a little bit more than that. That'll be so we don't value the officer modules very well on the kill mails. So yeah, but market value is about 15 billion on that Navy Scorpion.
For that one ship.
Yeah, it's a big loss.
A significant hit for Brave for their team, but again, a very good showing for them, making it into the second weekend, making it all the way here to go up against Paisti Syndicate, who will advance, and we will see them tomorrow. Tomorrow in the winner of tomorrow. Sorry, we will we will see Paisti Syndicate 104 versus the Dream Fleet. And, and that'll be fun. That'll be good times. Coming up next,
Wonder
though,
what means we can come up with that. Anyway, sorry, let's move on. Puns.
the first of our primary bracket matches.
Thank you.
There we are. Pandemic Legion versus Northern Coalition Dot. Now, Pandemic Legion, a lot of history in the tournament. Actually, the winners of, I think, 4 Alliance tournaments overall? 5.
I
believe 5.
And 5. There you go.
Some
Very successful. A lot of skill, a lot of talent. They've lost a few pilots over the years to various enterprises, but they've stuck around and they've done really well in the tournament. And NC Dot, I mean,
really strong showing this year.
Excellent.
Last year I don't believe they're in it, and the year before that they didn't do great. This year though, super strong showing so far. I'm very curious. I'm very keen to see this match. Like I said before, it's a little bit like a big brother and a younger brother having a bit of a biff. So I'm keen to see, and I'd love to see NC Dot upset Pandemic Legion.
Now, last weekend, Pandemic Legion bringing a lot of bling to the field early on, and then scrapping that for the sake of performing.
Just for the sake of bringing bling to the field.
What do you think we see from them?
What do you think we'll see from them moving forwards? Well, will they bring out the flagship? It's interesting to note here that PL also have a Scorp Navy as their flagship, and they are the only other team apart from Brave who's decided to bring one. Is that going to be indicative of their, end game fleet comp? NC's got a Barguest, but both of them have not lost the match, I believe. So
they can't have. They're in the.
Oh yeah, of course. Sorry.
They're no winners.
So three victories each, and PL with I think the only team in the history of the tournament to win more than once. So 5 total wins for them.
The only team in the tournament this year to have more than one.
Yeah.
Okay, because Band won at least 3.
Yeah, in this year. Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry.
Clarified.
I'm confused.
And proceed. So we are ready to go to that match.
Great.
You want to see NC Dot take it?
I want to see NC Dot take it.
Zarvox, who do you like?
It's a tough decision. I'm going to go with PL.
PL banning out the Hyena and the Atana, Northern Coalition banning the Astarte and the Oneros. We will go to the boys in the booth, Chesser and Moderator, for this match 105 of Alliance Tournament 14.
Welcome back to the Freedom Team. It's me, Chesser, and Moderator bringing you PL versus NC. Both of them bringing some interesting shield comps. PL has brought their Flag Navy Scorpion, double Slep Scimitar, double Jackdaw, double Zvipple, double Manicore. Mod, break us down on NC.
NC Dot has brought double Bargus, Scimitar, Drake, Cerberus, 2 Caracals, a Cambion, and a Vigil, and a Merlin.
What is a Cambion? I don't see that a lot.
For those of you who might not be aware, a Cambion is a shield Harpy rather, on steroids.
It does about 400 DPS, EHP of a Drake, right?
Yeah, it's a Hawk rather that does about the DPS of a Drake. PL is going to be fielding the Arty Navy Sleipnirs, or Sleipnirs rather, with the Jackdaws. They're going to be using that as an Alpha Strike combined with the Spiples and the Manticores. Get tackle on things, hit them with missiles at long range. Northern Coalition has the same idea, but with light missiles more instead of the Tech 3 Destroyer core.
Now, both of these compositions are very long range, so they're staying at range from each other. They warped in both at 50, and they're kind of just playing games right now. It seems that the Sleipnirs are slowly burning over from Pandemic Legion into Northern Coalition. We're going to see if they get anything on them. This is a Flag Bargus as well from Northern Coalition. Either side, winning or losing, lots of this is going to go down here.
Yeah, lots of a grudge match between these two allies on Tranquility. We see that DHB Wildcat, in presumably the Flag Barguest, is already down into about half armor. The Cambion is now tackled. We have a scram onto the Cambion.
Yeah, Cambion being MWD fit mostly, although it may actually have an AB. No, it is definitely MWD fit. Bargus is completely tackled here. Casper Svipple gets right in on to the Bargas, which if it is their flag and it goes down this early, this was really quick. The Casper on the Zippel got right in, completely hard tackled the Bargus. It's going to take full damage from the entire PL team, and if this goes down, it's going to be terrible.
So Casper played this absolutely perfectly. He completely got around the screen of Northern Coalition. He got on top. He secured the tackle. That means that the damage will apply perfectly. And the Scimitar has completely dropped
Scimitar's down for their Bargus, though.
They have no logi. They've traded a Bargus for a Scimitar.
Yeah, the Flag Bargus. This is huge. What do you think? Who do you think has the advantage?
Into low shields. The artillery's getting on top of it. The Scimitar is also now heavy grappled. Both sides are having an absolute bloodbath.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. Everything is happening so quickly with these two teams. They're so good at moving around the map so quickly. It's difficult to keep up with the action. It looks to me like the Scimitar completely by itself, running for its life.
Cambion down into hull now.
Scorpion Navy.
Cambion down into half hull.
Oh my god, if this goes down. Oh, it's down. Cambion down. Cambion down.
The Scimitar is now heavy tackled. He's broken free. Jackdaw in half shields. Northern Coalition is resetting, getting the Painters back onto the Spipal and the Manticores. They need to get these bombers off the field in order to take the damage off of their Scimitar and the Barghest in order to maintain this match.
Darkleton in the Scimitar is playing like a hero. He has chomping at the bit. 2 Sleipnirs and a Scorpion Navy issue chasing him around. He broke tackle once. The Scimitar was about to get run down by a Zippel, which got killed by the Caracals and the Cerberuses. And this Scimitar is running away from the entire Pandemic Legion fleet. 5 ships after him.
It's not enough, though. There's tackle on top of him from one of the Spipals. He's into low shield. He's going to be ASP boosting, but it won't be enough. Damage is fully applied to him, and the Scimitar is going to be breaking shortly. With this, Pandemic Legion can snowball the match, and it looks like they're going to take the victory. They've killed the Campion, they've killed the Barghest, they've lost the Manticore, and the Scimitar is into half armor now.
It's in some deep shit. PL went all in for the Scimitar, and I don't know what Northern Coalition is doing, but PL is literally everything is beelining all over the Scimitar, and now it's finally
Scimitar's down. They have no reps, they have no flag, they have no AT ships anymore. PL still has their logic. They can apply damage with their Jackdaws at long range. They can kill the Vigils if they can stay away.
Yeah, and now finally things are happening. I would have thought that the Cerberuses and the Caracals would have been able to kill the entire support wing of PL much faster as soon as that Scimitar was down, and I didn't see it. Now it's finally happening, but I have to say, Northern Coalition Scimitar pilot did absolutely everything he could, and there was absolutely nothing to help him. This is crazy.
So NC. is now making the correct primaries. They're using their Caracals and the Cerberuses to kill the Jackdaws. With that, they can stay out of the ranges of the Sleipnir at range, and then just apply damage to the Navy Scorpion. Just kite everything out for the next 6 minutes or so. Once the Jackdaws are down, they have no projected damage on PL's side that can apply except for the Sleipnirs.
Last Jackdaw caught down by the Barghest now. Once that Jackdaw drops, the Barghest is going to be free of missile TDs, and it finally will be able to start doing a little bit more damage, but I still like Pandemic Legion's chances in this. The Sleipnirs are going to have amazing tanks. It doesn't matter, though, that the heavy grappler's been applied from the Barghest onto this Jackdaw. He's now down. And in order to do this, Pandemic Legion is trying to trade a Barghest in order for that So the question is, can Northern Coalition kite out Pandemic Legion? If the Sleipnirs can be separated from each other, if they do not work together as a group, they're not going to be able to apply damage on top of the Northern Coalition team. Northern Coalition team still has their links up from the Drake. The Sleipnirs obviously are providing links for Pandemic Legion, but this is a question here. This Barghest is taking heavy damage. He is melting. If he goes down this fast, it is game over. Pandemic Legion totally has us in the bag.
I'm not too sure, though, if that Barghest can get enough repair drones onto, maybe he can stem the blood flow just long enough in order to kill the Sleipnir. They need to trade them at about the same time in order for NC. to have a shot to win this.
The Sleipnir is taking damage. It is obviously self-boosting. They're going to have an XLASB. The Barghest is just entering structure now, so this is a race against the clock. If they can trade the Sleipnir for the Barghest, that may be okay, but at the end of the day, PL still has their Flag Navy Scorpion on the grid.
Yeah, they still have that Flag Scorpion, so he's going to have the boosted tank from what I assume would be a maximum dead space armor repair or an officer booster, and they'll be applying excellent damage with the officer launchers he's going to have on top of that ship.
This Barghest is still running for its life, but Sleipnirs are roughly at about the same speed. The Barghest doesn't look like it has a scram or anything to peel itself, and it is down right now. Drake Cerberus, double Caracal Vigil versus what PL has. I really like PL's chances.
I really like their chances now. They initially had tackle onto the Cerberus, but he has managed to break free. If they could have applied that, it would have been all that much better, but I don't know. With NC. down,
It's just NC. Just so quickly, Casper moving in with his Vipple, even though he sacrificed his life for it. The Flag Flag Barghest going down, and then the Cambion getting caught out and alone and absolutely wrecked by the Sleipnirs, and only losing a Scimitar in return. Pandemic Legion came out ahead of that so much. They must have known at that time. They went for blood, straight for the jugular. Scimitar was next. I liked how Pandemic Legion moved throughout the match.
Yeah, and to not understate Northern Coalition. Northern Coalition did a good job then of killing the Scimitar and then killing the support that they had in the Jackdaws. It's that you're seeing two teams that are at the very top of their game. They're both excellent teams, and it looks like the Pandemic Legion just came out on top of it. Casper, again, making the excellent clutch play that he needed in order to secure that. One of your former teammates from Warlords of the Deep, an excellent player.
Yeah, most certainly. I think that Northern Coalition, letting that get through and getting a Bargus hard tackled, I also think it's a mistake for Bargus not to have scrams. They have a scram range bonus. Why aren't you using that to help at least self-peel yourself? With 2 high slots, you should be able to handle 1 T3D, but to get fully tackled and webbed by that Zipple, to then allow both of the Slipneers with their Trodahar Ink paints, by the way, which is very dope, to come in and just absolutely wreck your face, to happen that quickly, that's painful. It almost, I don't know if your hardeners weren't officially heated all the way, I don't know what was going on, but first Sleipnir down for Pandemic Legion. Oh my god.
Has it been boundary violated? Did he just boundary violate?
Did he just throw that?
Peel might have just thrown the match.
Peel just threw that.
Peel can.
There's no way. There is no way. There is no way a Navy Scorpion can kill this. There is no way. Literally, Northern Coalition just has to, if that Caracal needs to burn out of range now, he needs to get to an MJD, he needs to get to an MGD, and he needs to be able to jump away when he's getting low health. If the Caracal, oh, it's fully grappled. Okay, I don't know how that happens.
Okay, critically, a Caracal's only worth 5 points. If PL kills this, which he will, they'll be down 81 to 80 points.
Yeah.
Northern Coalition has to run to the edge of the arena.
The grapple broke.
They're going to get below. He's running away. He's at full speed. They have to run to the other side of the arena and survive another 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
He's heating. The issue is the Navy Scorpion's using cruise missiles, which means that it will be able to hit him almost anywhere in the arena. This Caracal is going to try and play for as much time as possible. It's down now. The question is, does the Navy Scorpion go after the other Caracal or the Vigil? Okay, he's going after the Caracal. That is a smart call by Pandemic Legion. Even under this kind of pressure, he's choosing the right ship.
Yeah, this was massive pressure, and unfortunately, it looked like Forlon, I believe, just choked under that. He ran out of the arena, much like Elise Randolph from Pandemic Legion. But I don't know how exactly NC Dot can lose this. I mean, if they can keep at range, presumably, the Navy Scorpion, it's not exactly the fastest of flagships. He needs to get to the center of the arena where he should be able to lock out to 125 kilometers, the max range. And without any damps, I think he can break the Caracal in the minute and 40 seconds that we have left in the match.
Now, but right now, the Navy Scorpion is right exactly where it doesn't want to be. He's nowhere near an MJD. There's nothing he can do but MWD very, very slowly. He's now changing his DPS target to a Vigil. Terrible choice with cruise missiles, even with precision, which is massively decreasing your range. But with the target painter, remember, the Navy Scorpion does not have any bonuses to application of missiles nor target painters. It's going to have a tough time.
He doesn't have a choice. Favor is the only thing in locking range.
Yeah, I know, but the Vigil is the fastest. It's going to get away. Right now, it's going to be a minute and 14 seconds of cat and mouse. Northern Coalition cannot boundary violate. Northern Coalition cannot make a piloting error. The Caracal, specifically of Sharps, a T1 cruiser, is everything that Northern Coalition wants now between going and continuing in the winner's bracket or getting Pandemic Legion into the loser's bracket.
And NC Dot, they've played this perfectly, right? They've slowed down. They're not using their prop mods. They're using them a little bit more to get out at range. They just need to stay at about 100 kilometers away from the edge of the boundary, and with that, they can stay alive. I don't like necessarily turning on the micro warp drive. It will signature bloom your ship. It'll make the cruise missiles all that much easier to apply your damage to you.
If he can heat his MWD, it will give a slight increase, but again, heating an MWD, you're going to burn it out very, very quickly with this. 35 seconds Caracal and about 30% shield. Listen, right now, Sharps CG, Northern Coalition is entirely behind you. Oh, whoa,
he's into armor now. He's into low armor now. Another 2 volleys, and he's going to break.
Oh, no,
he's done.
If this is going to happen, he's still target painted. No!
Oh my God! He's fallen! Pandemic Legion is coming back from the very break, and they've won the tournament!
Dan Cool pulling it back for Pandemic Legion. Oh my gosh! Wow!
That is the single
Legion,
most
whatever you're paying
exciting match I have ever watched or played in the history of the Alliance Tournament. Kudos to Pandemic Legion, Dan Cool for bringing that back from the jaws of defeat. Forlorn, what the hell? And with that, I'm going to send it back to Team Australia on the desk to break down that incredible match that we just had.
And Northern Coalition will go down into the elimination bracket after a loss to, who was that? Pandemic Legion. Did anything exciting happen in the match?
Excuse me?
I'm sorry. Cambion down.
Whoa.
It's 3 boundary violations.
So
what?
There is just too much to talk about there. Okay, the clutch play by Casper, obviously getting the Barghest scrammed when clearly the Barghest can be doing everything it needs to be doing from range. Getting it tackled is a huge deal. You know, there's a lot of things that went on. Both Logies going down always makes the fight really interesting in my opinion.
The Scimitars were out super early.
Both Logie was down super early.
And I think I've seen Ting Kang lose more ships, more money than I've seen anyone else lose ever.
Yeah, that guy.
I think that's why he's there. He's just always bait.
I don't know if the audience was listening, but we were losing our minds here on the desk. Our moderator has had to go to the bathroom because it was just too much for him after that match. It was completely insane. Then we see
TMI, but anyway.
So it looks like PL had it. Like until 2 of their Sleipnirs were
boundary
violation.
Well, I mean, you saw where they were in the arena. They were way down at the lower end. That like they were chasing down that Drake. They were trying to get the points. They were trying to secure.
Hero Drake taking out 2 Sleipnirs. Like, okay.
Hero Drake, who also boundary violated. Let's be fair.
He took out 2 Sleipnirs.
Sacrifice, you know?
Wow. Like, edge of this
What
is
match?
this. Oh, that was insane. I mean, that's something that Pandemic Legion are quite good at, is going across the edge of glory. But
pretty incredible there also to see what we were talking about before, where you have a missile boat on grid that can reach all the way to the other side. And I think that that's what really does it. If that Caracal keeps moving, keeps moving and stays as far away from that Navy Scorp as possible, maybe they get it done. But you can't. You can't.
Was Pandemic Legion just like playing with us or something? They switched to the Vigil and then switched back to the
as
Caracal?
you can hear he was out of lock range. Okay, so as moderator pointed out,
that's true.
So the Chester and moderator were talking about how it was perhaps a dubious decision to switch from the Caracal, which was reaching low shield at the time, to the Vigil. And as moderator pointed out, it was a lock range issue. He wasn't, and then we were seeing the Navy Scorp burn like crazy to try and start getting back on the Caracal. So we see PL looking to win, and then losing 2 Sleps, giving a big point advantage to NC, and then PL coming back and making.
You've got to wonder
plays.
though, actually, about moving that target. Lock range or no, like you're committing to a cycle of your launchers. You're moving possibly into reload. I mean, I'm not saying I don't know where his ammo
It looks like it was cruise fitted though, so
there
there was reload's not such a big deal.
And the application is just 0. I mean, the application of the cruise missile Navy Scorp on the Vigil is tiny.
It's going to be nothing.
Yeah, and the application of on the Caracal is going to be much better. And as Maud pointed out, it was probably a pretty good decision to keep on the Caracal, provided he can get him locked again.
Now we do have a damage summary for this match available to go up on the screen right now for the viewers at home. Taking a look there. Oof. I mean, that's a big hit on that Barghest. That was that their flagship? That must have been their flagship Barg.
It was.
Yeah. And that Cambion, again, we're not showing exactly the right price there.
So
they're worth like 100 bill.
Yep, more.
So let's say 115 bill is what that costs.
So a huge amount of ISK lost on the side of NC, and
they almost won though. That was so close.
Yeah. I mean, when those 2 Sleps jumped out, I really thought that that NC had it, but.
I think Mod's comment about the MWD on the Caracal there, I'm not sure it was the right choice. You saw him switch on his micro warp drive, and the next hit took him like the half structure after that. Like, don't get me wrong, 2020 hindsight, he needs to get out of range, but I just wonder if he hadn't have turned that on, would he have survived long enough to get to the end of the match and then like blown up seconds afterwards or something?
It's just a toss-up. He was thinking maybe I can break lock range, but you know, at that point, there was still like 30 seconds left on the match.
Yeah, that's true.
So even if he hadn't have started micro-warping, the damage that he was taking from the cruisers of the Navy Scorp probably would have killed him anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
And you know that that his damage is going to be continuous from that point if he doesn't micro-warp, because the Navy Scorp was burning like crazy to keep his damage on him. What an insane fight. Definitely the best of the day, I think.
A little heartbreaking for Northern Coalition,
Oh,
but
absolutely.
they're not out of the tournament yet. They will go down into the elimination bracket where they will no doubt
not have their flagship.
wreak havoc with or without their flagship. I think the piloting alone from that team is what's gonna make or break their opponents as they move through the elimination bracket. We are ready for the next match. We Form Volta versus the Villore Accords. We Form Volta possibly partially compromised. They've been playing a game at home where every time Chester looks at the camera, they have to drink. So let's hope that they can still pilot their ships. Do you have a preference in the match, Larrikin?
Volta for me.
Volta as well.
Well, let's see if Volta can bring it home on this match 106 of Alliance Tournament 14.
Hello and welcome back to what might be a less exciting match, but still an interesting one nonetheless. We have We Form Volta versus the Villore Accords. Villore Accords have brought a pair of Macarials, a Scimitar, a Fleet Hurricane, an Orthrus, 2 Moas, a Hound, a Vigil, and a Cruor.
Volta, on the other hand, bringing double Barges, Scimitar, Gnosis, double Jackdaw, double Hyena, Caracal, Flycatcher. Interesting that we see all these shield fleets all of a sudden once we head to the winner's bracket, while loser's bracket had all of these armor fleets. Kind of the bands interesting to look at Villore versus Volta. Who do you think is looking good right now, just looking at the basic team comp?
I really favor Volta. I'm not really a fan of the Shield Macarials. Shield Macarials only having 5 mid slots. You have to use a prop mod and then some utility. You don't have excellent resist. I think that Volta are going to use their long-range missile damage to break through those as soon as they break through the Cruors and the other support that Villore Accords have.
Definitely. I like Bargus a lot more than Macarials too. They're going to have a lot of damage. It's very smart, I think, for Volta immediately going for a Cruor, trying to put it down and stop it. I don't like Shield Cruors very much, and the fact that that one just died is exactly why I don't like them. Once the ability for Villore to catch this kiting team that Volta has gets destroyed, it's going to be very difficult for them to apply any of that MAC damage.
Speaking, look at this kiting team. They've already got a Hyena, Web, and a Tackle on top of the Scimitar. They've got the Moas completely webbed at range. They're applying their E-War perfectly across the Macarials are tackled. The Scimitar is already out of shields. He's ASB boosting, but he didn't start boosting enough. He's now onto his 3rd or 4th charge, and that Scimitar is just going to break. There's too much incoming rapid, heavy, and missile damage, and he's going to fall.
Yeah.
As soon as this breaks, they're just going to chew through the cruisers and the frigates on the field. Villore Accords is going to get completely taken out here.
It's done. They kill the Cruor right off the bat, which is nice. They're going for the Vigil now. Moas are completely screened off, and Volta's team is just minus that one Bargus, who is caught down, trying to get away, but they are completely shredding the rest of Villore's team. So a little bit of misplay on Annie's Bargus side, but for the most part, Villore is just hemorrhaging ships. Mystical Might down for Hyena, but you know what? If I'm on Villore's team and I see pilots like Mystical Might and TikTok flying Hyenas, these two really high level, high skill cap ships, I'm going to be really worried. And like you said earlier, that Scimitar going down that quickly, webbed and painted, is just going to allow the Bargus just to headshot it.
Yeah, you've got high-tier pilots flying high-tier ships, so we can see that the Jackdaw is now into low shields. He's completely just a sliver of health and then falling.
Hyena Jackdaw down.
Still applying damage with that artillery on the Fleet Hurricanes, but they've lost an Orthrus for it. Yeah. Not a good trade.
I don't think so at all. That Scimitar is letting the support wing of Volta fall, because it is all reps heated on that Bargus that got caught and webbed and grappled by one of the Macarials. But you know what? At this point, even if the Bargus goes down, I think it's too little, too late. Both of these Macarials, a Fleet Hurricane and a MOA, is not enough to break what Volta has here. This Bargus is just slowly chipping away, but the fact that Volta has their Logi and Villore does not, the longer this match goes on, the better it's going to be.
And Villore just lost their Hound recently, so even if they do break this Bargus, which it looks like they'll do, they're going to have so much trouble breaking any of the major ships on Volta. Volta still has their core. Villore only has 4 ships left. We're starting to see E-War apply so that they can't actually assist each other. I think it's just a really strong team that Volta has brought against a really weak setup. Walk us through a little bit more why Macarials aren't that great of a ship this late in the tournament.
So Macarials can net you wins, for sure, without a question. The only issue is when you look at a Macarial's damage profile, especially after the TE nerf and using autocannons, they do have selectable damage, which is nice, but the damage starts falling off once you hit 30 to 40 kilometers. And when you're looking at ships like the Bargus that can sit 70 to 80 kilometers away, and hit you for full damage, those Macarials aren't looking too great. They are very fast, yes, but Macarials generally don't like to be close to ships, although these Macarials have grapplers on them, but they're shield fit. So kind of interesting, at least fitting-wise from the Macarials. They've been held down by the flycatcher of Marchinus the entire time, and one of them has completely not been able to move. The other one's webbed very nicely by TikTok. And like I said, these small ships, these hyenas, Mystical Might and TikTok early on, allowing the Bargus to apply their damage, allowing them to pick apart the entire support wing, basically make a killing field of Villore Accords, basically just leaves these two Macarials and Fleet Hurricane sitting without a prayer.
Yeah, and another issue is that the Macarial costs 21 points, right? So it's the most expensive ship you can possibly bring, and I think that for the point value that it brings, you just have much better ships to choose from. If you're going to go for either armor or for shield, you can get a lot more utility out of the mid slots from an armor Macarial into another armor ship, and shield doesn't do too well, doesn't have a great tank, and you only have the one utility high slot.
Yeah, I think the only ship right now that can chase or do anything is the Fleet Hurricane, which is falling apart fairly quickly. But after that, the Macarials, which are both scrammed and webbed and completely held down by the Flycatchers, by the Jackdaws once they get under, and they're being held up by the Scimitars, the rest of the Volta team is going to have a really nice time just sitting at range and just slowly killing them with DPS, which is what they're doing to the Fleet Hurricane right now. And basically, it's going to be wrapped up end of the match. I think between this fight, what we're seeing here is a completely different understanding of the meta. The fact that Volta is bringing those nice missile battleships that we're seeing, they have all of the support that you want. You'll notice that a better team comps generally shy away from not just having just straight bombers in their support wing. Look at what Volta brought. Double Hyena, double Jackdaw, Caracal, Flycatcher. Very aggressive, trying to kill bombers, being able to go in there and aggressively get webs, and light missiles apply when you add all of that together to Logi very well, and it can be very, very painful, especially when you think about the two heavy missile battleships shooting them as well. What do you think is Villore's side? Like, what do you think they could have done, at least with their comp, with the Macarial background? Could they have brought a different composition, or do you think Macarials in general just kind of spell doom to it, Mod?
I think Macarials kind of tell kind of an inherent level of theory crafting that's not awful, but when you come to the final 8 of the winners bracket, it's just not enough, right? There might not be a bad team. Villore Accords is definitely better than a lot of other teams that they've gone up against, and that's why they're here after all. But Volta is just on a different level right now, and one of the things that I'm really liking out of them is that they've chosen to bring a Noxus for a battlecruiser, and it gives you a lot of options in terms of links. Walk us through that one a bit more.
So you'll notice a lot of teams that are, fairly deep and fleshed out, not only in piloting but in theory crafting. They have a lot of the same things. So you'll notice in the match past with PL and NC, and now here with Volta, they have a Logi, a Tech 2 logistics cruiser. Maybe they might switch for a different Logi, but generally they're going to have that. They're definitely going to have links. And now they're not just going to have links thrown on top of a Fleet Hurricane or a single, 1 to 2 links. No. They're going to have a full, fleshed out link suite in order to boost their team comp. So that's why they have a Gnosis. That's why you have a Prophecy, a Cyclone, ships like that. While Villore, while they do have the Scimitar, they're still missing out a good rounding out of their fleet comp. Like MOAs, for example. Blaster MOAs, are they tanky? Yes, but they're very slow. They don't do a lot of damage.
And they have a lot of trouble actually closing to range
and
to
they have
apply
no ability.
damage.
Yeah, there's no way they're going to apply it to anything they want to be shooting, which is the support wing, which is never going to get caught by them in the first place. So you look at some of these ship choices and you think, well, for the same amount of points, I could have gotten a Caracal. And I like a Caracal a lot more. A Caracal isn't going to run in there and screen something, no, but it can also be a very dangerous threat to not only your Logi cruiser, but any light ships, crew oars, which are very heavy in the meta, flycatchers, all of those important ships. So I guess when I just look at team compositions, I look for the triad of things: a nice backbone, a Logi with links. Anything that I'm missing? Anything that you generally look for?
I think it's not so much a bad choice, it's a less efficient choice, and I think that's really showing. Volta is going to take this one. They're going to then be playing, I believe, the winner of Tuskers, or no, it would be... What are they playing, actually?
I'm not sure. I'd have to take a look at the schedule.
But yeah, Volta has secured that. Congratulations to them. Villore Accords makes top 16, and they will fall down to the losers bracket.
I'm in a mower. What is this, hot drop? Like, Number 19. Ah! Really a Titan for a mower. Dude hasn't been on a legitimate kill. All right, just small ballers, mate. Small ballers.
The Dynatherms are connected, the infracells are up, and the Mega Thrusters are go as they form Volta, sending Villore home in their affordable full-size sedans. Really, what do you have to say about the match?
Bit of a pushover. I mean, right from the beginning, it was pretty clear that that Volta had a pretty big advantage. The quick loss of the Cruor and the Simi, so I mean, they didn't have a lot of control. At least decent range control. The Cruor down straight away. The Scimitar down straight away. After that, it's just a matter of mopping it up. You could see that they were still able to pop the Barghest of Volta. The Simi of Volta was trying his best to keep him alive, but managed to get that in as a bit of a counter, but still a pretty convincing victory from Volta.
Yeah, the Macaro, as the commentary desk was talking about, the Macaros just aren't a great choice. I totally see why they were picked by the Villore Accords. Oh, yeah. Whatever. I can totally see why they were picked. They look great on paper, on EFT, that heaps of damage, selectable damage types, they're fast, but they just can't apply that damage so well. They're not quick enough to catch support, and so you can take down a Barghest, but that's not going to win you the match. And it didn't.
Interestingly, both the Guardian and Oneros being banned out in that fight, is that maybe why we don't see flagships from either team? Or is it just that they're performing here in the upper level bracket before going down to elimination? They don't feel that pressure.
I think perhaps I would want to, if I was in either of these teams' situation, I'd probably want to reserve my flagship for any upsets like this. So
Volta do have a Barghest as their flagship, and Villore does have a Macarial, and both of those ships were fielded by the respective sides. But so they obviously made that decision to hold back their flagships until later. And the commentators were talking about the links on the side of Villore, and they had the one, unless I'm mistaken, the one BC, which was a Hurricane fleet issue, I believe. So, and that's an unusual choice. We don't know if it was the Lynx ship or not, but if it was, I mean, first, if it wasn't, then the team didn't have any links, which is an interesting choice because it just boosts the effectiveness of the entire fleet, especially as they did have Logi. The Logi is going to be much more effective. And if it was the Lynx ship, if the Hurricane fleet was a Lynx ship, what's the idea in choosing a Hurricane fleet? It's not seen, I mean, I can't remember the last time.
Well, let's take a look at the match summary there, coming up on the screen just in front of you there. We can see the ships on the Villore side and the losses.
We don't have the kill mounts. It's I mean, that was the only ship that could have really provided those links. It's, whether or not it was, did they decide to go completely without, or did they decide to use a Hurricane fleet? I mean, is there any reason why you're going to use a Hurricane fleet for links over the more common choices?
I mean, I much prefer the Gnosis in this case. It lets you bring all of those links, and then you can bring some drone damage or repair drones or something like that. I think it's a much stronger choice.
Omni resists.
It's much stronger choice for shield links in this case for all the point value that you pay, which is pretty good.
One less than the Hurricane fleet issue.
Yeah.
The Gnosis also interesting, experiencing a bit of a market bump recently on account of the fact that it will be pilotable by players on alpha accounts,
on
alpha state clones.
Yes,
that is correct.
Probably a pretty good investment. Although I'm guessing if you're hearing that for the first time from us, it's probably a little bit too late to invest in them.
Well, as a buy and flip option, yes, but as a potential player, as someone who wants a ship to cart around in, but without necessarily investing the Plex to upgrade to an Omega state clone. Surely a good option.
Yeah.
There we have it though. Volta advancing and Villore going down. Our next match, Exodus versus the Afterlife, and we have the bans in for this match. Again, Guardian Oneros being banned out. We will see no Guardian or no armor Logi available.
No, that's not true. There's Deacons. There's all the army, the other frigates. There's
there we will see frigate Logi. Indeed, that effective tool.
The Exura, although I commonly mispronounce it as well.
The Executor?
That's the one, the Executor.
And we will also see banned out the Orthrus and the Curse. maybe a little bit of fear about the curse comp we saw earlier.
Yeah.
I don't know where that's coming from.
The Orthrus is an also interesting band. I don't think we've seen one yet.
I mean, the Orthrus is a
single.
great ship in solo PvP or in small gangs.
It's a great anti-support ship in this, but there's so much other anti-support with T3Ds. I don't know. Maybe they know something that we don't. Maybe they've been watching
Afterlife or Exodus's practices.
Yeah,
anything is possible in EVE, where in fact corporate espionage is encouraged.
Yeah,
well,
sort of.
Yeah, kind of. I guess we like it. Just you do you. We'll do us. Probably. Chester probably not liking that I'm talking trash about the Orthrus, his favorite ship in EVE. I can see the scowl coming from across the room.
See the messy
So
smile.
to avoid future scowls, I think we're going to cut straight to the boys in the booth, who will then have to smile due to contractual obligation. We will see Exodus versus the Afterlife match. 107 here at Alliance Tournament 14.
Hello and welcome back to the winner's bracket of the Alliance Tournament 14 between the Afterlife and Exodus. Afterlife has brought 2 Balgorns in a start, a Rook, an Augurer, a Pontifex, a Blackboard, 2 Manticores, and a Nemesis.
While Exodus has their Flag Bal, Astarte, Navy Harbinger, Brutix, and Brutix, with an Augurer, Blackbird, Purifier, Hound, and Cruor. Very similar looking teams here. Afterlife bringing double Balgorn. They're opting for a mix of 4 guns, 4 newts on each. Just looking at the setups here, Maud, give me your take. What are you thinking?
So Exodus is obviously opting to have 1 link probably on the Navy Brutixes and the Harbinger, and then some on the Astarte. Meanwhile, Afterlife is going to favor more points onto the Battleship Core. They really need to get those Balgorns on top of the team of Exodus. Otherwise, those newts and those guns won't be brought to bear, but Exodus will not allow it. They're already webbing off those Balgorn before they can close to range. That's going to be the power of these officer webs.
Yeah, right now, the Augurers are trying to keep up the Blackbird, taking a little bit of damage here, but it's interesting to me that Afterlife would warp in at range. Exodus warped in at range too. They're in more of a kiting setup with the Beam Harbingers and the Rail Brutixes trying to apply damage and put damage on Afterlife, trying to see if they can kill any of their support wing, but it looks like right now the fights are just going over both Blackbirds.
Yeah, we can see that Afterlife has won the jam war initially. The jams that you see on screen are only jam attempts, but we don't see any jam attempts back onto Afterlife, indicating that they're most likely jammed out. Afterlife probably had a better sensor strength, maybe possibly sensor boosters that allowed them to get those initial jams, but Exodus is primarying those Blackbirds anyway to try to get them off the field.
So this is a very positional matchup here. The Cruor of Exodus, as well as the Flag Bal piloted by Mr. Black on Exodus side, are both trying to screen out Flaffy Waffy and Pandy, the double Balgorn pilots from Afterlife, and they're just kind of back and forth right now, sitting here, and they're testing out each other's tanks. This Cruor needs to be careful though, because he's at range, he's webbed down and nosed, and if these jams come through on the Augurer, we could be they could be losing a Cruor.
Yeah, the jams are coming in late, and even with the reps, I don't think it's going to be enough to keep him up. Maybe he can make a hero save at the very end, but he's dipping into low hull.
I think it's, oh wow. That is, finally down. Back and forth. First blood going to Afterlife. And, it's kind of interesting to have the Cruor out like that so close to the other Balgorns, because if it gets webbed down, it's going to take damage.
I really like this Exodus primary. They've broken one of the Nemesises on top of Afterlife, the reps from the Augurer only being the Tech 1 logistics, and not being able to keep the Nemesis up. It's kind of a weird choice that you would choose a Nemesis, a 2-point bomber, instead of a 3-point or 3 low slot hull rather. Much better tank.
So all 3 Balgorns are completely caught down in the middle, with Mr. Black holding down the Afterlife's Balgorns of Faffy and Pandies, and it looks to me like Exodus is actually going around the left side of the arena to try to get behind the back line of Afterlife. Now, Exodus wants to do that because with their Navy Brutixes and their Navy Harbingers, if they get to the back line, they're going to get close to the Manticores, they're going to get close to the Blackbirds that have no way to defend themselves. And if those 2 Balgorns are completely locked down by the Flag Balgorn of Exodus, they're not going to be able to help peel for their team.
Yeah, this is definitely a very high-level matchup. There's going to be a lot of situational and positional play. Both sides are going to be looking to get whatever rep drones are on the field off, but it looks like the Balgorn is now counter-webbed on by Mr. Black.
Yeah, it looks like all the Balgorns are just sitting there in the middle, and the Augurer on Exodus side taking a little bit of damage, but we're also seeing a little bit more damage applied to the Blackbird here. It seems that the Exodus BCs are slowly getting into position and are pushing away Afterlife's entire support wing, which is trying to move out of the way of their incoming fleet. So it's going to be interesting to see is, can Mr. Black in his Balgorn hold up under the other 2 Balgorns that the Afterlife has fielded long enough for Exodus to move their 4 their 3 Navy battlecruisers into the backline of Afterlife and try and kill some of their support.
Now, if Exodus can actually break this to start, it's going to be an excellent trade. It means that the Lynx will be off the field. It means that the Augur for Afterlife will be that much less effective. But one of the Navy Harbingers for Exodus is the Rexel Nightblade, a pilot I'm very familiar with from the Alliance Tournament 11, is going down into low armor.
The issue with moving this far behind is if you get out of range of your Astarte, or if that is, if you get out of range of your Augur, or if that Augur is currently nosed and it has ECM all over it, you can drop ships. And if you're at the fall-off bonus, you're suddenly taking a lot of damage. This Navy Harbinger is, down, webbed and nosed by Afterlife Balgorns.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of beam damage, presumably. They're going to be fitting beams for the long-range damage. Meanwhile, one of the Manticores is into low armor, a little bit of hull bleed, and they really need to get that kind of bomber damage off the field or mitigate it at the very least in order to be able to keep their upper-level ships alive.
As we've seen with this Navy battlecruiser comp, once you start losing Navy battlecruisers or bleeding them, it's really, really difficult for that team to come back and eventually win the match. And Afterlife is holding really strong here, only dropping a Nemesis to the crewer of Exodus, but that big Navy Harbinger loss on Exodus side with absolutely nothing to show for it on Afterlife is going to be a problem, because as the jams start to stack up, as Exodus loses ships, it's going to be more and more difficult to get anything accomplished.
Yeah, we can see that the Navy Brutix is neuted. He's going to have trouble keeping his hardeners on as a result. We can see that the Balgorn on Exodus is neuted as well. He won't then be able to counter web and counter newt on top of the other Balgorns that are putting the cap pressure on top of him. And once this Navy Brutix dies, if he does die, it's going to snowball everything in favor of Afterlife. And this Augur is in low armor for them, but I don't know if it's a worthwhile trade.
If they can kill the Augur, it may be okay, but again, I would be primarying and focusing the Rook and the Blackbird, if possible, to try and get on top of them, just because while killing the Augur is nice, it's not going to stop these jams from stacking up. That Navy Brutix going down now, that's going to hurt Exodus greatly.
Yeah, that's a lot of their remaining damage off the field, and with that, the Augur might be able to keep it up. You can see all the rep drones on camera on top of him.
Yeah, if this Augur are holding up for as long as he can here, it's so low in structure. Can he do it? Heating away, still target painted. Oh, it is so close right now. Exodus is just begging to get this off and down, because hopefully then they can start working on the jams, because not only, if this doesn't work for them, not only does Exodus get very close to losing the match, but they're also going to lose their flagship Balgorn, which is going to be horrendous for them if either team moves on further in the tournament.
Yeah, this Augur, he's just surviving on a prayer. He's now fallen, so what Exodus needs to do, they have less points remaining, but they have a lot more damage remaining on their team. What they need to do is they need to kill the Blackbirds, kill the Rooks, and then keep the Balgorns at range with their own Balgorn, and then keep the rest of their line out of the range of the Balgorn's primary damage.
Things have gotten a little crazy in here. I'd say Afterlife playing so well, spreading jams across everything that they need to be. Right now, another Hound going down for Exodus. Afterlife picking off all of these very weak and caught out ships right now on Exodus side. Their Augurer, like I said, Afterlife playing very smart here, just nosing out the Augurer because it's really, really fast cycle times. It's not going to be able to get those reps across. So even though Exodus has killed the Augurer, Blackbird down, that's going to be huge. Afterlife is going to feel that. It looks like now Exodus is starting to work on the Rook. Can they get it down?
Unfortunately, Exodus just isn't being able to get their lock on the Logi. And now another Purifier goes down. With only 5 ships remaining on Exodus, it's that many less ships that Afterlife has to actually jam.
And yeah, right now this Rook still looking pretty good. It seems that Exodus is looking to go after the Astarte, which I think is the wrong call. It seems now that they're maybe focusing on Manicore. DPS split all over the place. That's not super good, but the battlefield has gotten pretty messy with ships all over the place. Exodus is now webbed, their Augur is now webbed down now as Afterlife Balgorns are finally moving away and are not completely shut down by the flagship of Exodus. This is, there's the Manicore down as well.
Meanwhile, one of the Augurs is into low armor, and if they lose this Augur, I think they've lost the match.
Completely. I am very, very concerned right now with the amount of EHP that Afterlife still has on the field. Even if Exodus does manage to pull this Augurer from the dirt, are they going to have the ability to kill all that EHP and come back?
I don't believe so, no. 2 Balgorns are just too bricky, and they're eventually going to win on points. We only have 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the match. They're now trying to primary one of the Astartes or a Rook, it seems, but it's going to take too much time to claw through that HP.
Finally, the Rook's taking a little bit of damage after they were back and forth on the Astarte for a while, but, going after the Rook or maybe the Pontifex was a possibility earlier, just because the Pontifex is going to be providing additional links as well as the Astarte. But again, the Rook and the Blackbird playing absolute havoc over these last 4 ships that are left. It seems that Exodus lost out on an initial jam war and were unable to capitalize when they had the other 2 Balgorns from Afterlife held down. Afterlife, upon seeing that, they've really consolidated well. They've done everything they needed to do, picking off all of the light, small ships that Exodus is bringing. Afterlife playing this perfectly.
Yeah, Afterlife is playing this excellently. I mean, many of their new recruits have come from what was the old Gorgon Empire and then the old Darkside team. So you have Faffy Waffy and very many experienced Russians who have a lot of tournament wealth and experience that they can bring to the table. So with the Astarte now dropping for Exodus, that's going to be their links off the table. A Blackbird is in low armor, and I don't know. Exodus right now, they just want to keep their Balgorn alive. He's not tackled. It's neutered, though, and he doesn't have his micro warp drive on. That Balgorn just needs to get away and try to survive so that coming into the losers bracket, he can bring that for the rest of the team's run.
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult for the Exodus Balgorn to live. He's not anywhere near an MJD beacon. He probably does not have an MJD himself because a Balgorn needs those med slots for webs. They need it for everything. And right now it's 54 seconds and you have a Balgorn at half armor. I just don't know if they're going to get away with it. I think Exodus, the only thing that they can do now after basically conceding this loss is going to try to see if they can pull the Balgorn out. But Afterlife being very smart, switching to it right away, full damage on, and I don't think he's going to live.
Yeah, that was absolutely methodical, very precise, surgical from Afterlife, just picking apart Exodus, knowing exactly what to jam and how to play that matchup, then breaking the Logi so that Exodus couldn't survive merely on their drone rep bots. And with that, the Balgorn is down. I'm sure it's going to be a very expensive one. They won't have enough time to kill the Navy Brutix, but they don't care. Exodus, without that flag Balgorn, going down into the losers bracket earlier than I think almost anyone would have predicted.
Yeah, big upset here, but Afterlife strongly showing their very, very strong contender. They dealt with a very positional matchup excellently. They held strong. Their double Balgorn comp, Faffy Waffy and Pandy, playing excellently, even though they were held down at the beginning, kind of threw a wrench in their plans. But you know what? They just went to plan B and still took it right to Exodus. Did very, very well protecting their Rook and their Blackbird for as long as they did. And as the game went on, those jams just became oppressive.
And with that, Exodus is going to have their Afterlife in the losers bracket. And I'm going to send it back to the desk where we have Men and Zarvix Torval waiting you.
Afterlife leading Exodus on a trip to the promised land of the elimination bracket. As they move forward further in the tournament, they will go up against the winner of the last matchup today, the one we're about to have, Tuskers versus the Ronin. First, a little bit of a match there. Really thought that things could swing either way for a bit, but Afterlife bringing it together. Those fleet comps almost mirroring each other. On Exodus' side, they go for these Navy issue ships. On the Afterlife side, they bring in that Pontifex and the second Balgorn. And again, I stand corrected. I mentioned it earlier. We weren't going to see Armor Logi, and then we saw two Augurers on the field and the Pontifex. You did very well. There's a reason why we have you here, and it is because sometimes you have been known to not be wrong. Tell me more, Larrikin. Tell me more things that are correct.
Look, I just thought the whole match was really well played by the Afterlife. They kept things together, and they brought it home. Really, I think both teams fought very strongly. I quite liked the sort of double fake there, ban the armor Logi, and then bring the augurs. But yeah, I think it was a really solid match. I don't have an awful lot of in-depth commentary on it.
Well, here's the question: did the ban not work? Because both teams bring Armor Logi anyway.
Well, I think it worked. I don't think the ban was, we don't ever want to see an armor comp. I think it was more of a fake out. Like, hey, we're not going to bring armor. See, we're banning all of the armor. but we're actually going to bring armor.
Or just them knowing that any armor logic that is brought is either going to be Tech 1 cruisers or
Which is
or
considerably
frigs,
easier to kill.
considerably less effective than a Neros. And the Navy Hub going down was a pretty big deal. I mean, up until that Navy Hub of Exodus going down, as the commentators had said, when you've got that quadruple Navy battlecruiser core and you lose a big part of your long-range damage, that's a big deal. And the early kills, this is also mentioned by the commentators, the early kills for Afterlife, because they had both the Blackbird and the Rook, that means that they've just got fewer targets to jam. So all of the ECM of Afterlife is so much more effective with those couple of early kills.
I think this is really interesting to see how these winners bracket teams are using their jams compared to some of the other teams we've seen using jams. It's not about spreading your jams out. It's not about trying to jam the entire team. It's about focusing a couple of key ships and just removing them as participants, basically. And we saw that with Afterlife. We saw that with the Rook team. I think it's a clear way of differentiating play at this level.
Clearly it helps them that they have both the Blackbird and the Rook on the field targeting that single Logi ship, whereas they field two Logi ships splitting up any possible ECM coming in from Exodus. And could be that's what gave them access to those early kills.
Yep. And I think the most interesting thing to think about from that match, I mean, from my perspective, is that one of the leading contenders, some would say, to win, or Exodus, a really top-tier team, has now lost their flagship. All right? So that's how big of a deal is that? Not ever having the flagship available for the rest. They're obviously still doing pretty well. That was their first loss. Yeah, it was their first loss.
Well, you have to recognize that in their next match, they'll go up against either the Tuskers or the Ronin. I feel like the loss of that flagship is probably stinging a bit.
Well, it's a tough matchup, isn't it? And you can't dodge a ban by bringing your flagship. So.
And then further, let's say they get to the end not having it in potentially the grand final. Even if they are able to, it's going to be a pretty massive deal. Assuming that the other team hasn't lost theirs, although I guess that's pretty possible also. But pretty big deal losing that ship.
They won't have initially because
Let's not chase this logic chain down. They'll
go through the primary bracket where they don't lose. Well, I mean, they might have lost their flagship and proceeded onwards. It's a thing that could happen. Yep. It's a thing that will be determined. Do we have a after match summary for the Exodus Afterlife fight? Few seconds. There it is.
Oh, I love it.
And we do see, again, that hit on the Exodus side. That will be the loss of their flag bow.
I really wish I could see the fit of that flag bow. I bet that's...
the first person to post up the kill mail...
It'll be there already.
For the flag sheep, you get it. You get the prize.
You would imagine
the prize since you the antiquarian?
I don't know what my everlasting admiration and respect.
Well, that's something indeed, isn't it?
I've never given it to anybody. So looking at that hit, there we have a tremendous amount of IS-loss, but also looking at the damage. Afterlife dealing more than double the amount of damage that Exodus does, just pulling those ships off of the field, picking them apart, destroying that battle cruiser core. There's just no way that Exodus, after losing that much DPS, was going to be able to claw anything back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent flying.
A good fight to watch.
Yep. And we'll be watching one more good fight today. The final battle of the day, Tuskers Co versus the Ronin. Special reminder, standard reminder really. Tomorrow we will be back here on Twitch, Eve TV, home of the ATX IV, for additional matches, along with our Capsuleer commentators, starting from 1500 Eve time, 1500. Following more or less the same format as today, moving through our elimination bracket matches, and then seeing the remainder of the primary tier, see what happens. Really looking forward to tomorrow's matches. Really looking forward to having Fozzie on set to offer, again, a little bit of commentary about the rules changes that occurred this year and about the meta that has developed as a result. And I apologize to anyone playing along at home for my use of the term meta.
And tier. I think we should apologize for the use of the word tier.
We apologize for any tears that have resulted from our tears.
That was good.
I'm really, really genuinely sorry. So, Tuskers and Ronin are prepared to take the field, according to the people in the control room.
Who's your favorite CCP Antiquarian? Who do you think will win at the epic matchup between the Tuskers versus Ronin? One which we did say was possibly the penultimate battle of today.
Well, I'll tell you what. Knowing that the Blackbird and the Kitsune have been banned out, and I've just given you that information.
Thank you for that.
And knowing that the Deacon and the Talia are also banned, which is an obscure little band.
That's
Talia.
an interesting choice.
That's not what I would have expected
I mean,
to
the
see.
Deacon, I get, but
Knowing that, I'm actually
Okay.
leaning. Ronin has a tremendous provenance. They've been in the tournament for years, 11 years, if you trace them back through their various iterations. And I expect a lot of them in the elimination bracket after Tuskers sends them there. Tuskers has been a kind of favorite of mine, sort of, over the past 3 Alliance tournaments. They just generally brawl in and devastate. And it's a shame, I think, that they haven't gone further up the ladder just in general. I think that they're great, and I think that I'm going to see them smash someone in the face. Ronin, prove me wrong.
I hope that they do, because my money is on Ronin. I think that they're epic amount of experience and just... basically, I just think Ronin are going to bring this in, mainly just to disappoint you.
I wouldn't, it wouldn't surprise me.
I'm going to side with Anti on this one and go with Tuskers. Yep. I
Other
know.
lines have been
Team Australia.
drawn.
Oh my god.
Fractures in the rank.
It's
ranks.
I didn't mean to cause any frictive dissonance between the two of you.
Cracks are forming, mate. All right.
Do you even have fault lines in Australia? Is there something between Brisbane and Sydney somehow?
Not really,
separate
no.
the Gold Coast
Just
is
poisonous things.
What about Tasmania? That's separate, right?
People forget about that. Well done for remembering. Anyway, let's talk more about.
Let's talk about
the
EVE Online,
spaceships
and also the Twitch chat. A lot of activity in Twitch today. We'd like to thank all of our Twitch viewers for participating, coming in and watching the stream as it happens. Of course, I will be religiously going through all of your comments to find everyone who said anything bad about me. Mostly Magical Zorst, of course, who can go directly home. I have no time for you at all. And I'll also report on any bad Twitch chatter that occurred about you, Larrick, and mostly because it'll amuse me to repeat it.
Thank you, Caesar Aquarian. I am most appreciative.
That's how we'll do it. Again, a quick reminder about the upcoming player events, Evesterdam and EVE Down Under in November, and at the end of October, EVE Vegas, where CCP will have a significant contingent and rooms are still available. Hop on to the EVE website and go to the EVE Vegas link using the room code there in order to procure the deal that has been offered. Again, we'd like to have as many players as possible that are able to attend at all of those events. So if you are able, do take a look at attending. If you can't attend EVE Vegas in person, tune in here on Twitch to the 07 show, which will be broadcasting live all 3 days. Also, if you are unable to attend either Evesterdam or EVE Down Under or EVE Vegas, and either is inappropriate in that particular sentence, but I don't really care, do go to evemeet.com and take a look at player events that are occurring in your area with other like-minded capsuleers, because the best ship is...
Probably a Balgorn.
It's probably Balgorn, really. It's probably, I think, it's really just that range, that bonus, 2 points cheaper. The best ship is the championship, and we will be broadcasting the championship of this Alliance tournament next weekend. That broadcast happening at the same time, Saturday and Sunday, from 1500 EVE time. We appear to be having a bit of a problem with the ships taking the field, which is why we're not cutting immediately to the final fight of the day. We do have a pilot has had to relog. Difficulties at home. Again, some of the trials of having an online tournament where your players are distributed and not located in a single arena in front of
millions of adoring fans.
Not that being in an arena causes no lack of delays, because we get that too.
So if he was disconnected after he had warped onto grid, I believe would have been destroyed, or no? If prior to the match.
It was probably prior to the match.
Yeah.
So before warping.
Yeah.
If it's possible, we want everyone to have a fair chance at the fight. So we don't summarily destroy ships because of random technical issues. If possible, we try to keep them in. If you disconnect in the middle of a match, it's a slightly different.
Yes.
Slightly different play, and we do have refs on hand in the control room now to handle incidents just like this one, or cases where it looks like something wasn't functioning the way it should have been.
And look, the amount of pressure on these players is insane. Like getting the shakes is, I'm sure both of you being avid EVE players would have gotten the PvP shakes before. I've heard some stories about some of the guys getting into their first Alliance Tournament match and just being like physically unable to operate the mouse correctly because they were so hyped up about it.
And a lot of people have said that the whole Thunderdome is a big deal there because they actually get to go through a lot of the what being in the tournament is actually like, as opposed to just practicing in some backwater system and not being able to practice the whole warp in and everything else. I've spoken to people who said it's a really good move because when you throw people straight in there, it can be a real freak out when you haven't done it before.
For the benefit of the viewers at home who are not familiar with Thunderdome, would you like to provide a little bit of an explanation?
You're probably more qualified for such
I know, but we've flown you all the way here, so earn the ticket.
It's a practice server.
You know what? I don't have time for this. The match is just about ready.
Shut down!
We will talk more about Thunderdome and about the intricacies of tournament play tomorrow from the stream when it kicks off at 1500 EVE time. But for now, we will go to the arena where Tuskers are set to take on the Ronin. Chesser and Moderator providing commentation from the booth for this match 108 of Alliance Tournament 14.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Alliance Tournament 14, match 108. I'm Chesser. This is Moderator joining me here for the last match of the evening. I'll be introducing the Ronin versus Tuskers. Ronin decided to bring triple battleship, Vindy Ball, Navy Mega, Guardian Megas, Double Pontifex Purifier, the Crucifier, which I really like, and the Merlin. Talk to me, Mod. What have Tuskers brought?
Yeah, Tuskers have brought the Double Flume Core, a Balgorn, an Oneros, a Gnosis, a Hyena, 2 Purifiers, a Hound, and a Cruor.
I'm really interested to see what Ronin is going to be able to do with this Crucifier. I think that the Crucifier is a really good ship for its points. I mean, missile TDs or just regular TDs, I think are going to be really strong. Match is beginning now.
Yeah, I expect if it's going to be a missile TD, you'd want to put them on the Fleet Typhoons to reduce any sort of rapid heavy or cruise damage, and we can see instead that they're putting it onto a Hound, not a bad choice. Immediately, though, the Vindicators are completely webbed down and immediately taking damage. They're already bleeding some armor.
Yeah, they're getting absolutely screened down by the Cruor, and they're unable to close range. There's also a Balgorn. Bringing a blaster comp like this against Tuskers when they're going to have a Cruor and a Balgorn they're ready to screen you is going to be very, very tricky. If these Vindicators and Megas cannot get into range, is Vindicator taking heavy damage now from the entire Tusker team. If they cannot get into range, Mod, I don't think they're going to be able to do any damage at all.
Yeah, initially the Tuskers Balgorn, so he's now webbed, he's now neuted, he's counter-tackled, so what they need to do for Ronin is that Ronin needs to counter-newt this Balgorn to keep the newts off of the team, and then they try to shut down the webs onto the Vindicator and the Balgorn. However, it's not apparently enough, is that Vindicator for Ronin is already into half armor.
Yeah, the Mega and the Vindicator are just closing in very slowly on Tuskers' team, though. They're just leading the charge, just bleeding EHP along the way. The question is can the rest of the team follow them and keep them up? They're slowly getting range down on the Balgorn of Suleiman, but they're taking a long time to close the range, and right now Tuskers is playing this absolutely perfectly. Wonderful mechanics on their side, just kiting out the entire Ronin team, which has basically just fallen into step behind this Vindicator Navy Mega just burning into Tuskers.
Yeah, outside of these Vindicator, the Balgorn, and the Navy Mega, Ronin really has no major damage. That's almost all their DPS is pushed onto 3 ships. Once you control those 3 ships, actually a newt and a web coming off of that Vindicator for Ronin, so he's now going to be free.
This Vindicator is slowly closing into range. Navy Mega finally getting on top of Suleiman in the Balgorn, but I almost wonder if it's too little too late. If this Vindicator dies before even shooting a shot, Tuskers is going to be in a commanding position.
Yes, I'm not sure if that's the flagship Balgorn. I suspect it might be. However, so if they lose that on Tusker side, it will be a major loss. We can see, though, that Hoodie Mafia is getting pre-wrapped. He's taking some incoming damage. Very well played by, I assume, Latronicus or Skylar to get those reps on top of him already.
Man, this Vindicator hanging on by the hair of his teeth. He's going to go down. Vindicator is down. Wow, Tusker's playing this perfectly. Kited out the Vindicator under the webs. It was a web versus web kite. Vindicator and Navy Mega slowly closing range, but Tusker's playing it wonderfully, stopping the Vindy from getting close, allowing the Navy Mega close in, but it does a lot less damage. And with a battleship down, the core battleship down, with nothing to trade for it, Tusker's looking good.
Yeah, Tuskers are in a very good commanding lead right now. They're putting damage onto the Navy Megatron. You can see he's got every kind of EWAR possible on top of him, and not even needing to put damage on top of him. The Pontifexes aren't really able to do much damage, and we can see that the Balgorn was a flag Balgorn for Tuskers Company.
You know, I think that Tuskers is just playing this absolutely perfectly. They've already figured out that they can break through a Vindicator under full links, full Logi, doesn't matter, and they're just moving on to the Navy Mega now, saving the Balgorn for last, which is smartest because Balgorn does very limited DPS. There's no way it's going to be able to break through an Onieros reps, as well as just like the absolute EHP bricks that are Fleet Typhoons and the Balgorn. Tuskers just showing that they are one of the most dangerous teams in the tournament. You know, Ronin, I think coming in with a setup that is looks good on paper and looks good against bad teams, but against a team that understands the meta as well as Tuskers does and has the ability and the mechanics to kite out your Vindicator and your Balgorns under their own webs of their Balgorns, blaster ships just look really foolish.
Yeah, Tuskers has those 3 bombers, right, and they're going to be doing roughly equivalent damage to just the 2 Fleet Typhoons. Ronin has no answer on their entire team for those Hounds, except for the Crucifier, and he can't put missile TDs on every single ship that Tuskers has.
Yeah, Ronin's team is not balanced. The entire team is based around this entire battleship core of Vindicator, Balgorn, Navy Mega, and the fact for a Vindicator to go down without even trading any damage to Tuskers' team is just a sign of how one-dimensional their type of setup was compared to what Tuskers has, which is a much more well-rounded type of setup. And not only is it well-rounded, but the piloting on Tuskers is perfect. You know, Suleiman is an extremely competent pilot. He has a long storied history in the AT.
We see that with the Guardians now dropped. They got good tackle on top of him, and once they were able to do that, they nuded him down, shut down his propulsion module. He was at no speed, just like this Navy Megathron that's going to be the new primary, and then he popped instantly.
Yeah, like I said, Suleiman, the entire Tuskers outfit, surgical, playing this very well. And you know what's interesting is they're not even bringing out a setup that one would consider very crazy or out of the meta. We've seen these types of battleship compositions before. Nothing too crazy here. Not even using AT ships, no bling, nothing, and they are just absolutely curb stomping with it.
Yeah, so far they're able to manhandle Ronin. The Navy Megatron is into hull now. They might lose a Hound. I'm kind of curious as to how Skylar Hawk managed to get nuded and nosed in his Onieros, but it doesn't seem like it matters. They're breaking the Navy Megatron. They've already killed the Vindicator. Ronin has no damage. Tuskers is going to be up commandingly. They're not going to lose a single ship, and they're going to completely wipe Ronin.
Yeah, I mean, if I was watching the AT right now, Mod, and I was a competitor, I would be looking at this match and I'd be very, very afraid. Tuskers taking out Ronin, Ronin is not a slouch team. They've consistently done fairly well in the AT. They at least have some understanding of the meta, but for Tuskers to, there goes the Hound. They did drop a Hound, but for Tuskers to play in this manner and to convincingly win against a composition that a lot of teams may consider quite strongly has to be scary.
Yeah, so Tuskers really is showing Ronin absolutely zero respect, to be quite honest. They're bringing a very default generic setup that they could bring against any other team, and they're showing none of their hand. They're keeping all their secret core setups late into the tournament. They're showing them no respect. They're saying, you are not worth our time. We're going to bring an average setup and we're going to beat you with it nearly perfectly. And they're doing so just fine.
Yeah, I really think that the Tuskers outfit in general, I personally think they're one of the favorites to win the Alliance Tournament this year, I think. Ronin putting up a good fight, but they're going to be in the loser's bracket after this. Tuskers only losing a Hound, and I really don't see the DPS coming out on Ronin's side where they're going to possibly have any chance of losing anything else minus massive piloting error. But the mechanical piloting that I've seen out of Tuskers so far, just handling the initial charge of the Vindicator and the Navy Mega coming in and just absolutely surgically picking it apart, I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, I have to wonder, if you're the Ronin, why do you bring 2 Pontifexes as opposed to maybe an Astarte instead of a Navy Megatron, and then bringing more utility in your support wing? Maybe some sort of a Spiteball, a Confessor, something that can do actual tackle so that it can get on top of a ship and then allow your Balgorn, your Vindicator, your Navy Megatron to close to range and then actually do the blaster damage that you need in order to break anything.
I think what we're seeing right here is the shortcomings of having a blaster composition. When we've seen this before, all of these blaster ships look really good on paper. They have a lot of DPS, face-melting DPS. The issue is, especially in a meta like this where blood ships are going to be prioritized with those long webs, you're just not going to be able to get into range ever. And you just, it has to be exhausting being that bad because you literally MWD through webs all the way to the enemy team, and before you can even put guns on target, you're dead or you're completely neutered out, and your entire team is just getting picked off behind you as they attempt to follow, your heroic charge into enemy noobs and webs.
Okay, in fairness, Ronin has always been a team that has came in the top 8. In AT12, famously, they knocked out Hydra Reloaded from the losers bracket, and they've been always a team that can come up with an upset. But they tend to bring kind of these weird, strange, not fully fleshed out comps, but they have very good individual players that can actually make them work well enough to get into the top 8. But Tuskers is showing the difference between a team that is poised to try to take the entire tournament versus a kind of a, I don't want to use the term tier, but there's no other way around it, kind of a top 8 team.
Yeah, and nothing against Ronin. I just mean blaster ships in general just get exhausted. You can see it in this tournament, just literally running through with their MWD, trying to get in range, webbed, counter-webbed, neuted. You just get exhausted trying to do anything with blaster comps. And the only time I've seen a blaster comp win is against very poor teams. But in general, once especially you get to the end of the third day on second weekend, you just can't bring it anymore. You have to have a better understanding. You have to show that you understand that blasters are bad for X, Y, and Z reasons, and I just didn't see it here.
Right, and with that, Tuskers is going to have a nearly perfect victory over the Ronin, and we're going to send it back to the analysis desk.
The Ronin, masterless but mastered masterfully by the Tuskers, who send them down into the elimination bracket as Tuskers moves forward towards the championship of the Amar, my ass. The Alliance Tournament 14, which will continue tomorrow at 1500 Eve time. That match... a lot could be said about it. Unfortunately, we do not have the time for a full commentator run and analysis. CCP Larkin, thank you for being with us today. Zarvox, of course, wonderful to have you with us for the first time. Chesser, in your second stint here, great, and moderator, and a special thanks to Garayan, who is not in the booth or at the desk right now. All 4 Capsuleer commentators, CCP Fozzie and myself, will be back tomorrow when we commence the next round of matches. For now, though, we'll just say good night.